League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476. If Galio had the word positive on his thigh. Subscribe. You mean, let me build a giant statue with forbidden magic stone? Duran glanced at his wife and daughter, and the middle-aged man frowned and looked a little hesitant. We mean, you design a giant statue according to Miranda's appearance, and the requirement is that the base must be able to be pulled by a bullock cart, and the forbidden magic range must be at least 3 kilometers. Lester said seriously, making the girl next to him hate it. If you design a statue according to Miss Miranda's appearance and figure, it's not impossible, but it will take more time. As for time, it can be completed within 3 years. 3 years? I'm not sure if it's enough time, because this is the first time I've accepted such a difficult job. No, forget it. Miranda interrupted the conversation between the two, shaking her hands wildly, as if today was Thursday. Don't build a statue for me. I'm not suitable. If you want to build a statue, it should be Grandpa Jarvan's, right? Why build my statue? Lester turned his head away. Really? The girl nodded firmly. No. The thought of the Dalmatians looking up at my statue, is it too shameful? Then forget it. You gave up on your own. Lester looked at Durand again. You come up with a new plan for the Colossus, and you decide the appearance and specifications yourself. Durand was obviously relieved. The requirements for the statue were difficult to meet, and it would be even more difficult to stipulate the shape of the statue. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen to him. If I design it myself, it will definitely focus on simplicity and practicality, and it should be completed in 2 years. That's even better. Come to me after you finish the design drawing. I will coordinate various forces to help you build the forbidden magic stone Colossus. Duran stood up and shook hands with Lester. Don't worry, Lord Lester, I will definitely complete the design sketch as soon as possible. A month later, Duran found Lester with a thick stack of hemp paper. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lester signaled his little servant to entertain the nervous middle-aged stonemason, and he began to flip through the design sketch. The first dozen sheets were decomposition drawings of the Colossus, marking the various parameters and mixed material ratios of the Colossus. Its face was identical to that of the hero Galio. The next dozens of sheets of hemp paper recorded the estimated construction period and the budget for manpower and materials. The entire design sketch had no unnecessary nonsense or blank space. It was refined and complete, and could be said to be a treasure of engineering and stonemasonry. Gently placing the thick design on the table, Lester had a little more respect for the man with thick eye bags in front of him. Duran was indeed a talent. He was a little tempted to kidnap people. The design sketch is very feasible, but there are still some places that need to be modified, such as writing a few positive characters on the inner thigh of the Colossus, and then carving the simplified faces of Miranda and me. Remember to be more intimate, and Miranda should raise 2 fingers. After discussing the small places that needed to be modified with Duran, although Duran didn't know what the word positive and Miranda's happy face meant to Lester, the stonemason did not refuse this small request. Only a fool would not do such a good deal to make the Crown Guard family and the big-red man of the upper class of Dalmatia a favor. It is true that he is a stone carving master, but stone carving masters are nothing big in Dalmatia. Nobles are still more popular and respected by the people. After explaining the matter, Lester pointed to the 2 huge wings of the Colossus on the sketch with some curiosity. Logically speaking, Galio's wings are something that Dalmatia pays tribute to the 2 guardian angels. In this life, the angel was abducted to the Emerald Territory by him early. He didn't expect that Galio designed by Duran still had 2 wings. In addition, he was also very curious about Galio's big tail. Why do you want to design wings and a tail for the Colossus? According to the weight of wings and tail, it should bring a huge burden to the stability of the statue, right? It will also delay the construction time and increase the difficulty of construction. Yes, wings and tail will increase the difficulty of construction, especially the wings, which will make the Colossus unstable. Du Lang said frankly, after taking a sip of tea. But without wings, this Colossus is like a bird that can't fly. That would be too stupid. I don't like it like this, so I think it should have wings. As for the tail of the Colossus, it's because I want to balance the instability caused by the wings of the Colossus. Moreover, the dragon lizards of the dragon lizard knights all have tails, which are as agile as dragon birds and as swift as dragon lizards. This is my design concept. But it can't fly, and it's not a bird. It's just a stone statue. Why do you want it to fly? Lester stared at Du Lang closely. Du Lang's tired face was full of a designer's longing and romance. It can't fly, but I heard you say that it will follow the soldiers onto the battlefield. Lord Lester, I'm just an ordinary stonemason. I can't take up arms to defend my country like the men of Demacia. This is my lifelong regret. I'm neither the invincible fearless vanguard, nor the dragon bird knight who dominates the sky and the ground. All I can do is build a guardian colossus for the country. In my opinion, Galio's two wings are the fearless vanguard and dragon bird knight of Demacia. The tail is the dragon bird knight, and Galio himself is the will to protect the country condensed by all Demacians. As long as Galio is there, Demacia will not be harmed by evil mages. The middle-aged man swept away his previous fatigue, his eyes burning like flames. To sweep away injustice and war with wings, and to defend the glory of the country with chest. This is the meaning of Galio's birth. Even if I leave this world, Galio will stand quietly on the land of Demacia, watching over this peaceful and beautiful land day and night. This is enough for me to proudly sleep underground. And these wings are the wings I gave Galio. Maybe, in the future, Galio can really fly. An unspeakable silence enveloped the three people. The little servant hurriedly added tea to the two, but Duran scratched his head in embarrassment. Ideals always lose to reality. I was just joking. Sorry, Lord Lester, I will delete the wings. No, add wings to Galio. Lester picked up the teacup, looked at the blue sky, and stared at the stars hidden under the sky. I believe that Galio will definitely fly. After the blueprint was finalized, Demacia's most powerful fearless vanguard and dragon bird knights blocked a piece of land in the southern suburbs of Demacia's capital, and no unrelated personnel were allowed to enter or leave. Simple wooden houses were built one after another, and groups of stonemasons from all over Demacia got off the carriages, ready to complete Demacia's greatest work. Under this as coordination, all the magic forbidden wood powder produced in the magic forbidden stone forest was supplied to the construction of the Colossus. At the same time, more than 3,000 skilled stonemasons were mobilized to gather on the open space in the southern suburbs. Under Duran's command, they began to build the magic forbidden stone Colossus. Another 10,000 people were dedicated to transporting daily supplies and consumables for the stonemasons, and completing some non-technical work. The project was unprecedentedly large. Because Lester needed to supervise the entire construction process, the eldest daughter of the Crown Guard family ran to the southern suburbs every day, gathered next to the man and asked questions, and seemed to have forgotten the court etiquette she had learned, and was obsessed with plastering all day long. Chapter 477 There is no war in Oran Garden, only scandals. Please subscribe. Before building the Colossus, the most important thing was to build a giant metal slate cart to move the Colossus. The Colossus was built with the metal slate cart as the base. Otherwise, if the Colossus was built directly on the flat ground without a base, no one would be able to lift the Colossus and put it on the cart. After many discussions and simulation tests, the stonemasons decided to use the forbidden magic stone cement mixed with steel bars to complete the production of the base cart. There was a delicate lever mechanism similar to a jack on the cart. When it needed to be repaired or maintained, the base could be supported by stone pillars. When it was moved, it relied on giant cylindrical rollers made of mithril. In order to cover and protect the inner layer of mithril, several layers of forbidden magic stone plaster were painted on the outside of the mithril. It took 2 months to complete the production of the base. The scaffolding and wooden towers were getting higher and higher. The stonemasons began to build the Colossus itself. The project was on track. After reporting the progress of the Colossus project to King Dolls, Lester finally got some free time and got rid of the little tail following behind him. He came to Oran Garden. Different from the relaxed and lively Pale Angel Square in Emerald Territory, and different from the beautiful and gorgeous Magic Garden of Presidium in Ionia, the Auran Garden is solemn and dignified. Most of the visitors are young Demacia people who want to serve their country and join the army, and a few are elderly people. Few people play and fight here. With respect to Auran, the founding marshal of Demacia, young people will bow and offer a bunch of respected and admired clivia, and leave silently, while the elderly will reminisce about their past years, or the memories of their descendants who have turned into heroic souls to guard Demacia. In the war, many white-haired people watch the cold tombstones of black-haired people, silently swallowing the pain in their hearts. These family members who could not even see the ashes could only find the last comfort in the Auran Garden. Not everyone can enjoy the glory of Demacia. There are always people who need to stay in the dark and cry silently. A tall marble human sculpture stands in the center of the garden. The statue is wearing heavy Demacia plate armor, with a lifelike majestic face. Holding a Demacia steel sword, the marshal looks into the distance, guarding this land. Next to the statue of Marshal Auran is a hero monument, on which is engraved a sentence left by Marshal Auran. Steel swords are easy to break, but the military spirit is immortal. Countless Demacia soldiers regard these short and powerful words as their life motto, fulfilling their military mission with their lives, and being proud of fighting on the battlefield, and dying on horseback. Sitting next to Auran, Lester put down the bouquet in his hand, and looked up at the blue sky. You and I are from the same era, but now I'm giving you flowers. This is a charm of the dead. It's funny to say, General Auran. You loved to use a warhammer when you were alive, but they stuck a ridiculous long sword in your hand. According to your body shape, you should at least be given a broadsword. The long sword in your hand is as cute as a small toothpick. If you knew that you would become like this after you died, you would definitely be angry, unlike me, who would only laugh. Auran looked into the distance and ignored the man. The man continued to expose Auran's scandals. As the imaginary enemy of the Emerald Territory, the Edge of the Night has put a lot of effort into the Grand Marshal of Demacia. These things will be placed on Lester's desk, making Lester laugh for a long time. It was a rare happy day. What you fear most is Poppy's attack on your lower body, so you secretly commissioned a blacksmith to invent the one-of-a-kind Demacia mithril crotch armor to prevent Poppy's magic shield and iron head from causing you crippling blows. But considering that you haven't married or had children, this seems to be no different from a crippling blow. I don't know if the mithril crotch armor has been passed down. At that time, Morris also specifically studied how to break your mithril crotch armor if he wanted to assassinate you. The man's smile was very relaxed, as if he was talking to an old friend. Do you remember the night when you and Kraken came to Emerald Territory to participate in the sword selection ceremony? The beauty who served you was selected by me personally. Kraken was self-reliant and self-disciplined enough to directly refuse the beauty's service. If he hadn't left offspring, I would have thought he was an old glass. In the end, I didn't expect that you, a love-struck guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, could play so many tricks. Maybe this is why your ex-wife left you? No matter how powerful a woman is, she can't bear the rush of stomach for 5 hours, right? In addition, Demacia does not allow brothels to be opened openly. Maybe because of guilt, you didn't accept another woman. It's a pity, Auran. If you have offspring, I must shake off your ugly deeds for them. Auran was so angry that he raised his long sword and wanted to chop it at Lester. Of course, this is an illusion. Lester knew it was an illusion. He smiled, and Auran was still looking at the sky proudly. Auran was dead, so he couldn't do anything. The dead are the greatest, but sometimes it doesn't work, because the mouth grows on the living. By the way, although you didn't leave any offspring, Poppy is still here. Haha, I wonder if the cute Poppy will have some opinions about you, if he knows your ugly deeds. Speaking of Poppy, I haven't seen Garlic Poppy and Cannon Poppy for a long time. Lester stood up, and the smile on his face gradually froze. The man turned his head mechanically. Behind him, a little carrot head with 2 ponytails was opening his mouth. The cute sharp tiger teeth were as white as jade. The big hammer in the hand of the blue-purple yodel fell to the ground with a thump. Looking at the 96cm little carrot head, the man looked at Auran sympathetically. This time, the Grand Marshal was really going to chop him off. What you said is all true? Well, it should be, possibly, probably, true. Poppy picked up the hammer again, stared at the man with wide eyes, and looked at him again with a suspicious and scrutinizing look, frowned and thought for a while, and clapped his hands in sudden enlightenment. I've heard that a very powerful guy has come to the Crown Good family. It turns out to be you, Lester. I didn't expect you to be as long-lived as the Yodel people. Ahaha, I'm recognized so soon. I actually feel happy. Yodel rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. Your portrait has long been posted all over Bandle City by Lulu and Tristana. Your news is more popular than the missing little seedling. Of course, except for Laura, Dudu, Tristana and Lulu, no one really cares about you. Poppy leaned her hammer on the bench and sat next to Lester, which made Lester give up the idea of leaving and sit down again. He hasn't had a good communication with Poppy yet. He didn't see Poppy during this period of time in Demacia. I think Poppy should have returned to Bandle City. When they heard you were missing, they were very anxious and asked for your news everywhere, especially Lulu. She even gave up the Wonderland to find you. She cried anxiously several times. No matter how Dudu and Lala persuaded her, it was useless. Lulu is a good child. Dudu and Lala are also good children. They are all good children. Lester smiled a lot. He read some unusual atmosphere from the man's lost look. His eyes rolled around, and Poppy decided to skip this heavy topic. Anyway, it's a great thing to get news about you. It seems that I have to go back to Bandle City again to tell Lulu and the others this good news. It won't take long for Lulu and the others to come back to find you. By the way, will you leave Demacia recently? No, I guess I will stay for a while. Lester shook his head. Poppy breathed a sigh of relief and then thought about the topic at the beginning again, and his face became a little strange. Lester, are those things you said about Oren true? I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm apologizing to Oren. Come on, let me tell you about his scandal. Don't spread it around. Chapter 478 The Missing Zio Myomio and the Black Fog Pusher, asking for monthly tickets. A month had passed since he met Bobby in the Oren Garden. On this day, there was a gentle knock on Lester's door. Lester opened the door, and 6 Yodel dwarfs with an average height of less than 1 meter followed Bobby into Lester's mansion like a parade. The long line of dwarfs made the little servant Kayla open her mouth. After serving the man for many years, he didn't know that the master had so many Yodel friends. They could string together a Candide horse. Trish, Toot, Bobby, Lulu, Lala, look who is this? A big Timo? Timo is here too? Whenever the man said a name, the Yodel people would wave their hands to show friendship or give a hug. However, the furry Timo was a little surprised that the man actually knew his nickname. Welcome, welcome, Lester cheered after closing the door and opened his arms. Sure enough, a purple-skinned garlic who had lost his flower staff shed tears and threw himself into the man's arms as if attracted by a magnet. He refused to come down for a long time, and the little guy cried loudly. Little Lenny, I thought you were gone. Woo-hoo, a long time no see. Lulu, Pix, you too. You made everyone worried. After comforting Lulu for a while, he held little Lulu up high for 2 circles. Amid Lulu's cheers, Lester put Lulu back on the ground and helped Lulu pick up the flower staff. The purple fairy flew around the man twice and landed on his head, which made the man curious whether there was an egg-laying nest on his head. Not only Pix likes to land there, but Jana's bluebird and Evelyn's black cat also like to hatch eggs there. Kira, have you prepared desserts, cakes, and tea for our little guests? We are going to have a happy party today, Lord Lester. It's ready. Then bring it out, so that our little guests who have come from afar can enjoy the hospitality of Demacia. Yes, Lord Lester. Everyone sat in a row around the round table. The petite Yodels did not take up too much space, but seemed very comfortable on the circular sofa. As the top staff of the top powerful family in Demacia, Lester enjoyed the living standard of the upper nobility in Demacia. The furniture was of the highest quality and was customized by Miss Miranda herself. Kira began to bring the cakes that had been prepared in the kitchen to the living room. When Lulu climbed onto Lester's lap and sat down, Tristana coughed twice, which made Lulu, who was still acting coquettish, restrain herself a lot. Ahem. Lester, it's been a long time since we last met in Presidium. What happened? It's a long story. After we parted ways in Presidium, I encountered a lot of things that were not very pleasant to talk about. Now that we are together for a rare occasion, let's not talk about these things. Let's enjoy the banquet. I will take you to have fun in Demacia in the next few days. The man forced a smile, which made Tristana and other Yodel people who knew how to read the atmosphere give up the idea of asking questions. The table was soon filled with all kinds of sweets, Demacia cherry cakes, sweet wheat cakes, round cookies, sweet tea, black tea, sweet milk. After Kayla finished serving the meal, Lester gave Kayla a day off. Kayla could only leave reluctantly. He knew that he still could not become a real confidant. After Kayla left, the banquet really began. Lester had put a lot of effort into entertaining the Yodel guests. After a simple greeting, the Yodel people began a happy banquet, as if forgetting the low atmosphere just now. Is Bandle City okay recently? Bandle City wasn't affected by the blossom at that time, right? Tristana swallowed the cookie in one gulp and shook her head. No, with the help of Lulu, Bandle City was evacuated in time. But I heard that a disaster more terrible than the blossom occurred in Presidium afterwards. I heard from the Ionians that it seemed that the master of psychic perception and a man named Lister saved the magic garden and exorcised the real demon together. That Lister should be you, right? It was me. At that time, there was a demon hiding in the Shadow Realm. This demon eroded the material realm through the Blossom Tree and brought a group of ghosts and monsters. In addition, the swordsman Doran was possessed by the devil, and the people of Presidium suffered a sudden disaster, and many people died. After telling everyone the truth about the blossom of Presidium, Lester sighed in the solemn and admiring expressions of the Yodel people. Now it's all in the past. It will take more than 3 to 5 years for more decades to be resurrected. Ionia must have enjoyed a long period of peace. Tristana looked at the man who was talking with longing. As the first artilleryman who wanted to become a professional soldier to guard Bandle City, Tristana had always treated herself with strict requirements. It has always been her dream to become a hero like Lester who can turn the tide. She suddenly realized that she may still have a lot to learn. After talking about his thrilling experience, Lester changed the subject. By the way, I heard from Poppy that Vigus is missing. Yes, Xiomio is missing. Just after the last Black Fog night that swept Bandle Forest. Lester frowned, and Tristana shrugged. She showed her incompatible characteristics with the Yodel spirit very early. Perhaps she felt that Bandle City was too annoying. She stayed at home all day and never went out. She looked depressed and unhappy with Shadow. I don't know whose face was darker. After her disappearance, Uncle Warner and Aunt Mills were very anxious. In order to find Xiomio, Uncle Warner also sent the most helpful Uncle Milty. Recalling the plot, Lester was sure that the black fog of the Shadow Isles would not cause any harm to the Yodel people, so he spoke. Maybe Vigus's disappearance is related to the black fog of the Shadow Isles. Maybe Uncle Milty is also going to the Shadow Isles to see. Maybe Xiomio is hiding in the Shadow Isles. Anyway, I think it will be difficult for Uncle Milty to get Xiomio back. Tristana's words made Lester understand that the Yodel people had known Vigus's whereabouts for a long time, and he was just worrying for nothing. After thinking for a while, Lester asked, is the recent Black Mist invasion serious? You often go in and out of various continents, so you should be more familiar with the situation, right? This time, it was Timo who spoke up. The furry Swift Scout took off his round-brimmed hat, raised a finger, squinted his eyes and looked serious. Counting the first Black Mist invasion that occurred in the Blue Flame Islands 56 years ago, this is the third Black Mist incident we have learned of. The second was 30 years ago on the Amarangsing coast of the Shurima continent, and the third Black Mist invasion was 16 years ago. On that day, the Bandle teleportation array happened to be in the Shadow Isles, and the Black Mist directly invaded from the Bandle Forest to the Bandle City. We spent a lot of effort to drive away the ghosts in the Black Mist. It was only after that Xiomio disappeared. So, the cycle of Black Mist invasions is getting shorter and shorter. While entertaining his Yodel friends, Lester's mind emerged with a name that stirred up the wind and clouds in the underworld. Does the Black Mist in the Shadow Isles have anything to do with you? Or has Vigo been resurrected? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479. Rope art can be used to show more than just the art of restraint. After 3 days of hospitality, Lester sent away the little guests from Yodel City. Only Lulu chose to stay for a while longer. After saying goodbye to Lester, she and Pix embarked on a journey to find a fantasy wonderland. For Tristana, who is strict with herself, taking 3 days off is already an exception among exceptions. Other Yodel people also have their own things to do, so they naturally won't stay at Lester's house for too long. In the southern suburbs of Demacia, as the high purity forbidden magic stone on the pedestal slab cart is getting higher and higher, the construction progress of the forbidden magic colossus has become a daily anecdote for all Demacians. Seeing that the statue has reached 8 meters in height, but the construction part of the statue has not yet reached the waist, many Demacians believe that Master Duran is really going to make a big guy. Unfortunately, the excitement of the Demacians was soon hit hard by a sudden accident. When the colossus was 13 meters high, a craftsman accidentally stepped on the air, and the rope tied around his waist broke directly. The craftsman fell from a height of 10 meters, and died on the spot with his head on the ground. It was a terrible sight. The blood of the craftsman dyed the right foot of the colossus red. Everyone was stunned. Nunzio had to stop work for a day. Duran found Lester and they sat to discuss the safety of the craftsman. We need stronger ropes. The current linen ropes can't protect the lives of craftsmen at all. Duran, with messy short brown hair like a bird's nest in early spring, slapped a broken rope on the table in short-sleeved work clothes. Lester took a look and recognized that it was a 3-strand hemp rope. It might be that there were too many ropes in the project. The hemp rope used as a safety rope was a bit thin, and it was worn out, so it couldn't hang up the craftsman who slipped and fell. This frowned on the side. He didn't agree with Duran's reason for mobilizing troops. But flax rope is the strongest rope we can find. Even flax rope is very scarce now. The flax has been collected completely recently. Lord Durand, we can't do better. What's more, this is a problem caused by the carelessness of the craftsman himself. If the rope was thicker, Fern wouldn't die. If the craftsman was more careful, he wouldn't die. Lady this craftsman, he has a name. His name is Fern. Okay, Fern, I get it, but why did he get into trouble, and not the others? The matter came to a stalemate, and Lester could only knock on the table to signal the two to calm down. You two, now is not the time to argue. The project cannot be stopped, otherwise it will seriously delay the construction period. The Freljord people will soon go south, and Galio must be completed on schedule. Do you understand? How many people will die in Demacia without Galio? You two, this is a war without gunpowder smoke, and we have no room for bargaining. Taking a deep breath, Durand nodded, and so did this Very good. Lester picked up the broken linen rope again. In future work, we must put the inspection of safety ropes first, and never use worn ropes. This is what we can do now. In addition, we should take the initiative to obtain more linen or ropes from other countries through trade. With enough linen, we can make thicker ropes. Master Duran, Lady do you understand what I mean? If there are problems, we should find ways to solve them, so that there will be fewer and fewer problems. The two nodded. If you understand, do it. I don't want to see the situation of stopping work for the second time. This will seriously dampen the enthusiasm of the craftsmen. As for Fern's funeral, I think Lord Jarvan should not be stingy with his favor. The ideological work of other craftsmen still has to be left to you, Master Duran. I know, I will resume work on time tomorrow. After Duran left, this said disdainfully to Lester. Look, Lord Lester, these peasants are always troublesome. How many of our nobles died on the battlefield to defend this country? Now such an important project has to be stopped because of the death of a peasant. They are bargaining for this and that, and they are ignorant of etiquette and gratitude. If they dare to stop the work today, will they dare to ask for a noble title tomorrow? They never think about what they have done for this country. These peasants only know how to ask for things. They are just like those foreign refugees and have no positive effect. In my opinion, Lord Jarvan is too kind to these guys. Without responding to this as words, Lester said lightly, "They have their responsibilities, we have our responsibilities, and we are all the same. We just work hard. Lord Thissa, I have to trouble you to buy more linen." Thissa nodded, looking a little embarrassed. That being said, this matter is not easy to handle. We have basically bought up all the flax in the villages south of the Sylve Mountains. If we want to get more flax, we can only ask our neighbors in the east for it in a short time. Naxos Emerald Territory? Although there are some minor frictions between Demacia and Emerald Territory, who would have trouble with money? Money can be earned again, but it takes 15 years for our soldiers to grow again. That's true. Then I'll take my leave, Lord Lester. Please. The moonlight fell, and Demacia was immersed in the quietness of the chirping of insects. A drunken middle-aged man staggered through the inspection of the fearless vanguard and came to the southern suburbs. Dulang climbed up the scaffolding to the base of the Colossus, sat down at the feet of the Colossus, and burped. The bloodstains on his right foot had long dried up and turned into dark patches. Dulang scratched his messy hair, his expression a little depressed. Although I really want to refute, but Lord Lester is right, Galio, the significance of your existence is far greater than that of ordinary people like us. Our death will not affect the development of Demacia, but if you don't appear, Demacia will be harmed by those evil mages, and more innocent people will appear. The man put his hand on the solid and reliable instep of the Colossus. The things on the instep carried the man's lifelong expectations. He longed from the bottom of his heart to create a legend belonging to Demacia with his own hands. Child, I believe you can play an incomparable role. The magic Forbidden Stone is the most magical thing in the world. Evil magic is rampant everywhere in this world, and all living things are suffering. Only this kind of holy thing can wash away those filth. This is a miracle, and you will be a miracle created by miracles. You are the son of miracles, my child. The dizzy man lay on the instep of the Colossus, and the hem of his clothes covered the bloody stains on the instep. Here, Duran can see farther. The man's vision is a little blurred, as if he has traveled through time and space and seen the great miracle of 1,000 years ago. My grandmother once told me a great story. Hiccup Nezuka. Some say he is an elemental mage in the dense forests in the east of Shurima, while others say he is the emperor of Shurima. Anyway, Nezuka built an aerial fortress called Stone. The stone drove away all kinds of monsters on Shurima and saved many people. The middle-aged man leaned on the calf of the Colossus, struggling to open his eyes, and then quickly closed them after failing. Galio, I also want to be that kind of person. Can you be my stone? Chapter 480. In the end, no one knows Galio's pain. Narxan calendar, 330 AD, autumn. The city-state of Demacia accomplished a feat. A 31-meter-tall forbidden magic stone giant appeared on the southern outskirts of the Demacia plain. The fearless vanguard and the dragon bad knights finally released the cordon, retaining only the range within 5 miles of the Colossus. Countless Demacians flocked to the location of the giant, admiring the glory and miracle of Demacia. On this day, the great King Duz will personally name the Colossus. The dragon bad knights flew in the sky. Following the royal carriage, carriages engraved with various noble family crests drove into the southern suburbs one after another, and walked onto the viewing seats built on the wooden platform. Hundreds of adult bulls were penned in temporary cattle pens, tied with thick hemp ropes, waiting to shoulder the great and sacred mission. Lester, Duran, Thissa and Miranda accompanied King Jarvan, and sat steadily in the special seats. Below the special seats, noble children from 13 major families, including the Forbidden Magic family, began to greet each other politely. Miranda's brother Burkesson Crowngood, as the captain of the Fearless Vanguard Sword, led the Fearless Vanguard First Shield Guard around the viewing platform to prevent any dangerous situations. At the location, where the eyes of thousands of people were focused, was the shocking towering Colossus. The square face met the imagination of most Demacians about perseverance and bravery. The round-headed Colossus wore a golden crown. Gold powder was brushed on the forbidden magic stone, and all the gold was gold powder, symbolizing the determination to defend the kingship. The strong physique extended from top to bottom in the form of layers of forbidden magic stone, highlighting the absolute power of the Colossus with simple and powerful lines. The giant's shoulders seemed to be wearing golden armor, and together with his knees and the T-shaped breastplate on his chest, they shone brightly in the sun. The broad golden wings were full of the texture of precious metals, overlapping like metal leaves, and extending higher behind him. There was a plump tail at the back of his buttocks, supporting the giant's majestic body. The giant clenched his fists with his palms facing up, and showed dynamic pressure with a static action like a siege crossbow ready to be launched. Seeing that the sun had risen high, the fearless vanguard finally made a new move. First, the 8th and 16th shields formed 2 rows, holding high the mithril equipment, sparkling steel kite shield, called Iron Wall by the people, and smashing it heavily on the ground, standing on both sides of the avenue. Then the soldiers of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th shield formations solemnly held their swords and shields, and under the leadership of the shield guard leader, they opened up a steel road for the king to the base of the colossus in the form of a human wall. Mighty and glorious, Burkesome, with short brown hair and a resolute face, was wearing mithril plate armor, and led the most elite 1st shield formation to form another small triangular protection circle. Seeing that the matter was done, King Jarvan walked down the viewing platform, and walked to the base of the colossus, which had already been built with steps under the protection of the 1st shield formation. When King Jarvan arrived at the foot of the colossus, the soldiers of the 1st shield formation had already protected the base. The old man stroked the instep of the colossus and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He recalled a sentence his father, the former King Argostan, once said. At this moment, that was destined to be recorded in the history of Demacia. He decided to tell all the people of Demacia what his father left for him. My father, King Argostan, once said something to me when he was still alive. The birds and beasts had long been scared away by the murderer Sora of the army. In the silent meeting place, the old man's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the nobles nearby to hear. The Demacia people farther away could only lip sync. As for the foreigners farther away, they could only look at Galio's righteous appearance at most. He said, as long as the fearless vanguard still stands, Demacia will never fall. Listening to the old man's voice, all the fearless vanguard soldiers straightened their chests with all their strength. This was the glory they deserved. The old man took a deep breath and suddenly amplified his voice. Although the old man's voice was a little broken, at least the Demacia people in the distance also felt a little bit of the king's grace. The foreigners on the outermost side frowned because they heard the farts of the audience in front of them, and the farts would indicate that a stench storm was about to hit. All they could do was hold their breath, because covering their noses was too rude for the Demacians. But I want to say that the defenders of Demacia are not just fearless vanguards. All Demacian soldiers and all Demacian people are defenders of the glory of Demacia. We are dedicated to our duties and loyal to our motherland. Every Demacian is the founder of Demacia and the immortal cornerstone of Demacia, just like this holy statue, which was built by all of us Demacians. Without any Demacian, this statue would not stand here. Many of our craftsmen have sacrificed their lives. Although they are not soldiers, they are also on the battlefield, and they have won great victories. They have won more chances of victory for Demacia. They and you are all heroes. King Jarvan took a breath and shouted with all his strength. Galio, it is the glory of every Demacia citizen. For the defender of Demacia. Rejoice. Even outside the solemn and holy magic forbidden stone wall of Demacia, the evil mages can no longer cause any harm to our people and warriors. Oh, long live the king. Long live Galio. The people of Demacia began to throw out the wreaths they had prepared in their hands. Many young people in Demacia cried with joy, and the elderly covered their faces and cried bitterly. Even though they were persecuted by mages 100 years ago, and they had never seen mages on weekdays, the people still often heard about the evil deeds and cruel crimes committed by mages in their daily lives. All the darkness and sorrow in Demacia were brought by the damned mages, and everyone firmly believed it. Although it was not known how much Galio was useful on the battlefield, and it was not clear whether his family had to eat more than 2 years of dry bread in order to create Galio. Galio was good after all. Anything that could harm mages was good. The dozens of craftsmen who fell at Galio's feet and sacrificed their lives for him, their sacrifices were full of lofty significance. All the sacrifices were worth it, and they were worth singing and praising. The courage to sacrifice oneself was the best quality of Demacia. The cheers of the crowd broke through the clouds. Dolls glanced at the sword captain and his juniors, who understood and nodded. King Jarvan slowly returned to the viewing platform under the protection of the first shield formation, without revealing any flaws. The cattle pen was opened, and dozens of cowherds comforted the cattle, while fastening the bridles on the cattle, tied them to the stone ring of the base of the colossus with hemp ropes, and tied them tightly. When the hemp ropes of the hundreds of bulls were connected to the base, the cowherds waved their whips, and began to drive the bulls. More than 100 ropes suddenly tightened, and like the hard strings on a strongbow, they made the unique sound of ropes being pulled. It's moving. Galio is moving. Amid the roar of the cattle, the giant wheels under the stone cart began to turn, and the 31-meter tall magic forbidden stone giant left the place where he was born for the first time, and moved in the direction opposite to the viewing platform under the pull of the cattle. Galio was born. Chapter 481. The consequence of becoming a catalyst for the Protoss is to become a physical mutant. Little Lele, it's interesting to witness the creation of a white adult, isn't it? Sitting on the edge of the railing on the second floor terrace, Zoe swung her legs and looked up at the stars and moon and the night sky, her eyes shining brightly under the starlight. Maybe, do you feel the same way when you look at me, the stars? Lester leaned on the railing. After Soraka left, he rarely looked up at the stars. That's about it. I think you're tired of staying in Demacia. How about we go somewhere else? Do you think I have any other choice? Seeing that the man always maintained a calm expression, Zoe jumped directly from the railing into the man's arms and locked his waist with her legs. Cheer up, your adventure this time will be more interesting than the one in Demacia. Interesting or boring is just your own definition, right? I don't share the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness of you Protoss. After tucking Zoe's messy hair behind his head, Lester picked up the petite body of the Twilight Protoss. He knew very well that this eccentric Protoss liked him doing this. It's dangerous in the starry sky. What I mean is that Liang is injured, and he is going to find a new physical incarnation on Mount Targon. The man raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. What does this good news have to do with me? Does he want me to buy 2 strings of fireworks to celebrate? Fireworks in Demacia are very expensive. Although I'm rich, I can't spend them like this. No, the Twilight Protoss shook his head vigorously, used his little hand to straighten the man's head, and widened his eyes. He wants you to help him choose an incarnation. Me? Let me help him choose an incarnation? Are you kidding? Lester almost laughed out loud. Liang thinks too highly of me, doesn't he? I'm just a slave controlled by you. He wants his slave to help him choose a host. Are you serious? How should I put it? Hey, should I tell you the truth? Seeing Zoe in his arms looking hesitant, Lester lowered his head and kissed Twilight Star Spirit's cherry lips. Twilight Star Spirit's eyes widened immediately, and then her eyes became blurred, full of mist, indulging in the pleasure of negative distance contact. For her, a faster heartbeat is also a very pleasant experience. 3 minutes later, Zoe, who was dizzy, still revealed the truth. So according to your understanding of the Protoss, the reason why Miss Ha became the most suitable host carrier of justice is because she grew up next to me. So you want me to live in Mount Targon for a while and deliberately cultivate a child suitable for the possession of the scorching sun, right? You can understand it that way anyway. That's what it is. What do you think? Soraka, how is she? The man changed the topic and asked about another guy who seemed irrelevant to Zoe, which made Zoe's red face more dissatisfied, as if her own candy was occupied by someone else. Little Lele, you are still hugging me now, and you kissed me just now, but you are asking about another woman. Woman, you are just a child. Zoe puffed up her cheeks and bit Lester's left cheek angrily. Are you still going to rest for the little rest of the Self-Saber Sonata? Zoe is the most beautiful woman in the world. The man changed his attitude without changing his expression, and Zoe let go of the man and pouted. HMPH, you have no sincerity at all. But I do know some news about Soraka. Since her return, she has returned to her own starfield, and is in a very critical state of change. No one knows what happened to her, but I think it should be a good thing. It also makes everyone more certain that staying with you for a long time will have unpredictable effects. Is that so? To be honest, it really doesn't feel good to be played around by you guys. Have you ever considered pleading for me? Unlock the seal for me? Maybe we are not enemies. This I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Really? That's a pity. Zoe stared at the man's indifferent face, but couldn't see through the man's mind, and said, gritting her teeth, "Are you going or not? If not, I will bite you. You are not convinced by my words that you are a little girl. Okay, can't I go? Hey, little Lele, you are the best. It's no use to act like a spoiled child. Stay with me tonight, and don't go anywhere. This is compensation. Hey, just a kiss. It doesn't hurt." The next day, in the Silver Council Hall of Demacia, King Jarvan was discussing the surrounding situation with his staff. His young son sat on a high chair and dared not move, listening quietly. This was his first time to enter the most sacred and great place in Demacia. He was full of curiosity and awe for everything around him. One day in the future, he would wear the crown left by his father and become the new owner of the council hall. He had made all preparations for this, but the council hall was not as relaxed and pleasant as he imagined. Instead, it was shrouded in a terrible low pressure from beginning to end, which made him a little breathless. The Emerald Territory has not made any move and still maintains its glorious independent policy as always. Naxos further east has begun to mobilize its warband army on a large scale, which has made the countries on the Valoran plain very uneasy. Countries have begun to prepare for war, recruit soldiers, and stockpile food. Judging from the trade list, Naxos has reduced food exports and increased food imports this year. Alas, Valoran may be at war again. I'm really grateful. Why can't those barbarians who have done bad things since they were born die politely? The Principality of Vorks and the Kingdom of Gran, who are friendly with us, have sent envoys. They want to obtain weapons and magic stone support from Demacia. The Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran have not sent messengers yet, and their attitude is ambiguous. However, considering that these two countries are sandwiched between the powerful Emerald Territory and the Immortal Fortress, it is understandable that they are a little cautious. The barbarians from the north are coming aggressively. I heard that the Claw of Winter has gained the loyalty of many evil witches and is preparing to invade Demacia by force. We must prepare for it in advance. Fortunately, we have Galio, which is enough to put the battlefield on the border of Demacia and let those damn evil witches know that Demacia is not easy to mess with. King Jarvan decided on the important matters of life and death after discussion. The data officer quickly recorded the contents of the meeting on paper with his pen flying. King Jarvan, who was sitting in the first seat, pinched his brows and hesitated whether to find the treasure of the Crown Guard family. But after all, it was a national secret. If it was confirmed that it was one of his own people, it would be fine. If it was a spy from another country, there was no doubt that his credulity would bring a huge disaster to Demacia. Especially since the man did not fully express his position and his attitude towards Demacia was ambiguous. Just when King Jarvan was struggling, the door of the conference hall was pushed open. Miranda looked at it anxiously, and the disappointment on her face was beyond words. The girl wiped her tears and came to the old man. "Grandpa Jarvan, Teacher Lester. Teacher Lester is really gone." The old man's pupils shrank, and he could no longer sit still. The others also shut their mouths. "Gone? Why did he leave? Where did he go? This is the letter he left. Woohoo, Grandpa Jarvan, why did the teacher leave?" Taking the opened envelope, the old man quickly scanned it, slowly put it down, and sighed. "Silly girl, your teacher Lester is not an ordinary person. He has his own way to go. Don't be too sad." Chapter 480. To the self-familiar adventurer can only get frustrated. The Bay of Sentinels is the most important seaport on the west coast of Demacia. The port is divided into the inner port military port and the outer port trade port. The inner port is directly connected to the Demacia capital. As long as you take a carriage all the way west through the wide and solid white stone road, you can reach the only large military port in Demacia. If you want to make a fortune in the Conqueror's Sea by ship, you can bypass the military port and enter the sea from the dock next to it. Lester paid a considerable amount of seagoing fees and ship fees while concealing his identity. He picked up the cold iron spear again and changed into a simple cloth armor and boarded a large Demacia trade merchant ship heading to the northern continent of Shurima. He did not compete with those who curled up in the storage room. Lester lived in an expensive 8-person cabin, which was already the pinnacle that civilians could reach. In addition to paying enough cabin fees, the more expensive 4-person cabin and 2-person cabin also required noble status. After all, nobles like to use their private space reasonably, to do what they like during boring journeys. The owner of the merchant ship is a noble merchant from Demacia, who specializes in operating the trade route from Sentinel Bay in Demacia to Calamander and Shurima, and also makes some extra money by promoting population circulation. Adventurers who want to go to Shurima, Demacia immigrants, and beautiful girls who lost their families on the Shurima road, are all frequent visitors on the ship. The merchant is engaged in the trade of Shurima antique treasures and Demacia weapons. The fine steel weapons and iron armor produced by Demacia are the favorite toys of Shurima warlords and sand bandits, while the rags dug out from the sand piles and earth pits by the warlords and sand bandits are the treasures that Demacia nobles like to collect and play with the most. It can be said that everyone gets what they need and everyone is happy. As for the mithril sword, collected by the warlord leader and the Shurima royal knight pearl in the hands of the Demacia nobles that occasionally circulate to Shurima, only the parties involved know what is going on. The anchor was slowly raised, and the sails were pulled up to the mast by the sailors. The sails were fully pulled, and the ship left the dock and officially entered Sentinel Bay. In the cabin, there were 4 bunk beds that made full use of the space. Including Lester, there were only 4 people living there. The other 4 beds were empty. Because no one lived there, the upper beds just became a place to put things. Lester put the cold iron spear directly on them. The other 3 people were a couple and a brown-haired young man. They only took a look at Lester and then looked away. The couple did not look like native Demacia people. Their appearance was more like Shurima people, and the brown-haired young man looked like a young adventurer. "Hey, friend, can I meet you? My name is Arlet. Nice to meet you." The freckled young man waved to Lester, but Lester ignored the familiar brown-haired young man. He glanced at the freckled young man and lay down on the bed directly. The freckled young man was stunned and had a strange feeling of being stared at by a beast. In Demacia for more than 100 years, he has seen many old adventurers who dare to cross mountains and dig treasures with 2 history notebooks and a pickaxe. A young man like Arlet is really not interesting. He is just a kid who got excited after reading those exciting adventure logs. If such people don't have some ability and luck, most of them will never come back and become dry bones under the mountains. Not all adventurers are the sons of destiny like Ezreal. Don't be so cold, big brother. It's so boring on the road. Let's talk in the blink of an eye. The friend became the big brother. Arlet, carrying a bag of melon seeds, came to Lester's bed and glanced at the tightly wrapped long weapon, trying to smile. A man like Big Brother must have a high status in Demacia. He must have his own purpose for leaving Demacia this time. Want to eat some melon seeds, Big Brother? I fried them myself. They're delicious. I think the arrogant nobles of Demacia are right about one thing. If you keep pestering someone, after being rejected you will only provoke enemies, and such enemies will only stab you with a smile, leaving you to die unclearly. Lester's voice was obviously flat with his eyes closed, but Arlet's body began to tense unconsciously, and he felt cold all over. This made him more convinced that his vision was correct. His Great Tomb exploration plan needed such a peerless master. Every great adventure log says this. Great adventurers will meet the best partners when they embark on a journey, and the success of the adventure depends on whether they can get the powerful partners into bed. Oh, no, it's the boat. Of course I'm not a noble, just a little adventurer. I know I offended you with my rude behavior, but can you give me a few words? Whether it succeeds or not, it won't have any bad effects on you. Arlet still insisted earnestly. Just a few words. Speak. Lester responded without opening his eyes. With a happy face, Arlet looked around. The couple had left the cabin. Only he and the master were in the cabin. The young man lowered his voice and tried to impress the man in front of him with concise words. Brother, I have a map of the ancient tomb of Shurima, which was left by my missing father. I just found it this year and plan to go to Shurima to dig out the treasure. It's just that I left too hastily. I was a little unsure about going out for the first time. I think you are a very powerful person, so I wondered if I could ask you for help, and then we can share the treasure equally. Not interested. Lester turned over directly, leaving his back to Arlet, which made the young man's face fall. Okay, excuse me. The depressed Dollard returned to his bed and sighed. The young man had just set out to sea, and he felt that the adventure was not that easy. The merchant ship sailed along the coast all the way to the southeast. After the novelty wore off, the journey at sea suddenly became boring. The food in the 8-person cabin was not good. Every day, there was only a piece of wheat bread plus half a dried salted fish, accompanied by carrot salad. More expensive fruits were naturally not available to ordinary passengers. They could only get some stale raisins once a week. As for those hiding in the storage room, they could only eat some black bread dipped in water. Lester was not picky about food, and he ate every day's food cleanly. In addition to eating, the man spent every day on reading and exercising. When he left Demacia, he did not bring much with him, but took away several rare ancient Valoran poetry collections, which were taken from folk rumors and ballads. Many times, Lester could find some clues about the background of the game in the poetry collection. Of course, most of the time, the content of the poetry collection was some meaningless songs. The funny thing was that Lester found a part in the poetry collection that praised King Lester's undisciplined life. As for the love and hatred between King Lester and the bad dragon lizard, the man who had experienced many things could no longer be annoyed and could only reveal unspeakable sorrow in his faint smile. The days passed one by one, and 5 months went by in a flash. The ship docked smoothly at the port of Calamander. Lester rejected all its invitation again, and used the remaining money to buy a Skarash that was about to enter old age. The reason why Lester spent money was simple. In the words of the Skarash dealer, this old guy could walk to the foot of Mount Targon even with his eyes closed. Chapter 483 The Old Baby in the Desert. Skarash has the same function as a camel, with a high hump on its back, which stores a lot of fat, allowing Skarash to survive for more than a month without water or food. Skarash, the desert ship of Shurima, has very long legs, a head that looks a bit like a bull, and a pair of curved horns on its forehead. It is a desert ship with similar properties to a camel, but with a slightly different appearance. It is also the main means of transportation on the Shurima continent. Lester did not prepare too much food and water for himself. He had already tested his own limits in Demacia. Relying on Alina's power, he only needed very low magic element to maintain his own consumption. This was the only extraordinary power he could use, so he did not need to consider the issue of food and water too much. Going south along the eastern foot of the Targon Mountains, strolling on the yellow sand, to the east is the Shurima Desert, where the temperature difference between day and night is huge. Skarash, named Old Baby, maintains a calm look, always looking for an oasis in the south at a moderate speed. Without the giant beasts, even those old Shurimans who claim to be living maps dare not easily enter the Shurima Desert, which symbolizes death. After resting for a day in the small oasis, before dark, Lester and Old Baby set off again. Friend, it's very dangerous to walk alone in the desert. Are you really not going with us? Also resting in the oasis, the middle-aged leader of the Shurima trade caravan made another invitation. We are also going to Nirimaji in the south. I think we can go together. No, thank you for your kindness. Waving his hand, Lester mounted on the back of Old Baby and disappeared on the horizon. Dad, why doesn't that big brother go with us? The little girl with 2 pigtails shook the man's big hand. Dad, didn't you say the desert is dangerous? The man smiled bitterly, touched his daughter's head and said softly, the desert is really dangerous. Perhaps it's that big brother who is not afraid of danger. Hialu Skarash instinctively took a few steps back, breathing heavily and quickly. It seems that there are things you are afraid of. Patting the old baby's neck a few times, Lester jumped off Skarash's back and took off the cold iron spear. Under the bright moonlight, 5 sand tigers crouched down from 4 directions to surround the man and the beast. Untying the cloth wrapped around the cold iron spear, Lester soothed the old baby's head again. Old buddy, stay here, don't be afraid, and don't run around. I guarantee you will not die. I don't know if the old baby understood what the man said, but he snorted and stood still and never moved again. Good buddy. Holding the cold iron spear, Lester looked at the huge sand tigers that were as big as calves. They seemed to be a family, with 3 small ones and 2 large ones. The largest sand tiger had a strong desire to attack. From the beginning, Lester chose the most suitable target to attack. Roar. The leading male sand tiger let out a very threatening roar, with its mouth wide open, revealing a bloody mouth, and smelly saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. Its eyes exuded the green light of a carnivorous hunter, and it took the lead in attacking Lester. Die. The moonlight condensed at a point on the tip of the spear, penetrated into the sand tiger's body from the mouth, and crushed its internal organs. The largest sand tiger died instantly. Turning around and shaking off the dead sand tiger, the spear barrel whipped towards the sand tiger, that pounced on the old baby like a black dragon swinging its tail. It groaned dully, and the sand tiger rolled a few times, and no longer made any sound. Seeing her husband and eldest son killed by the enemy in the blink of an eye, the tigress wailed, and fled with her 2 children without hesitation. Lester did not chase her, but took out the skinning knife, to take off the tiger skin and tiger teeth. Desert tribes rarely circulate metal currency directly. Gold coins and gems can't buy anything in the desert. The real hard currency is knives and clean water. Tiger teeth are the best materials for making weapons and arrows. Hanging his trophy on the back of the old baby, Lester smiled and touched the chin of the completely relaxed Skarash. Skarash took the initiative to nudge the man, seeming more intimate than before. Let's go, old baby, our journey has just begun. Hello. Large sand scorpions hidden under the sand dunes, Shurima death vultures circling in the sky looking for carrion, desert marching ants, worms and wild sand beasts hiding in the quicksand. These deadly hunters, that are enough to make the Shurimans shudder, are transformed into useful parts, and are docilely hung on the tall Skarash hump by men, using their lives to witness who is the most ruthless and deadly hunter in the desert. A simple animal tendon connects to animal skin bags, and the scorpion sting, the black feathers and beak of the death vulture, and the chitinous shell of the worm collide with each other in a friendly manner, telling each other's wonderful experiences. Apart from the army ants, that surged like waves, and forced the man to flee, there seemed to be nothing in the desert that could bring danger to the man. The old baby, who understood this, even walked with a bit more momentum than ever before. Skarash, with his neck straight, proudly carried his master, and looked down on everything he saw. Suddenly, it seemed to be true from a distance. Lester had always seen the changes in the old baby. He was also wondering whether it was the rune power on his body that changed Skarash, or whether the smart Skarash understood that he had a very powerful master, and thus became ordinary and confident. The calm in the desert soon passed. One day, Lester found the sand beast rider following him. In the evening, 13 fierce bandits with various weapons surrounded him, which scared the old baby who was holding his head high. Glancing at the handsome man holding a spear and keeping silent, the eldest brother licked the snake-shaped dagger without poison before the eldest brother said anything, and threatened loudly. Look, a delicious pig is walking alone in the desert. This must be a gift from God. I haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. What came towards him was a big pig of his brother's love. Are you stupid? Can a pig hang so many things? See which one you can beat. Purified by his brother, the brown-haired young man with a braid took a closer look and finally found the parts of the beast on Skarash's back. When his eyes were fixed on the indifferent man with a gun again, the young man with a braid finally felt a chilling pressure. He tightened his hips, shrank back and stopped talking. I don't think you surrounded me to talk to me. Lester glanced at the sand bandits and fixed his eyes on the bald man in the lead. You followed me for a day. Shouldn't you lie down and have a good rest? I think this place is very suitable for you to sleep forever. Chapter 484. Why do you want to grab the second one? Brother, don't be so aggressive. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to recruit you into our team. There are too few people who can cross the desert alone like you. I just want to admire your talent. That's why I was a little anxious. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Put down your knives. Didn't I tell you to stop making a fuss? Rubbing his hands, the bald man signaled his men to put down their weapons and said to Lester with a smile, my name is Briss Bloodhund, the leader of the Bloodhund gang. The hundreds of miles of land around here belong to our Bloodhund gang. Brother, no matter how powerful you are, you can't fight against so many people like me. Listen to my advice and join the gang. This desert is too big, and you can't control it. If your strength can conquer these stinky boys, you will be the second in command of the Bloodhund gang. Brother, I promised to be the second in command of the Bloodhound Gang. Shut up, you idiot. You have no right to speak here. Brother, how about it? Brother, I have never invited anyone. You are the only one. How does human flesh taste? Hearing Lester ask this, Brist was stunned and forced a smile on his face. Haha, what do you mean? How can we be the kind of barbaric people who eat people? Just now, my brother yelled at you. Oh, if you haven't eaten it, I will join the gang, but my old friend has been with me all the way. Go. Have fun by yourself. A slap on the old baby's butt. The old baby was stunned for a moment, and then ran out of the crowd. Unsure of what their boss meant, the sand bandits could only watch Skerash run away. They aimed their crossbows at him for a long time, and then put them down. They wanted to chase him, but didn't know whether they should. Brister Bloodhound twitched his mouth and laughed. Ahaha, no problem. Dick, give your sand beast to this brother. You sit with me, and we'll talk about it when we get back. HMPH. Dick, who was indignant, didn't dare to disobey. He jumped off the sand beast's back. The young man with a single braid glared at Lester and was about to let the sand beast go. Just as he turned his back, the spear pierced through his body. Dick stared at the tip of the spear sticking out of his chest with wide eyes and heard the man's indifferent words in his ears. No matter who you are, I can only be the second in command of the Bloodhound Gang. If you dare to compete with me for the second position, you can only die. Dick fell into the sand pile with his eyes open, and the smell of blood made the sand beast a little irritable. The sudden change made everyone stand there in a daze. They were all ready to pick up their weapons and launch an attack, but the man's words stopped the bandits from moving, and they looked at their boss. Bristol had a hard time accepting the fact that his brother was dead. He stared at Lester with bloodshot eyes. You actually killed my brother. How dare you? This guy will definitely trip me up if he's alive. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Lester leaned towards Bristol again while speaking. Looking at this situation, you're going to trip me up too, right? Why the hell are you still standing there? Huh? Kill this bastard. The roaring man drew out his machete and slashed at Lester, but Lester had already thrust the tip of the gun into Bristol's heart. Bristol's body fell to the ground with a handful of blood, and Lester said lightly, well, the boss and the runner-up are dead. It's up to you to decide whether to die here or become the new boss and runner-up. The remaining 11 sand bandits had just raised their weapons to attack, but now they looked at each other in bewilderment. Their butts, which used to twist wildly, were now as solid as the sun disk of Shurima. They stuck to the back of the sand beast and refused to move. That's cruel. Let's go. Someone shouted, and the aggressive Bloodhound Gang left. After searching the bodies of the boss and the runner-up of the Bloodhound Gang, Lester left the weapons that were still usable and a small bag of gems and gold coins, and closed the eyes of the two brothers, Brist and Dick. The wind and the beasts would help him collect the bodies. Look, it doesn't really matter who is the boss or the second. They just want to find an excuse to blend in with the crowd, brandish knives and enjoy killing. And, you 13 people want to recruit me, which is a bit contemptuous. Find more people next time. Just as he was about to ride on the trembling sand beast, a familiar nasal sound came from afar. Lester turned his head and saw the old baby running back happily. Lester, who had a mount again, loosened the bridle for the sand beast and let the two sand beasts escape quickly. Lester rode on the energetic old baby again. Let's go, old friend. Thank you for not abandoning me. Hululu tilting his head and touching the man's hand. The old baby straightened his neck again and snorted proudly. When winter came, Lester successfully arrived at the ancient capital of Shurimanaramaji. This is a desert city built on ruins, with a unique architectural style of desert people. The whole city is protected by the damaged towering walls. The broken parts are simply repaired with simple wooden frames and clay blocks. There is a trebuchet on the tower. There is an oasis as the core area in the city, where the most powerful people live. Soldiers with spears and armor patrol on the walls and streets. At present, this ancient city belongs to the great warlord of Shurima, Cecidus. After paying an entrance fee, Lester entered Neramaj. Feeling the exotic atmosphere of the ancient city of Shurima, Lester, holding the old baby, strolled on the ancient stone road. This place is far more magnificent and shocking than the praise of the Shurima Empire in the poetry collection. But no matter how great the country and city are, they cannot resist the baptism of time and wind and sand. The high walls collapsed, the hard rocks decayed, and the former glory of the Shurima Empire was no longer there. It was buried in the yellow sand together with the sun disk, becoming an ancient myth and legend passed down from generation to generation. Shurima's most proud symbol, the Ascended Legion, has become a beautiful prostitute. For a big power, absolute force and seductive beauty can only be popular with one person at a time, because a strong warrior will not allow the women of his country to sell their bodies. After settling the old baby, the man pushed open the rotten wooden door of the post station, and immediately two middle-aged women with cool clothes and brown wheat skin leaned over. "Guests, do you need a guide? We sisters are very skilled, we can take a bath together." "No, thank you both. I think you should take a bath before talking to me." Lester took a step back to avoid the woman who exuded the sour smell and the smell of heather, and refused directly without leaving any room. A look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face, and the two sisters had no intention of entanglement, so they could only twist their waists and continue to look for other guests. "What do you have here?" "Ebix cheese and mammoth milk, Scarash salted barbecue and sand beast meat. What do you want to order?" Thinking back to the loyal and reliable old baby, Lester licked his lips. 2 kilograms of Scarashi salted barbecue, 1 serving of mammoth milk. "Do you accept sand tiger teeth and skins?" "Yes, please rest assured. We will convert the value according to the market price of this city. Of course, if you can't pay, you have to leave something, such as your fingers. In addition, you have to work to pay back. I think your but is very valuable. Serve the food. I can afford it. I don't need to sell my butt." "Okay, it will be ready soon. You can sit over there." Sitting at an empty table, Lester put his bag at his feet, coldly responded to some prying eyes, leaned his black iron spear against the table, and took out the sand tiger teeth and worm shells tied with animal tendons from his bag, which finally stopped the restless eyes. At this moment, a curse came from the second floor, and then a thin and ugly girl rolled down the stairs, which made the cheerful atmosphere in the post station stagnate. A middle-aged businessman came down the stairs, his hands adorned with 4 gold rings adorned with gemstones. The man kicked the dying girl in the chest with a gloomy look on his face, and shouted to the sword-wielding guard, "Throw this annoying piece of trash out. Don't let me see her again." Chapter 485. What you pick up may be a monkey. The burly guard with a sword picked up the girl's tattered collar with one hand, opened the door, and threw it out like throwing away garbage. At the moment the rotten door closed, Lester saw a few pairs of green eyes outside the door approaching the girl lying on the ground. This is not the wilderness, but it is more cruel than the wilderness. If you fail to fight with wild beasts in the wilderness, you will only lose your life. If you fall into trouble here, you will lose more than just your life. It's a loss-making product. It won't survive for a few days without me. Just think of it as a bargain for those scavengers. It's unlucky. The merchant deliberately raised his voice, so that the people outside the door could hear it clearly. Lester frowned and watched the ruthless merchant go upstairs again. Most people chose to turn a blind eye to the girl's tragic experience. A few people sighed. Lester was not going to do anything. There were too many miserable people in this world. He himself was just a prisoner, and couldn't even control his own future. He had no reason to save others. With a creak, the wooden door was knocked open again, and the girl stumbled and fell to the ground. The 3 poor scavengers outside the door, who were emitting a sour smell, first bowed and nodded to the people in the post station to show their goodwill, and then walked towards the girl with curses, pulling out the rusty scimitar with a broken tip. It was unknown who they were protesting to with such a broken thing. "Save me. Please save me." The girl who fell to the ground grabbed the trouser leg of middle-aged man nearby, but the man kicked her away. "Still running? Do you know what will happen to a little thing like you if you run away in their image? Listen, your feet will be chopped off and fed to dogs, and you can only lie on the ground and fight for food with wild dogs for the rest of your life." A slap on the girl's face, and the scavenger spit a mouthful of dark yellow thick phlegm on the girl's face. "If you behave yourself, you can live a few more days. You are just a slave abandoned by your master. No one will save you. Don't waste your time." The girl gritted her teeth and continued to crawl forward. She came to the family of 3 and grabbed the woman's heel amid the screams of the little girl. The woman cast a pleading look at her husband, but the man shook his head firmly at his wife, indicating that he would not get involved in this muddy water. Being stared at by the 3 scavengers, the woman felt a little weak and quickly retracted her feet, but accidentally left her cloth shoes in the girl's hands. "Sorry, I can't help you." Wanting to get her shoes back, the woman finally spoke, which made the 3 scavengers smile silently with pride. Silently letting go of the cloth shoes, the girl stared at the cloth shoes being quickly hooked back by the toes with a dull look, like the hope of leaving. The girl raised her head with all her strength. In the red vision, a lonely man was sitting alone at the table. A chill surged from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, the girl seemed to have returned to that lost snowy night. She was surrounded by more than a dozen frost wolves. It was her father who found her and brought her out of the frost wolf pack. That night, only 3 of the 13 frost wolves left the pack. The others died on the snowy mountain because her father was a member of the Lahorak sect. Only a truly powerful warrior would have this kind of aura. A strong desire to survive burst out from the girl's heart. "Save me. Please save me." The girl gritted her teeth and crawled forward with all her strength, grabbing the man's trouser leg. The 3 scavengers looked at each other, their faces impatient. With one foot on the girl's back, the scavenger glanced at the spoils on the table and the cold gun beside the table, and his face was full of humble smiles. "My lord, I will take this disgusting garbage away. Please save me." The girl grabbed the man's trouser leg tightly. "Shut up." The scavenger forcibly lifted the girl up and pulled back to take the prey in his hand. However, he did not expect that the girl's grip was much stronger than he imagined. She tore a seam in the man's trouser leg. Even so, the girl refused to let go. "Let go. Save me, please." Being watched by the rest of the people in the post station, Lester stood up and looked at the girl. "You tore my pants. How much are you willing to pay?" "I'm willing to pay everything." "She is willing to pay everything to compensate me." "What about you? You want to take away the person who tore my pants. How much are you willing to pay?" The scavenger was stunned and pointed at himself. His brain did not react to the man's meaning for a while. "Are you willing to give everything? How is that possible? Are you crazy?" He cursed without thinking and finally pulled the girl away from the man. The tip of the gun that was standing by the table just now rubbed the right face of the scavenger, and a blood mark slowly opened on the brown wrinkled skin, condensing into a bloodline and dripping on the ground of the inn, one drop after another. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the chest was tight and short of breath. The scavenger's eyes were wide open. The vision began to blur. He seemed to see the death messenger wearing a frog face mask standing indifferently not far in front of him waiting to take him away. When he came to his senses, the gun tip was just less than 3 centimeters away from his face, like a mountain. The scavenger's legs softened, his bladder loosened, and the yellow liquid dripped down his trouser legs and spilled on the ground, causing other guests to cover their noses. The scavenger involuntarily let go of the girl and let her fall to the ground. The inn was silent, and no one could see how the gun was fired. "The next time the tip of the gun will pierce your head." The scavenger who had brushed shoulders with death turned and fled, and the other 2 followed closely, fearing that the same thing would happen to them. "Brother, I think this is your first time in Neramaj. I don't know who Jade is." Jade is responsible for digging Shurimatums for the great warlord Sicilius, and has a deep relationship with Sicilius. "You should leave quickly. If Jade knows that you saved this girl from the scavenger, he will definitely have someone retaliate against you." Lester shook his head at the kind reminder of the kind-hearted man. "Thank you for your reminder, but it doesn't matter. If he wants to come, he can come." The man didn't care about the girl curled up at his feet. He sat down again, pointed at the table, and looked at the waiter of the inn who was standing there with half of the dishes served. "What are you doing?" "Serve the dishes." Okay, please enjoy your meal, sir." As if there was a thorn on his foot, the waiter put all the food on the plate on the table of the man who was destined to die, and didn't even bother to ask for money. The waiter ran back to the kitchen. Alas. Seeing that Lester was unmoved, the others began to sigh, lamenting that good people don't live long. "Forget about the pants. I'm not going to ask you to pay. Your will to live saved you, but I won't save you a second time. If they attack me, I may not be able to control you. Lester put the salted roasted meat of the old baby's tribe into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, he felt a little sorry that the old baby didn't eat meat. He tapped the girl under his feet with his toes. If you leave now, you still have a chance to leave. I keep my word. I won't leave. Like a cockroach, the girl lay on the ground and responded with difficulty. At a certain moment, a blurry face appeared in front of Lester's eyes. The owner of the face had an aquamarine hanging on his swan-like neck, like a loyal sword accompanying him. Although he didn't have that memory, he knew from Soraka that the woman named Verna spent her whole life fulfilling her oath. The man closed his eyes and swallowed the piece of meat with blood on it. Whatever you want. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, a dog adopted by Emerald in the southern continent. Boy, you are really not afraid of death. You saved my person who wanted to die, and you are sitting here eating with a swagger. Ugh. Outside the circle of people, Judd looked at the foreigner who was against him. The pungent smell of urine hit him in the face. Judd frowned and covered his mouth and nose, almost vomiting the mountain delicacies he had just eaten. The man was still eating his food without changing his expression, while the money-losing goods he bought from the slave trading group were lying on the ground motionless, and he didn't know whether he was dead or not. He had seen many tough guys, but the guy who was surrounded by a dozen thugs and could still eat his food leisurely with the smell of urine, such a guy was either a fool or a tough guy. Taking 2 steps back, Judd guessed from the spoils on the table and the extraordinary spear that the man in front of him was most likely the latter. Although I'm not very capable, I have made a name for myself in this small place. If I'll let you take the man away today, where will my face be? After wiping his mouth, Lester turned over the wooden plate, and the last piece of meat rolled to the ground. The girl's nose twitched twice, and she opened her swollen eyes with difficulty. This piece is for you. Whether you live or die, you can only rely on yourself. After that, Lester picked up the cold iron spear and kicked over the table to block the girl. Since you want to save face, just leave your life. I have killed many guys like you. Damn it, you are shameless. Kill him. Judd, who was completely torn apart, began to shrink back after giving orders to the thugs. It was not his style to put himself in a dangerous place, not to mention that killing people in Neramaj was not just a feud with him. There would always be someone who could deal with those he couldn't deal with. Go and explain the situation here to Lord Sicilius. I think Lord Sicilius knows what to do. Understood. Sicilius's bedroom is not far away. As the well-deserved local emperor of Neramaj, he alone occupies the entire Shuramarald harem. As for how many beautiful women he stuffed into this ruined old harem to increase popularity, no one knows better than him. His favorite game is hide and seek. He can catch one with his eyes closed. Sicilius, who had just caught 2 prey with his eyes blindfolded, was about to take a nap when the female guards guarding the bedroom brought him some unhappy news. You mean, someone made trouble and killed people in the inn, attacked Jade, and didn't take me seriously? Yes, sir, that's what Jade's people said. Damn, don't take me seriously. Do you believe this nonsense? The female guard, who was wearing a bit revealing clothes and cool leather armor on her body, shook her head. I don't believe it, because you are the king of Neramaj, but Judd won't lie about killing people. That's the problem. Damn it, killing people on my territory means you really don't take me seriously. After tapping the warts on the back of his head twice, Cecidus patted the 2 women beside him, lowered his voice, and licked the women's tender faces. Wait for me to come back. I'll catch someone and skin him for you to see. All the thugs were dead, whether they were the short double swordsman who called himself a quick knife or the sharpshooter who was good at using short bows and arrows. They all died under the spear. Like an undead monster, the man with 2 arrows stuck in his chest and lower abdomen and more than a dozen knife and sword wounds on his body walked towards him. Judd's eyes widened. There was a dead end behind him, and he had no way to retreat. Who are you? It doesn't matter. What matters is that you deserve to die. Lester raised his spear and pointed it at Judd's heart. Stop. Do you dare to kill him? The rotten wooden door of the inn was finally kicked into pieces by a powerful kick, and wood chips flew everywhere. 20 or so strong warriors wearing fine narcs and iron armor rushed into the first floor of the inn, which had already fled, and formed a defensive formation. The man in the middle, who was protected by the close guards like a moon surrounded by stars, glared at the man holding the spear fiercely. But the man with his back to Caecilius seemed not to hear it. The spear fell like a meteor, pierced into Judd's chest with a puff, and then pulled it out calmly. The tip of the spear trembled, and a straight line of blood was shed. I killed him, so what? Caecilius's eyes twitched, and veins popped. You're dead, kid, you're dead. I'm going to peel your skin off with my own hands, break your bones one by one, and put your eyeballs into your Cecidus Moore. I didn't expect to see the descendants of the Moore family here. The Moore family has really grown up. Lester turned around and glanced at the familiar armor worn by the warriors, his eyes dim. A small soldier under the Leeds family has grown into a great warlord in Nerimaj. Ryan Moore is indeed a very capable person. He can integrate the resources of the Leeds family. It's amazing, amazing. The Moore family is even more amazing than the Leeds family. Cecidus' pupils shrank, and the cruel words in his mouth stopped abruptly, because Ryan Moore was the great ancestor who laid the foundation for the Moore family in Nerimaj. From the Dusty family secret history, he knew that 300 years ago, the owner of Nerimaj was the Leeds family, not the Moore family at all. Just because they captured and sold a few slaves in a country on the northern continent, they provoked the other party. The Leeds family, along with thousands of troops and slave hunting groups, were wiped out within 3 months. The direct descendants of the Leeds family, who enjoyed the luxurious life of an emperor, were skinned alive by the missing ghost killer and hung on the ancient wall of Nerimaj. This gave the Moore family the opportunity to rise. By pleasing the overlord of a northern continent, they became the new local emperor. The Moore family was most proud of the flayed punishment that was terrifying and awe-inspiring. They learned it from the killers in the northern continent. Now more than 300 years have passed. Before passing on power, the successive controllers of the Moore family would instill an unshakable rule in their descendants, over and over again, until it was engraved into the souls of every generation. Narxus must not be provoked. The Emerald Territory of Narxus must not be provoked. Not only must it not be provoked, but it must be flattered as much as possible. Otherwise, the family will be destroyed in an instant, and the hundreds of people in the family will instantly become human skins that flutter in the wind and be hung on the city walls. In fact, in Caecilius's opinion, the relationship between the Moore family and the Emerald Territory is indeed very good, including the Gravediggers and tomb robbers under Caecilius, who seem to be members of the Moore family. They are actually serving the Emerald Territory. Most of the treasures of Shurima were sent to the northern continent by Caecilius himself. This also exchanged for some sophisticated weapons and equipment to support Caecilius in maintaining his rule. Caecilius understood that, to put it nicely, it was cooperation, and to put it bluntly, he and the Moore family were just dogs adopted by the Emerald Territory. Not daring to be arrogant anymore, Caecilius took a deep breath. Who are you? In response to Caecilius's question, Lester did not say much, but just threw out a heavy dark red metal token. Almost failing to catch the heavy emblem token, Cecidus, whose hands were hurt by the blow, did not dare to hesitate, and fixed his eyes on the double-winged sword of the token. In the middle of the wings, that were spread out like angel wings, was a gorgeous long sword, which pierced his heart like a blade of judgment. This was a magic steel token that he had never seen before. Judging from the weight and material, it was much more advanced than the token held by the messenger sent by the Emerald Territory, and he had just offended the owner of the token. Cecidus's head was confused. When he thought of the Moore family and his own future, the master of Nerimaj began to tremble. The shadow of his childhood made the man's legs weak. Under the unbelievable eyes of his men, he knelt down and knocked his head on the ground. My lord, I. Cecidus, are you ready to take the Moore family to death? I think in less than 100 years, a new family will replace the Moore family, just like you replaced the Redites family. Hearing Lester's calm words, Cecidus was almost scared to tears and kowtowed on the ground. My lord, just treat me as a dog, a fart, and let me go. The girl curled up at the wall and closed her eyes, imprinting the scene in front of her deeply in her heart. Chapter 487. What can you do if the cabbage insists on pushing the pig? You are so lucky to survive. Lester looked at the dirty girl and climbed into the bathtub. He took a look at her dark and thin body and handed her the soap made of wood ash. The alchemy technology of Shurima is very advanced. Most of the technologies have been lost with the decline of the Shurima Empire, but the technology of soap preparation has been preserved so that everyone can have something to pick up. Wash with this. I have seen that there are no wounds on your body. Don't worry about infection. Thank you, Master. Don't call me Master. I'm not going to take you away. This room is for you. If Caecilius is not stupid, he will not let anyone hurt you. You are safest here. After your wounds are healed, you need to go on the rest of the way by yourself. I can't take care of you for the rest of your life, so don't talk to me about feelings. I'm not doing all this for you. Hearing what Lester said, the girl lowered her head again and silently rubbed her bruised body with soap. Without looking at the girl anymore, Lester wiped the blood-stained cold iron spear with the silk scarf sent by Caecilius and said lightly, "You must have learned to fight somewhere. Whether you fell down the stairs or fell to the ground, your defensive posture was perfect. You have a good teacher, which allowed you to survive. I believe you can grow a lot here. You only need a knife and a little more strength. You can kill those 3 scavengers alone. You made me survive." The girl looked at the man stubbornly, but the man did not respond to her gaze at all, still staring at the spear. "I just don't want 3 stinky rats to affect my meal. Thank you. For me, your thanks are enough. I'll go out for a while. You can stay here forever, or you can ask someone to get you a knife and leave at any time. The choice is yours. Can you not leave?" The girl's request to stay came from behind, and the man's footsteps only paused and then continued to move forward. "Whether I leave or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Will you come back?" "I don't know." With a dong sound, the luxurious mahogany door was closed. The girl silently lowered her head, looked at her poor body, and rubbed the soap on her skin vigorously, wishing to rub her skin to pieces. Unfortunately, the strong dye she applied to protect herself made her lose her last bargaining chip at this moment. As soon as she walked out of the door, Caecilius, who was waiting outside the door, came over with a smug look on his face. "My lord, do you have any other instructions?" "I will do it immediately. I will stay here for a while. Get me a map of Mount Targon. It must have information about most of the forces in Mount Targon, especially the Targon cult." "No problem, my lord. You can rest here well, and I will do my best to handle this matter." Watching Caecilius leave with a bent back, Lester also left the most luxurious hotel in Neremaj. As the core area of Neremaj, Lester could see 3 man-armored warriors patrolling the streets. The shops and elegantly dressed residents were the most powerful people in Neremaj. Relying on the fish and meat from the oasis and rivers, the dilapidated Neremaj was self-sufficient and supported more than 100,000 people. In Lester's personal judgment, Neremaj, with its superior geographical environment, was an absolute battleground for military strategists. If you wanted to compete for Shurima, taking down Neremaj and cultivating it for more than 10 years would be enough to raise 100,000 armored troops sweeping across the Shurima continent. To the west was the Targon Mountains, which had no shortage of coal, iron and copper mines. But for some reason, the warlords on Shurima were always in a weird balance, and no one could really crush them. This is not to say that there were no ambitious warlords who considered farming and exploding troops. In fact, there were already many brilliant people on the Shurima continent, but the fate of these people was often not very good. The Leets family, which was wiped out by the Emerald Territory, was once a seed player in the battle for the hegemony of Shurima, but was skinned clean by Hector and hung on the city wall as dried meat. The human skins of the Leets family hung on the city wall were probably as impressive as the fish flags in Japan, which also made the skinning punishment of Neremaj the most cruel and deterrent punishment method, which was passed down in the Moore family. After collecting his thoughts, Lester glanced at the Tangshan giant peak in the west. Why is there constant conquest on the Shurima continent? The man already has his own answer. The Bible once told a story. At that time, the world's language had not been confused by God. The people on earth wanted to build a tower leading to heaven. For the united human beings, it was only a matter of time before the tower was built. However, God knew about this, and naturally it could not be built. Before the Tower of Babel was built, God confused the language on earth. 100 people had 100 languages. The hurried expression could not be understood by others. People could no longer communicate with each other, so they took up weapons and chose to shut up their noisy counterparts forever. Shaking his head, Lester no longer looked at the Targon. Walking on the street, Lester observed everything around him. Until sunset, the man did not find what he wanted to find. However, according to Caecilius's attitude, Neromag must have a base of the Night's Edge. This was his only way to contact Cinna, and it was also the key to relying on the Emerald Territories layout. Back to the hotel, Lester casually ate some desert delicacies, returned to the room, and pushed open the door. The girl changed into a simple cloth dress, and lay straight on the bed like a wild dark Dracula. The dirty bathtub had been disposed of, and the room was full of flower petals. It must be said that Caecilius was still very good at pleasing people. Even after taking a bath, the girl's skin still exuded a dark and ugly luster. The black and grey face and skin looked like burns, which looked disgusting, but her bones did not look like an ugly ghost. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the girl sat up with a start. After seeing the man's calm face, the girl's face was happy. "Master, I thought you would not come back. I told you, don't call me master. My name is Lester. I came back just to do something in this city. Master Lester, no matter what, I want to repay you. I don't need your repayment. You don't need it. It's my business to want to repay. No matter what, I will go home and give you my most important thing." Lester was amused. What's so important for a little girl? Instead of talking about these useless things, why not tell me about yourself? I like to listen to stories, provided that you tell interesting stories. The girl pushed open the window and pointed to the vast starry sky opposite the crescent moon. Under the starry sky was a steep mountain that towered into the clouds. Legend has it that on that mountain lived a majestic giant god. That was the beginning of a tragic experience. My home is under that mountain. My father, Nelson, is a warrior of Lahorak. This year, he qualified to climb Mount Giant God, but he never came back. My mother was fighting outside and died on the battlefield, leaving me alone at home. I was originally going to go to my uncle's place. A month ago, the sand bandits under the mountain suddenly looted the village. Although my people repelled the sand bandits, I was captured by the sand bandits. Because I was too ugly, I was sold to Judd for 1 silver coin. He wanted to train me into a soldier who would die, but I couldn't even lift a knife. He said I was a waste, and wasted his 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin? Judd may really have no vision. The girl's eyes lit up. Then how much do you think I'm worth? The man broke his fingers and raised 2 of them with a smile. No more. After 2 months of recuperation, the girl named Octavia recovered her health. But this was not the most pleasing thing for her. She was most proud of her achievement, that she could convince a powerful man to go to Mount Targon with her. However, she did not know that the man's original purpose was Mount Targon, which just saved her a guide fee. Riding on the back of the old baby, Octavia hugged the man's body from behind to prevent herself from falling on the bumpy road. After a period of worry-free life in Neromag, the girl who was almost corrupted by the affluent life understood the importance of power and strength. Everything changed when the master of Neromag knelt in front of Lester with trembling. She decided to embark on the road of pursuing power. For more than a month, the old baby could only walk and rest. The road in the Mount Targon was not easy to walk. Even if it could not be compared with the steepness of Mount Targon, it was enough to surpass most of the known mountains in Runeland. For Lester, who had been to the Dragonspine Mountains in Ionia, such a road was just right to hone his will. Tempering the old baby's will. After all, only the old baby can scream the happiest. The cold wind is like a knife scraping bones, and the skin is frozen and painful. From time to time, a few hungry beasts jump down from the jagged rocks. Even the stones at the feet are blocking the old baby's pace. Seeing that the old baby can't move at all, Lester can only regretfully take the 2 silver coin girl who is still somewhat useful off Garash's back to prevent the old baby from turning over. It's very close. My people are at the foot of the giant god peak. We can reach it by crossing this mountain. It won't take a day. Wearing a thick fur coat, Octavia pointed to the god peak hidden above the clouds. That's great. Pulling the reins of the old baby, Lester looked up at the darkening sky. It's time to find a place to camp. It's too dangerous to travel on the mountain at night. If we go any further, we'll inevitably meet some wolves or something. There were no suitable caves nearby, so the two found a place to light a bonfire in the leeward area. Old baby knelt down on the ground as a wall and began to rest. After eating some dried meat and stone cakes that he brought with him, Lester looked up at the other side of the mountain. What does Mount Tarkul mean to Eureka people? You know that the climbers will not come back in most cases. Isn't it a waste of powerful warriors? If you count the climbers who died on Mount Tarkul, Eureka people should be able to easily capture many villages and towns outside the Mount Tarkul. Why do you have to survive in such a harsh environment? Because this is the mission of us Raka people. Octavia sighed. This is the origin of us, the Raka people. It is our root that cannot be cut off. We have guarded the holy peak generation after generation. We must wait for the selection of the giant god, so we can't go anywhere. The Fiery Sun sect and the Bright Moon sect control everything. Apostates will be executed. Only Lahorak picks up spear and round shield and goes down the mountain to fight the enemy to defend the tribe. But Lahorak needs to listen to the words of the two giant god sects and often faces a shortage of manpower. In other words, the highest ranking among Uraka people are the priests of the two major sects of the Fiery Sun and the Bright Moon, followed by Lahorak, the most powerful military sect, right? That's right, but the Fiery Sun giant god and the Bright Moon giant god have left the giant god peak for hundreds of years. The Fiery Sun sect and the Bright Moon sect, which have lost the glory of the giant god, do nothing except reciting scriptures and praying every day. If they were willing to do something, I'm afraid my father and mother would not have died. The powerful Lahorak were divided between the two major sects to serve as sect guards. The remaining Lahorak warriors who defended the tribe were not enough and had to deal with many enemies every time. It seems that the Laka people have a big problem. Lester began to think about the significance of coming to Mount Targon. In addition to helping the Sun Star Spirit find and cultivate a suitable host, he felt that he should do something else, such as making some arrangements or thinking of a way to remove the seal. After one night, the two of them and the old baby successfully reached the ridge line of the outer ring of the giant god peak. From the ridge line, the terrain began to sink, forming a U-shaped lowland with the giant god peak, which was climbing again. Like a donut, the green land under his feet was full of spring colors. The dome-shaped wooden houses built by the Raka people were everywhere. Cows, sheep and some unknown herbivorous creatures of the giant god peak were leisurely grazing on the grass. Many towering wooden sentry towers had warning devices similar to beacon towers. There were warriors holding longbows monitoring everything nearby. Lester soon noticed that a team of fierce warriors were holding weapons and looking at him fiercely. Looking down from a high altitude, the range at the foot of the giant god peak was like a circular valley, completely different from the wind, snow, and severe cold on the mountain. The foot of the mountain was full of greenery. Until this moment, Lester understood why the Raka people could survive in such a harsh environment as the giant god peak. There are two groups of people with different lifestyles among the Laka people. One is the herdsmen, who choose to take their herds to green grassy places to live and graze at different times of the year. The other is the tribesmen, who have settled here for generations and make a living by planting and hunting. Is this your home? No, my home has been burned down by the sand bandits. While the two were talking, 12 warriors wearing leather animal armor quickly climbed up the ridge and surrounded Lester and the girl with weapons. The bearded man in the lead was wearing a big red cloak and had an obvious scar under his right eyelid. Unlike other spear-wielding warriors wearing leather animal armor, the man wore a shiny large copper breastplate, greaves, and a copper helmet to protect his weaknesses. He held a shield in his left hand and a sharp iron spear in his right hand, and a crude iron sword hung on his waist. From the man's standing posture, Lester was sure that the warrior in front of him was a man with extremely rich combat experience. Uncle Hasman. While the bearded man was still hesitating, Octavia had already run towards the man. The familiar voice made the bearded man's eyes red. The man put down his weapon, knelt on the ground, and hugged the girl tightly. Seeing this scene, the other Aker warriors also put down their weapons, but they remained quite vigilant towards the extremely threatening Lester. I didn't expect to see you again one day. Thank God. You have lost weight. How much have you suffered these days? Those damn bandits. I wish I could cut them into pieces. Octavia shook her head and wiped her tears. I'm fine, but how are the other people in the village? The bearded man's eyes were a little wet. The man let go of the girl and wiped his eyes. Many people have been killed. Uncle is sorry for not being able to protect your village. When we arrived, the sand bandits had already kidnapped you and burned the village to the ground. It all happened so suddenly. Thank God, I still have a chance to make up for my mistakes. Who is this young man? The next plot talks about the irreconcilable dispute between the Sauri and the Lune before Leona and Diana appeared, as well as the deep sea void rifts of the mermaids. Everyone, please be patient and let me finish the background of League of Legends. It's really not a good job to clean up after myself. In addition, from here on, the 2-in-1 chapters will be restored to slow down the rate of decline in average subscriptions. I will try to write for another 3 months and stick to it until the end of the year. In this situation, I dare not even add more chapters. Posting too much will only shorten the life of this book. It is an endangered species and must be carefully maintained. Chapter 488 Brother, if Uncle knew about this, he wouldn't be angry, right? Uncle Hasman, his name is Lester. He saved me from the slave traders, took care of me all the way, and sent me back here. He is my lifesaver. Thank you very much, Sir Lester. Thank you for saving little I, Hasman, owe you a life. Hasman stood up, knelt on one knee again to Lester, and bowed his head. From the solemn expression of the lacquer warrior next to him, Lester knew that such etiquette was not light. He stepped forward and helped the man of true nature up, and the smile on Lester's face became much more sincere. Saving Octavia is just a piece of cake. Sir Hasman doesn't have to care too much. Anyway, it was you who saved You are a friend of the lacquer people. I must treat you well and let you eat the hottest mutton and drink the most fragrant milk. Hasman, who was pulled up, took the initiative to give Lester a hug and greeted others. Go tell the other people in the village that my Hasman's niece is back. I'm going to treat the guests well today. The other Aker warriors dispersed on their own initiative, but Octavia asked Hasman, Uncle Hasman, do you still have leaf blue juice at home? Hasman smiled and nodded, figuring out why the once beautiful girl had turned into an ugly black charcoal monkey. Yes, I'll go back and wash it. Following the bearded Hasman, Lester went to a larger wooden house at the east end of the village. There were a few chickens in the front yard of the fence, where the wooden house was located. When they saw a stranger breaking into the yard, a few hens flapped their wings and began to cluck nervously, which was quite interesting. After asking about the location of the leaf blue juice, Octavia said hello to Lester and left the yard with the pottery jar. Hasman lit the stove and handed Lester a cup of hot tea. Sir Lester, it must have been a hard journey. Not really, I just killed a lot of bastards, but it's a pity that there are no way to kill all of them. There are still many children like Octavia in Shurima. After obtaining consent, Lester put the cold iron spear apton cloth on the unused weapon rack in the room, sat back on the futon, and took a sip of hot tea. The tea was good, but it was far inferior to Soraka's tea. Yeah, there are no way to kill all the bastards. Sighing, Hasman shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on the man in front of him, trying to observe something. Let's not talk about these bad things, Lord Lester. You are probably not a Shurima. Although it may be a little offensive, I still want to know who you are and why you came to Mount Targon. I can't let someone with ulterior motive stay in Mount Targon. Stay with Vire. Vire is the only child in my brother's family. They died for the tribe and the Holy Peak. I can't let Vire be in any danger again. I just want her to grow up happily. I understand your concerns, Lord Hasman. You are an excellent elder, but I also have reasons why I can't tell you my identity and experience, and it is meaningless to deceive you, so I can't prove whether I have ulterior motives. Since Octavia has returned to the Raka tribe, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your tea. It tastes good, but the taste is too strong. I can't get used to it. Standing up, Lester took the things and prepared to leave, but Hasman whispered apologetically, "Sir Lester, I'm sorry that I couldn't entertain you here. It's my fault. All I did was for Weir's safety. I really can't accept my own negligence and incompetence again. If possible, please allow me to arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay here as compensation for my offense to you. All your daily necessities and living supplies will be provided by me. Since you don't want to talk about your personal experience, there's no need to say it. I believe in Weir's vision and am willing to try to believe you, but it will take a little time." Turning back, Lester stared at the man with sincere words and a sincere attitude, and sighed. "Then I'll trouble Sir Hasman." The bearded man's sad face was full of joy again. "Sir Lester, you are really considerate. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange the best place for you to live." Octavia, holding the pottery jar, came to the downstream of the hidden stream and walked into the secret cave. There was a clear pond in the cave. After observing and confirming that there was no one in the cave, the girl took off her clothes, opened the pottery jar, and smeared the thick indigo paste in the jar on her hands, evenly smearing it on all parts of her body. In the blink of an eye, the little black monkey turned into an avatar. After rubbing for about 10 minutes, Octavia stepped into the clear pond and splashed water to wash the indigo paste on her body. After washing once, most of the black and grey patches and tattoos on her body that had no aesthetic appeal had been washed away, and her healthy wheat-colored skin was restored. Octavia repeated the same trick and washed it twice more. The black monkey that was once worth 2 silver coins transformed into a beautiful girl, except for being a little thin, which was incompatible with the traditional women of Lacquer who were strong enough to carry a tripod. The girl was very satisfied with her figure and appearance. "Am I still worth 2 silver coins in your eyes now?" Octavia angrily waved her fist and punched the air twice. She put on her clothes again, picked up the pottery jar containing the blue juice of the leaf, and walked briskly back to the way she came. When the girl returned to Hasman's house, Lester and the bearded man were sitting in front of the stove enjoying the roasted whole lamb. The girl's stomach made a rumbling sound when she smelled the aroma of the roasted meat. Hasman looked at his niece who was staring at Lester with a strange look and coughed twice, which made Octavia, who was holding the pottery jar, come back to her senses. "Just put the jar over there first. It will be ready soon. Let's eat together." "Okay, Uncle Hasman." Sitting next to Lester, Octavia hugged her knees and secretly observed the man's expression, but regretfully found that the man's expression did not show any shock or admiration, which made the girl a little disappointed. Lester, who was used to seeing extraordinary beauties, naturally would not be fascinated by the natural little beauty of the Lacquer tribe. The man tore off a leg of lamb and began to feast on it. Compared with the beautiful girl, he was more interested in the roasting fork in the bearded man's hand. It must be said that Hasman's skill in roasting meat is much better than his skill in making tea, especially when sprinkled with spices similar to cumin powder. The taste is even better. He was ready to ask Zina to send someone to come to the Giant God Peak to study spice planting. "There's no need to be too disappointed, Octavia. You are very beautiful, you should be proud of it." "Really? But I can't see anything on your face." The somewhat discouraged girl viciously made the crispy lamb to fill her hungry stomach. "You can't see it, that's because the roast meat is more attractive to me. All my shock has been given to the roast meat. You came too late, so naturally I can't leave it for you." Hasman frowned, always feeling that things are getting complicated. At present, it seems that his niece is pushing the pig. Lester's new home is located in the west of the mountain wall next to the Titan Peak, close to the gravel path up the mountain. The wooden house has a large yard and a small attic. There are only a few simple pieces of furniture in the house. In Hasman's words, this place was originally prepared for the Lahorak Centurion. Hasman, who rejected all objections, beat up the opponents, and gave the new house to the outsider Lester. Lester did not comment on Hasman's behavior. His purpose of coming to the Titan Peak was not to live with the Raka people for a long time. Therefore, the man did not care about a small number of Raka people who were hostile to him. He only needed a temporary place to stay and complete the tasks entrusted by Zoe while achieving his goals, rather than having any relationship with the Raka people. On the other hand, knowing the location of Lester's new home, The 12-year-old Octavia often ran to Lester to stick together, saying that she wanted to repay the grace of saving her life. One morning, Lester, who was about to go up the mountain to have a look, had just tied up the well-fed old baby in the barn in the yard when Octavia's voice sounded from behind. "Master Lester, where are you going? I'll take you there." Lester sighed, turned around and looked at the girl in a beautiful leather skirt. "Didn't I tell you not to call me master? And why don't you call me that in front of your Uncle Hasman?" The girl smiled. Her knee-length leather skirt swayed twice, revealing her wheat-colored thighs. "I call you that because I'm afraid you, master, will beat my uncle to death. You also know that calling me that will bring me hostility." Lester rolled his eyes, patted the old baby who was enjoying his leisure time, and left the barn. "I think you should spend your time on more useful things, such as learning swordsmanship to make yourself stronger, or exercising more, so that you can hold a weapon, instead of running to me every day and making your uncle worry." Following Lester, Octavia smiled and tiptoed briskly. "If my uncle knew how powerful you are, he wouldn't worry about it, but you don't want me to tell you everything about you. So what do you want to get by pestering me?" Lester stopped and looked at the girl behind him, his face a little serious. "Child, if you think you can get something by pestering me, then you are wrong. I'm not afraid of pestering, because I have plenty of time. I want to worship you as my teacher, and repay you with all my strength. I said I will give you everything to repay you." The girl mustered up her courage and expressed her expectations and wishes. "When I was most desperate, you appeared in front of me like a giant god and saved me. Maybe in your eyes, I'm insignificant and my promise will not bring you any value, but I'm serious. I will do what I say. Since I can't help you now, I will work hard to grow until I can bring you value." While speaking, the girl untied the elastic band and rope buckle on her body, and the animal skin skirt and coat fell to the ground. She was obviously prepared for it, but her body couldn't help shivering. "Is this what you really think?" Sweeping the girl's healthy and tight body, Lester saw not frivolity and self-debasement, but a reckless determination to become stronger and to repay himself. Just like the girl refused to let go of his trouser legs, the girl in front of him was soft on the outside and strong on the inside, as stubborn as a bull. She saw her own value and accepted his favor. All these factors prompted the girl to make such a decision. She put her life on herself. He took off his big coat and covered the girl's body to calm the trembling girl. Lester seemed to have returned to Ionia in a trance. There was also a cute Vastea cat boy who pestered him and wanted to worship him as his teacher. He also taught the cat boy many fighting moves and techniques. What was his name? Suddenly, Lester was a little scared because it took him a full 5 seconds to remember the name Ogman. After more than 300 years, his memory was still a little vague. The cat boy's innocent smile was broken like a mirror, and a girl full of expectations appeared in front of him. This time, he decided to be a good teacher. "My student is not that easy to be. If you want to be one, you must do your best. During this period, you will suffer a lot, understand?" Octavia shook her head. "I started to suffer when I was robbed by the sand bandits and went down the mountain. I'm not afraid of suffering, but I'm afraid that I'm not strong enough. So, master, are you finally willing to take me in?" In the girl's expectant eyes, Lester shook his head, making the girl's face fall. "Of course not. Before I take you in as my apprentice, you have to convince your Uncle Hasman first. After your parents left you, he should be the closest person to you. Don't let him worry, let alone make him sad. Cherish everything you have, so that you can have a better future. When we have nothing, don't forget that we still have family." Patting the girl's head, Lester was thinking about Hina and Mishap. "Go to the house and put on your clothes. Come with me to the Targon Peak today. Tonight, you go to Uncle Hasman to explain this matter and ask for his opinion. If he disagrees, I can't take you in. Okay?" After the girl put on her clothes again, the two left the yard and walked towards the mountain. Hasman looked at the direction where the two disappeared from the yard with a complicated expression and made a decision in his heart. For the Raka people on the Targon Peak, the closer they are to the top of the Targon Peak, the higher their status. Most of the Raka people who are grazing or settled live in the lowlands at the foot of the mountain, and the location halfway up the mountain is the holy land of the Fiery Sun sect and the Bright Moon sect. The so-called halfway point actually excludes the most dangerous climbing route, and does not include the truly dangerous rocky section of the Targon. The so-called rocky section refers to the middle and upper sections of the Targon, where the climbing route and rock walls can change at any time. The cliffs are almost vertical. Some people can complete the great journey of climbing to the top of the giant peak through the rocky section in one day by chance, while some people cannot climb this last road to glory in their entire lives, and can only freeze to death halfway. No one knows the rules of the change of the rocky section. This is a secret that only gods can master. Mortals only need to know that 100 maps in their hands are useless. If the Sun sect and the Moon sect can really build a hanging temple on a nearly vertical cliff, Lester will be truly shocked. After walking about a few thousand meters on the mountain road, the terrain suddenly slowed down, and a large area of wide and solid flat land appeared in the distance. The continuous ancient temples built on the mountain were sitting between the mountain walls, telling the vicissitudes of the world and the gusts of cold wind. Noticing the climbers, 2 sun warriors wearing half-body armor and holding sophisticated weapons stopped the 2 men with serious expressions. No one is allowed to go up the mountain. Get out of here. The results have stabilized, neither rising nor falling, so I can keep writing. Thanks to all the book friends for their strong support. Chapter 489. Fishing can touch the believer's doubts about life. The person who spoke was extremely arrogant and bad. His disdainful look made the girl, who had been afraid of the giant god sect since childhood, shudder. Lester patted Octavia, who was a little scared, and protected the girl behind him. What does it mean to be not irrelevant? Standing here like you dressed like a human, not fighting against the bandits, but fighting the cold wind with the best equipment and weapons. Is it considered relevant? What a big air. Do you mean that the monks of the Fiery Sun sect like to look down on people like you? Outsider, you'd better be in awe of the Fiery Sun, otherwise the sun will burn your eyes and sting your soul. You'd better keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Another Fiery Sun warrior who had never been confronted like this had raised his spear, ready to kill the man who blasphemed the Fiery Sun sect on the spot. The man was not prepared to give any good face to the arrogant Fiery Sun warrior in front of him. Seeing that the Fiery Sun warrior had changed his face, Lester sneered. What's going on? I was invited by the giant sun god to come here to serve as a guide, but I was stopped and threatened by 2 minions in front of the gate of the Fiery Sun sect. In the end, they were not even allowed to enter the door. It's great that the giant sun god raised 2 good dogs and drove away all the guests invited by the master. Noting the surprised and doubtful looks of the 2 Fiery Sun warriors, Lester turned his body to look at the sky and raised his voice. Your grandma's Fiery Sun star spirit, you invited me here, but now I'm here, but you won't let me in, so I can only say, sorry, I won't accompany you. After saying that, Lester took Octavia's hand and turned down the mountain without any hesitation. About 10 seconds later, a terrible lightning struck the temple of the Fiery Sun sect. Sparks flew, a big hole was directly split in the hall, and rubble fell everywhere, leaving more than a dozen monks who were reciting scriptures in the temple dumbfounded on the spot, and they quickly knelt on the ground, not knowing how they had offended the Fiery Sun giant god. Some people also had a fear of their sins being exposed in their expressions. The clouds above the giant god peak were dispersed by the sudden appearance of the Fiery Sun, and it seemed that there was another sun in the sky. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the angry Fiery Sunlight, the 2 Fiery Sun warriors changed their faces and knelt on the ground in shock, asking the giant god for forgiveness. Octavia stared blankly at the sight of the scorching sun that had not appeared for 100 years, and the man she had identified roared out. The dizzy girl was a little confused. She knew that the man who saved her had great power in the secular world, but she didn't expect that he had connections with the Titan Star Realm. She couldn't imagine who she was learning from. Could it be the main peak of the Titan Peak? The staggering girl who was held by Lester and passively followed the man down the mountain asked weakly. The Titan of the Sun is angry. Master, you have proved your identity. Why do we still have to go down the mountain? Won't the guards make way for us in a while? Why should we wait? Lester not only did not stay, but also quickened his pace. Most of the time, only by paying a painful enough price can the Aaron understand that it is not always possible to easily erase your stupidity. Nodding thoughtfully, the girl kept the man's teachings in her heart. On the other side, the high priest of the fiery sun, who had received the oracle, finally understood the reason why the giant was angry. He was no longer calm as before. The old man trotted with a large group of mysterious monks that the fiery sun warriors rarely saw. The group of people rushed to the intersection at the foot of the mountain, as if the junior high school cafeteria was opening for dinner. The earth-shaking movement along the way made the two fiery sun warriors who were kneeling on the ground turn pale in an instant. Gadon, Jireh, where are the people? Where is the messenger of the fiery sun giant? I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Let's go down. Where are you going down? Down the mountain. And, still talking. What are you talking about? Damn it, if you keep hesitating, I will chop you to death with my own hands. High Priest Stanley, who had a cerebral hemorrhage, rolled up his sleeves and twisted his neck to look for a handy guy. Speak, he said. Sorry, I won't accompany you. Jarden said the fact in a trembling voice, which made the monks and priests change their faces. The High Priest Stanley rolled his eyes and fell directly into the warm arms of another bald man. The old man was so angry that he almost flew to the spirit world. He is the messenger of God, personally selected by the giant god of the scorching sun. How dare you? We have been waiting for hundreds of years. How dare you drive him away? Exclamation mark. Come. Capture these two idiots who rebelled against the messenger of God, put them in the dungeon, and wait for your punishment. Without giving the two men any chance to defend themselves, the high-level warriors directly seized their weapons and armor, leaving them only with loincloths to cover their shame, tied them up with ropes, and took them away directly. After the high-level warriors left, the high priest and the monks were in trouble. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one could say anything useful for a long time. Lord Antley, what should we do now? What else can we do? The messenger of God is angry, and the giant god has brought disaster. Of course, we have to go down the mountain to ask for help. No matter what method is used, we must let the messenger of God go up the mountain again. There has been no miracle on the holy peak for hundreds of years, but this time only the giant god of the fiery sun has sent down the messenger of God and performed a miracle. Do you understand the importance of this matter? Taking a deep breath, High Priest Stanley stood firm again, looked around at the monks of the fiery sun sect around him, and said in a deep voice, "This is the opportunity for our fiery sun sect to grow stronger. Whoever dares to drag his feet, I will not show mercy." Going up the mountain and going down the mountain are not at the same speed. When the two returned to the bottom of the mountain, it was just noon. Lester made a pot of rabbit stew with the ingredients provided by Hasman. After the fragrance drifted into Octavia's nostrils, the girl had forgotten the series of things she had experienced in the morning. At this moment, the only source of power driving the girl's body was human instinct. The little rabbit is so cute. Can you sprinkle some chili powder? Under the hungry eyes of the girl, Lester put away the stirring spoon and gave a thumbs up. Start cooking. Oh. Just when the two of them were busy with half a pot, a man's voice came from outside the door. "Is the Lord of God at home? I'm Bacon, the priest of the fiery sun. This time I came to explain to you the misunderstanding that happened on the mountain just now." Octavia finished the food in the bowl in a few mouthfuls and wiped her greasy mouth. "Teacher, are you going?" "I'm not your teacher yet." "Master, are you going?" "You might as well call me teacher." Putting down the bowl slowly, Lester took a look at the stewed vegetable soup left at the bottom of the pot and filled himself with half a bowl. "No, Amir Bacon wants to trick me up. I'm not that cheap. Go out and tell him. Don't yell at me in the middle of the day and disturb my nap." Oh. After getting the first task, Octavia was brewing emotions. Thinking back to her teacher's domineering, the girl straightened her chest and her eyes became indifferent. Priest Bacon was standing outside the courtyard gate, with a humble and respectful look on his face. The big man who used to be high and mighty now looked particularly humble to her, which made the girl uncomfortable. Her arrogant face finally relaxed, and her tone became a little weaker. "Priest Bacon, the Lord God's messenger asked me to tell you. The Lord God's messenger is willing to go up the mountain." Bacon was happy, but heard the girl say, He asked you not to yell outside the door in the middle of the day, which would affect his nap. That, I'm leaving. What should I do? The Lord God's messenger refused to see me, let alone apologize and ask for forgiveness. Bacon waited foolishly for 3 days, and he almost became a spectacle for the Lhasa people at the foot of the mountain, but he still couldn't see Lester. Priest Bacon could only return to the mountain in disgrace, and became a laughingstock of the Lhasa people. The incident of the envoy refusing to go up the mountain, because he was driven down by the Sun Warriors, has become more and more serious. Not only did the Lhasa people at the foot of the mountain know that the Fiery Sun sect had a envoy, but even the Bright Moon sect on the other side of the mountain began to take the initiative to send people down the mountain to contact the human symbol of the sister sect, offering conditions that were only below the status of the high priest. What's more terrifying is that the female priest of the Bright Moon sect actually brought a female disciple into the courtyard of the envoy. After knowing this, the high priest of the Fiery Sun sect, Antley, fainted from anger and kicked his legs twice, causing the monks to frantically deal with it for a long time before he woke up again. Forget it, I have to do this myself. Why are you looking at me? You have to go too. Don't forget to bring Phyllis with you and dress up nicely. Oh, hey, someone, go get Phyllis. Bring a stretcher, the high priest can't walk. Ouch. Who kicked me? Don't you want to live? The flustered monks struggled for a long time, and a thoughtful monk asked the Sun Warrior to make a stretcher for the weak high priest. Everyone worked together to lift the old man onto the stretcher. After the priestess carried little Phyllis on her back, the group began to go down the mountain in a mighty manner. The bumpy road made the high priest dizzy and almost vomited. It can be said that he suffered a lot of hardships. The old man sighed in grief, feeling that he was a high priest, but he had never suffered such hardship. Unconsciously, Lester's courtyard at the foot of the mountain has become a legendary place for the Lhasa people. In less than a week, the Sun cult and the Moon cult on the holy peak sent out noble Sun priests and Moon priests, but most of them couldn't even enter the small courtyard, which made some Lhasa people who were originally hostile to Lester tremble with fear and put away their little thoughts. The person who can make the giant god cult bow down has exceeded the limit they can imagine. While the Lhasa people outside were speculating on the final choice of the god's messenger, Lester, who was at the center of the storm, was enjoying a rare peaceful life. Priest Marine, how about this tea? Under the reserved gaze of the good apprentice Octavia, the man used the method taught by Soraka himself to brew a cup of green tea for the priestess of the Moon cult and her little apprentice. The smooth and quiet movement seemed to the two of them to have a strange and peaceful beauty, and the tea falling from the pot was as soft as the stars falling on the earth. The fragrance of tea was overflowing, and the taste was soft and mellow. The moment it rolled into the esophagus, it was like the last gentle spring breeze of the early summer sunset, and I fell asleep in the starry night, with endless aftertaste. This tea is obviously bitter. Why does it become so mellow in the hands of the Lord God's messenger? Marine doesn't quite understand. Please enlighten me, Lord God's messenger. Carefully looking at the teacher, who was completely different from usual and suddenly became very feminine, little Stacy sipped the green tea in small sips, curiously focusing on the man who was only a dozen years older than her. The excellent appearance was not worth mentioning in front of the ethereal and sacred temperament. Although the brother of the god's messenger named Lester in front of him looked young, the man's actions were like a wise man who had seen through the world and experienced vicissitudes of life. However, the wise man's refusal to be wooed by the Fiery Sun sect seemed a bit childish. Such a contradictory temperament did not conflict with the man at all, but made the man more uniquely charming. Brewing tea with bitter tea is because the person brewing the tea has a bitter heart. Tea brewed by a bitter person is naturally bitter tea, but this bitter tea is born for sweetness. This sweetness is hidden behind the bitterness, and sweetness comes before the bitterness. If the person brewing the tea has a sweet heart, the bitter tea will naturally be sweet. Octavia and Stacy both widened their eyes at the same time, with an expression of "I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked." In an instant, the two girls, one big and one small, felt a sense of sympathy. Lord God's messenger, Marine has learned something. Marine's brain was blank, but she smiled modestly without showing it, as if she had really learned something. If she didn't have this little cunning, how could she have gotten the position of Moon Priestess? I've drunk the tea, Priest Marine. I wonder what you want to talk to me about this time. Putting down the teacup, Lester got straight to the point. The Solari sect rejected me, but I'm not an envoy of the moon giant god. It is not appropriate for me to become a moon priest directly. This will also cause conflicts between the Solari sect and the moon sect. Marine smiled bitterly. The priestess put down the teacup and glanced at Octavia, who was sitting beside her with a solemn face. Knowing that Octavia was not an outsider, the priestess took a deep breath and said slowly, "To be honest with you, Lord Envoy, in fact, over the years, the Solari sect and the moon sect have had irreconcilable conflicts, and this situation will continue to deteriorate." Raising his eyebrows, Lester filled Marine's cup of green tea again. "Please elaborate." "It's like this. Hundreds of years have passed since the Titans of the Sun and Moon left the Holy Peak, and no miracles have appeared on the Titan's Peak for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the secret book of the sect clearly recorded the miracles performed by the Titans in the days of their appearance, I'm afraid even we, the leaders of the sect, would not be able to believe that we are guarding the sacred domain belonging to the Titans. This situation has endangered the faith of the grassroots. Many Raqqa people have begun to doubt whether the Titans really exist, because in the past 100 years, no one who climbed the Holy Peak, whether dead or alive, has been chosen by the Titans. Although it is a bit treasonous for me to say these words, some members of the sect have already believed that the Titans do not exist. In fact, this blasphemous idea of faith, under the guidance of some people with ulterior motives, has evolved into a dispute between the Fiery Sun sect and the Bright Moon sect, especially after the disappearance of the children of the stars who lived on the Holy Peak. Our Bright Moon sect has become the culprit for the Titans no longer sending down miracles under the propaganda of the Fiery Sun sect. The priests of the Fiery Solari sect blamed the Moon sect for the reason why the Titan did not show miracles. They said that the Moon sect blasphemed the Titan, which led to the Titan leaving Mount Targon and no longer sending down miracles. There are even rebels and blasphemers in the Fiery Solari sect who say that the Moon Titan does not exist, and it has always been the Fiery Solari who has protected Mount Targon. Because of this, the Moon sect has to hide in the inaccessible places on the west side of Mount Targon, and the number of believers who believe in the Moon god is decreasing. If this continues, I'm afraid. Lester lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. Polytheism is being forcibly transformed into monotheism by the Raqqa people, and the change of power will only make power more concentrated. However, the Fiery Solari and Moon star spirits in the Star Realm do not care at all, and let the humans below develop freely. In the final analysis, most people believe in religion just to seize secular power. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are anxious, which can only mean that someone has touched the interests of the eunuchs. That's really an interesting statement. Lord Messenger, you are the messenger chosen by the Sun God, and you are also a transcendent who can summon the Sun God. You must know whether the Moon God really exists. Marine gritted her teeth and asked a question that she herself doubted. Being stared at by the three women, Lester smiled faintly. Of course he exists. He doesn't show up just because he is too lazy to care about you. Chapter 490 The dual degree holder of Liang and Jiaoyu High Priest. Marine. What are you doing in our Sun God's house? Lord God, please don't listen to the nonsense of the Bright Moon sect. The High Priest Antley of the Fiery Sun sect got off the stretcher and roared outside the courtyard gate. He didn't look weak at all. Inside the house, Lester frowned. Who is coming? It's the High Priest Antley of the Fiery Sun sect. Haha, I didn't expect the High Priest to come in person. Well yeah, go and invite High Priest Antley in. Okay, teacher. The girl stood up obediently and went to the courtyard to greet the old man, but Marine was a little anxious. Lord God Lester, will you choose to stand on the side of the Fiery Sun sect? If not, Lord Bright Moon High Priest Ella said that he would abdicate and leave the position of High Priest to you. Can you reconsider it? Lester smiled faintly. I'll think about it. As they were talking, Octavia had returned. The impetuous old man walked in with a cute little girl. Marine stood up and saluted the old man with difficulty, but the old man didn't even look at the moon priest who saluted him. He pulled the blonde girl's hand and pointed at Lester. This is the Lord Messenger of God, Phyllis. Come with me and salute the Lord Messenger of God. Hello, Lord Messenger of God. The wavy blonde girl followed the old man in a baby voice, gently placed her right hand on her chest and bent down. The old man glanced at the anxious priest Marine and continued. The two blasphemers who offended the Lord of God have been taken to the dungeon and are waiting for the Lord of God to deal with them at any time. Why don't you follow me up the mountain and revive the Fiery Sun sect as a priest of the Fiery Sunday? No hurry, no hurry. High priest, sit here. Priest Marine, sit down too. Let's talk first. Lester threw a cushion on the ground and motioned Octavia to prepare teacups and fill them for the old man and the blonde girl. Of course, there was no way to say no, so Antley could only take Phyllis to sit around the round table, Antley and Marine next to each other, and Phyllis and Stacy next to each other. The two little guys of the same age who rarely met stared with wide eyes, observing their competitors, full of hostility. Let me first tell you why I came here. This time, the Sun God guided me to the Targon Peak in order to restore the glory of the Sun God and choose a human incarnation for the Sun God. There is no doubt about this. Putting down the teacup, Lester took in Marine's disappointment and Antley's joy and smiled faintly. But the Sun cult drove me away, which made me dislike the current Sun cult, so I decided to go to the Moon cult. Antley widened his eyes in disbelief, and Marine covered her mouth in shock. In the small world on the other side, Stacy, who had originally had a sullen face, smiled again, happily picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp, while Phyllis was stunned on the spot. The little girl didn't know why her own Shianu start turned out like this. But the Lord of God. High Priest Antley, don't persuade me anymore. But you are the Fiery Sun. You shameless old man. Am I the Lord of God, or are you the Lord of God? Are you going to make the decision for me? Seeing that Lester's face had turned cold, the old man recalled that it was he and the Fiery Sun sect who needed help. His power originally came from the Fiery Sun giant god. No matter how powerful he was, he could not control the giant god's messenger. The thunder that struck the hall was enough to explain the status of both parties. The high priest could be replaced, but the envoy of God who only appeared once in a century could not be changed. Lord of God, I understand. Please forgive my rudeness and offense. Antley lowered his head. Marine asked when the atmosphere eased a little. So, Lord Lester, you want to become the high priest of the bright moon? No problem. High Priest Ella will step down when we return. Antley, who was standing by, heard this and was in disbelief that his old rival Ella had given up the position of high priest. But when he thought about the current situation of the Bright Moon sect, the old man understood the Bright Moon sect's idea and said quickly, Lord Lester, as an apology, I'm willing to step down and let the wise take over. You are the most suitable candidate for the position of high priest of the Fiery Sun sect. Only you are qualified to be the leader of the Fiery Sun sect. After getting the answer he wanted, Lester's tense face showed a little more smile. Since Archpriest Antley said so, as the Archpriest of the Solary sect, I naturally cannot sit idly by and watch the Solary sect. How about this? The young followers of the Solary sect can go to the Temple of the Moony sect to receive my guidance. Before I leave Mount Targon, I will choose a suitable follower from the young followers of the two sects to be the incarnation of the Solary Titan. Is that okay with both of you? Marine shook her head. The current situation was already the most perfect for the Moony sect. Although Antley still had something to say, considering Lester's temper, the old man swallowed his words again. If it's okay, Archpriest Antley, send the Solary warriors to carry me tomorrow morning. Antley was stunned. Carry? Do you know what a sedan chair is? I've walked the mountain road once, and I don't want to walk it again. Okay, I understand. Is it to be carried to the Bright Moon sect? Or the Fiery Solary sect? I think I've made it clear enough, High Priest Antley. I understand, Lord Messenger of God. Then we'll take our leave. When Antley and Marine left with the two dizzy little Lalita, Octavia, who was acting as a wooden man on the side, was numb. After her teacher was driven away, she just sat here and became the high priest of the two giant god sects. And such a terrifying existence turned out to be her teacher? At the most desperate moment, she actually hugged the thickest thigh between the Bright Moon Giant sect and the Fiery Solary sect on the Giant God Peak. Via, now you know how powerful your teacher is, right? The Fiery Solary sect and the Bright Moon sect will become your supporters. Lester smiled and touched the girl's smart head with a smile. Besides, your uncle has connections in Lahorak. If you don't work hard to become the chief elder of Lahorak, you will be sorry for me. Hearing Lester's voice, the girl broke free from her dizziness. But teacher, you live in the Bright Moon sect, and you must rarely come back here. I still want to stay with you more. Octavia looked at the place that had become her second home reluctantly, and her face was a little more lost. Seeing the girl's emotions, Lester said softly, I'm in the Bright Moon sect. You can go to the Bright Moon sect to find me at any time. I know you want to do something big. Just go for it. People who really want to do big things will not be attached to their small families. Whether you want to learn combat or political tactics, you can go to the Bright Moon sect to find me. If someone bullies you, you must tell me, and I will vent your anger for you, but you should try to solve the problem yourself if you can, and you can't rely on me for everything. Wiping the corners of her eyes, the girl stood up and hugged the man in front of her. Teacher, why are you so nice to me? Patting the girl on the back, the man's eyes showed a little more sorrow. Maybe it's because I want to be a competent teacher. The unchanging life of the Raka people on Mount Targon has undergone tremendous changes. In the sedan chair carried by the Sun Warriors, Lester returned to the mountainside of Mount Targon again and settled down in the Temple of the Moon Cult. The first thing Lester did when he came to the Moon Cult was to send most of the warriors who guarded Mount Targon, fought the cold wind all day, and ate free food every day to the foot of the mountain, and returned to Lahorak. Most of the Lahorak were unwilling to accept the orders and commands of the Targon cult. They went up the mountain voluntarily. These liberated people naturally had a good impression of Lester, who issued the order. After going down the mountain and returning to Lahorak, they became supporters close to Hasman and Octavia. A small number of people were relatives of the giant god cult monks. Going down the mountain meant that they would no longer be protected by the giant god cult. They could only obtain survival supplies in battles and fights. Their life and death depended on their own abilities. In the battle, many relatives died, which made many people feel angry. As for the two Sun Warriors, Gadden and Joel, who offended Lester and happened to run into the gun, they were exiled to the outermost part by Lahorak. Each of them had to kill 100 bandits independently and bring back 100 heads before they could return to the Laka tribe again. With a special monitor, the possibility of killing innocent people and taking credit was almost zero. It can only be said that it was unlucky enough. This move allowed Lahorak, whose defense force was stretched to its limits, to gain enough strength to defend the tribe. Every Laka person at the foot of the mountain felt the benefits personally and began to truly identify with the Sudden Sun God Messenger and the Sun and Moon High Priest. Lester's second move was to screen and picket a small number of the rotten garbage of the Sun sect and the Moon sect. These people were idle in the mountains all day, pretending to study the scriptures, but they did not memorize the complete 3 sentences of the scriptures. They secretly colluded with a very small number of Lahorak warriors to do some thieves and prostitutes and oppressed the good. This investigation uncovered a shocking case. After the investigation, a secret dungeon was found on the sacred giant god peak. The lecherous monks imprisoned Laka boys and girls in the dungeon to satisfy their own perverted desires. These missing people disappeared in the Laka tribe on the grounds of sand bandits robbing the village. After a careful investigation, it was discovered that it was these corrupt monks who were linked together that mobilized most of the Laka troops, making the outer villages of the Laka people always under the attack of sand bandits and barbarians, which made it easier for them to quietly abduct people in the dungeon. Looking at the piles of bones in the dungeon and the dozens of half-naked, empty-headed victims, Antley and Ella, who had abdicated to become the Sun Priest and the Moon Priest, were both angry and ashamed. They also truly recognized the new Sun Priest and the Moon Priest. The two were convinced and willing to be inferior to others and give up all power. After thoroughly investigating the corruption of the giant god sect, Lester chose to make it public and bring all the scum and filth to the trial. The family of each victim had the right to punish the demons with the knife in their hands, but many people could not recognize whether their children who had been missing for more than 20 years were under the piles of bones. For a time, the holy peak was filled with mourning and screams. The flesh and blood of the demons were stripped away and cut into bones alive by the angry Laka people. The scandal of the invisible light was exposed to the Raka people, and the prestige of the Titan cult was greatly reduced. In addition, Hasmon and Octavia have been committed to recovering the power of Lahorak. After the efforts of Lester and Octavia, Lahorak was basically freed from the shackles of the Titan cult. The Titan cult could only obtain limited warrior guards, and no longer interfered in the affairs of Lahorak as unscrupulously as before. After doing all this, Lester, who had gained supreme prestige, really began to change the two major sects, guiding the Raka people in his own way, and looking for a suitable host of the Sun Star Spirit from the candidates. Time passed day by day, and 14 years had passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Lester, who lived on the holy peak, climbed out of the bed, and the man who pulled himself out covered his apprentice, the greatest female leader in the history of Lahorak, the great elder of the military sect Lahorak, with a quilt, covering the woman's graceful and powerful curves. After unremitting training and learning, the once thin girl has grown into a strong female warrior with well-developed abdominal muscles and tight muscle lines, proficient in various combat skills. From the moment Octavia took the initiative to attack at night 10 years ago and let Lester break the window paper, Lester found that he could not live up to the beautiful feelings of the girl after all. Even if he explained his situation to Octavia, the woman did not care at all, choosing to seize the day and cherish everything. Facing such heavy emotions, Lester smiled bitterly and accepted it frankly. After all, if you personally watch your apprentice marry other men, the guy who said he was not sad must have a problem in his heart and needs to find Bobby who stays up late to enlighten him. Of course, there will be an extra charge. If there is no interference from the Star Spirit this time, he decided to accompany Octavia for life until the woman leaves this world. Wearing the holy and luxurious high priest robes, Lester kissed the sleeping Octavia gently, and the man left the room and began to eat, preparing to explain the scriptures and the mysteries of the sun and the moon to the believers. The sky was already bright. Walking into the preaching hall, dozens of young bright moon and fiery sun believers were sitting quietly in their seats waiting for the greatest sun and moon high priest. The two girls sitting on both sides of the podium straightened their backs, looked at each other with eyes full of sparks, and cast admiring looks at Lester who walked up to the podium. On the left was Phyllis, the most outstanding believer of the fiery sun cult. She was outgoing and cheerful, with a head of brilliant golden hair as dazzling and beautiful as the sun. Her green eyes reminded Lester of the brilliant time in the Emerald Territory. On the right was Stassi, the most outstanding believer of the bright moon cult. She was calm and gentle, with grey hair like mist on a rainy night, lingering under the hazy grey eyes, to protect the tranquility of the moon. The two girls who had been competitive since childhood were even more incompatible when they grew up. They had to compare their strengths and weaknesses in various places. What they were most looking forward to was naturally the only incarnation of the power of the fiery sun giant god chosen by Lester. Coming to the blackboard like Stonewall, Lester picked up a white chalk and drew a simple map of the lunar system. After a long period of study, you have learned the secrets of the sun, moon, and stars, and understand that all planets, including our own, revolve around stars, and that planets have their own satellites. I want to know what this secret can bring you. Chapter 491. Our sect finally has a big traitor. The Titans all live in those balls. We can communicate with the Titans by looking up. The moon revolves around the sun, so the Sun Titan must be more powerful than the Moon Titan. Apart from the Sun Titan and the Moon Titan, are there many other Titans? Why don't they perform miracles? Are we all seen by the Titans in the sky when we pee in the wild? So embarrassing. Everyone expressed their own ideas one after another. If you don't look at the robes with strong religious style of the Runeterra, such teaching activities are actually no different from modern universities. Keeping the answers of the believers in mind, Lester looked at the frowning blonde girl. Phyllis, tell me what you think. Phyllis, whose name was Colt, glanced at Stassi, who had a calm face, stood up, and took a deep breath. I think that the sun, moon, and stars have always maintained a stable balance under the control of the Titans, a balance with stars like the sun as the energy core. Once the balance is broken, the world will suffer a huge disaster. Perhaps, when the Titans do not appear, it is because they maintain a balance in the starry sky, and the Sun Titans are the key to maintaining the balance. Very thoughtful. After receiving a rather unremarkable evaluation, Phyllis sat down somewhat disappointed. "Stacy, what do you think?" The gray-haired girl stood up and said softly, "The place where we live is just a small planet in the vast universe. Maybe there are humans like us living on the surface of other planets." Phyllis frowned again, but Lester nodded encouragingly, giving the studious Stacy more courage. "Those humans may have great powers that we cannot imagine. They left their planet and came to our planet, exerting powers that we cannot understand for us to regard as miracles, and become gods in our eyes." "Stacy, what are you talking about? You are blaspheming the giant god." A sun cultist stood up and rebuked the gray-haired girl, but Lester waved his hand. "This is just a discussion. Putting aside the position, anyone can speak freely. It is very rude to interrupt others. I hope there will be no next time." After the blushing cultist sat down, Lester looked at the gray-haired girl with admiration. "Stacy, you are talking very well. Keep talking." "Okay, Mr. Lester." Being praised by the man, the calm girl finally blushed a little, and her starry eyes were full of hope as she stared at the man. "I was thinking, if we can also master the method of leaving this world, can we see other wonderful worlds in the stars of the universe with our own eyes? Teacher, can we do it?" "We can do it, but we still have a long way to go before we can do it. The difficulties and obstacles along the way, the dedication and sacrifice along the way, all require humans to stand up and overcome them one by one, and then we will master the most brilliant galaxy in the universe." The girl sat down with satisfaction and smiled sweetly after getting the answer she wanted most, even if it was just a lie. "Thank you, teacher." Looking around at the believers, who were dissatisfied with Stacy, and then looking at Phyllis, who showed an envious look, Lester concluded, "If you want to obtain the secrets and truth of the world, you must never let your thoughts stand still." For those who think that Stacy offended the Titan, do you think the Titan will care about this? In a sacred place like Mount Targon, there are places where filth is hidden. If the Titan really cares, will he allow those filth to survive? In fact, not only will the Titan not punish Stacy, he will also praise Stacy for having her own thoughts. Only humans will consider whether to blaspheme the Titan, but the Titan does not care about what humans think. Listen, if you want to get close to the Titan and gain his recognition, there are two ways. After resolving the conflicts and malice for Stacy, Lester raised the first finger. Have characteristics similar to the Titans. For example, the chosen ones of the blazing sun Titans need to have a bright will as dazzling as the sun. The chosen ones of the bright moon Titans need to be secretive and decisive. The chosen ones of the war Titans need to have strong force and unyielding will, as well as a desire for war and killing. And the chosen ones of the guardian star spirits need to have a vast and all-embracing kindness. The heated atmosphere finally subsided, and Phyllis spoke. "Teacher Lester, what is the second way to gain the recognition of the Titans?" In the eyes of the believers, Lester raised his second finger. "The second way is to raise your right hand, wave it vigorously, come to the Titans, and give the Titans an unforgettable slap in the face, so that the Titans will regard you as an equal, not a lowly ant. Believe me, I'm the messenger of the blazing sun Titans. I speak for the bright moon, and everything I say is an ironclad fact." Except for Phyllis and Stacy, everyone opened their mouths. Now no one thought Stacy was a blasphemer anymore, because the biggest blasphemer was actually the messenger closest to God. Above the astral realm, the sun star spirit, whose body was completely destroyed, and had returned to the will of the star spirit, connected to the Targon peak in the form of a golden light, quietly observing Lester's daily rebellion class on the Targon peak. The moon star spirit floated on the side, with a rare smile on her face. "Moon, what are you laughing at?" Star spirit language, no more to say. The sun star was shining, and seemed a little dissatisfied. "I'm laughing. There's nothing wrong with what Lester said. No matter where you are, power is supreme. It's just such a simple truth, but mortals will never understand it. They always want to get things they shouldn't have by asking and praying. Little do they know that most of the things they can get by praying are expensive prices that they can never pay back. Only when they lose their thighs will humans understand how stupid it is to mourn for the hair they have lost. Instead of talking about these, it's better to think about something more useful. The man, as feminine as the clear moon, sat in the air, his eyes fixed on the grey-haired girl in the starry sky. I think I have found another suitable incarnation. Stacy is the most suitable for me. What about you? That's the rebel, and your body is not damaged. The fiery sun star spirit spun a few times in the air. So what? Do you care? Of course not, but rebels will eventually have to pay a little price so that humans know that there are some areas that cannot be violated. I don't care that my believers rebel against me. Why are you so anxious? Liang, you are just jealous. Jealous that Stacy is better than your Phyllis, and Lester also likes Stacy the most. The Liang star spirit was still in the star realm, flickering like a blazing fire. Jingayu, how about we make a bet? What is the bet? Don't you care? Let's bet on the survival of the Bright Moon sect and the Fiery Sun sect. How to bet? I see that their sense of competition is very strong. In this case, you and I will act at the same time. Give Stacy and Phyllis divinity. Let them control the Bright Moon sect and the Fiery Sun sect, and all the Lacquer people will be the referees to see whether Stacy does better or Phyllis does better. Interesting, I bet. The sky is like iron, and the moonlight is like frost. The cold wind is biting, but it can hardly take away the sorrow in my heart. Holding a cup of hot tea, Lester leaned against the patterned stone pillar of the moon temple, accompanied by the moonlight, enjoying the quiet night. For Lester, who has been to most parts of Runeland, the night sky above Mount Targon is more beautiful than other places in Runeland. This is the place closest to the universe, where the bright moon in the sky is within reach, and the stars in the sky can be seen. The dangerous building is 100 feet high, and you can pick the stars with your hands. I dare not speak loudly, for fear of disturbing the people in the sky. This ancient oriental poem is most suitable for this situation, especially when there are really a bunch of damn bastards in the sky. The man has been looking for a pair of stars as bright as pure gold hidden in the starry sky, and tonight is no exception. The night sky tonight is a little blurry, as gentle as the eyes of the son of the stars. You once said that the quiet night is the best time to drink tea. I didn't like drinking tea at night, but I developed the habit of not being able to sleep without tea. I went from a clumsy tea drinker to a tea lover. I drink tea from you, but I can no longer see your back. The dry and cold night wind blew through the temple. The man's body, which was not afraid of the cold, shrank. He sipped the hot tea in the cup. A warm feeling surged into his heart, dispelling the cold, which made the man feel that he was not alone. Soraka, under the control of the Protoss, I still can't go back to the Emerald Territory. In my current situation, I have no chance to resist the control of the Protoss. If I don't work for the Protoss, I can only be locked up by Zo in an ice cave without sunlight again. This is definitely not the result I want. At this point, the man who was talking to himself sighed. I don't know if Zina received my message. If the Night's Edge hadn't become stupid, Master Duran should have achieved extraordinary achievements in the Emerald Territory. Now that I think about it, it's better to work hard and make progress in the Emerald Territory. To be honest, it's too difficult to fight against the gods with human power. I'm not the child of destiny, nor the protagonist. I'm just a lucky person who has been chosen, struggling to survive in the world. I can't even be sure whether my destiny journey will end after falling below 500 average subscriptions. This is a creation force that is more majestic than the Protoss. I can't disobey it at all. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the story obviously has a good beginning, but there is no good ending. This will disappoint many people. To put it bluntly, I'm just struggling to survive now. If there is no good ending, I'll kill you at some point. A starry bubble emerged from the air, and Zo, who was bouncing, sat on the man's face and suffocated Lester. Lester forcibly pulled the starry sky in front of his face away, and slapped Zo's butt hard, making a crisp sound. Ouch, what are you doing? Zo, who was covering her butt, widened her eyes. The Twilight Star Spirit was very dissatisfied with the man's sneak attack, but the man was even more dissatisfied. Okay, you are secretly watching me poop again, right? Lululu, I'm not that bored, Humph. This time I came to help Soraka convey the message she gave you. Since you don't want to listen, then I won't say it. Really, Soraka is very happy to hear you talk about her every day. I'm almost annoyed. You can talk more than a certain old dragon. Ahem. Miss Zo, please forgive my rude behavior just now. He picked up Zoe very gentlemanly, as gentle as Tom picked up the little white cat, and Lester's eyes were full of affection. What did she want to tell me? Tell me, please. PFFT, you should see how you look now. It's so funny. Her temper came and went quickly. Zoe smiled and hugged the man's neck, then kissed his cheek hard, making a smacking sound. It's like this. In the sea west of Mount Targan lives a group of Vastaya mermaids. For thousands of years, this group of Vastaya mermaids have lived a peaceful life in the ocean. Until one day, a void crack appeared deep in the sea. The first to observe this situation was Bright Moon. He was sure that this void crack would not cause great harm to Runeland, but it could not be ignored. Forcibly sealing it would likely cause the crack to expand, so he signed a contract with the mermaids to suppress the void crack. Every once in a while, the mermaids, Tidakala, would bring back a deep sea pearl that could be used as a moon magic material for the Bright Moon cult. In exchange, the Lunary will send out a Glory Wanderer to deliver the Moonstone made of astral magic to the Tidakala, except in rare cases where the incarnation of the Lunary will personally deliver the Moonstone. Most of the time, this Glory Wanderer is Soraka. Lunary feared trouble and entrusted it to Soraka, and Soraka took the opportunity to live on the west side of Mount Targan. Okay, you guys team up to bully Soraka, right? Let's press his thumbs on both sides of Zoe's temples, and little Starlight came out, making Zoe roll her eyes. She is willing to do so just like that. The Tidakala brought the Moonstone back to the mermaid tribe, and placed the Moonstone on the sealing array outside the void crack. The astral energy of the Moonstone dispelled the darkness brought by the void. This transaction lasted for a long time, and the void crack remained very small, and did not expand. But the key is that after Soraka, as a Shining Wanderer, completed the Moonstone transaction with the mermaids, she went to Valoran to find you. Although she also returned to Mount Targan to complete the transaction with the mermaids during this period, it has been nearly 100 years since Soraka's last transaction with the mermaids, and you brought Soraka back to the astral realm and she couldn't come down. The current situation is that the void cracks in the deep sea abyss have begun to become restless. Bright Moon created the Moonstone, but no one can withstand the huge astral power of the Moonstone. Thinking that whoever does the bad thing will be responsible, she naturally came to you who asked you to bring Soraka back to the astral realm. Little Lele, you have the power of runes, and the power of the stars will not cause fatal harm to you, so go ahead and become the new generation of the Radiant Wanderer. So according to you, I just need to take the Moonstone and wait for the Tidakala to emerge from the sea to complete the transaction? Zoe shook her head. Of course not. In order to confirm the specific situation of the void crack, you need to follow the Tidakala to the sea and go to the location of the void crack in the deep sea to complete the seal. At that time, I will give you a secret treasure that can breathe and move freely in the sea, and you don't need to worry about entering the sea. Hearing Zoe say this, Lester always felt that he was arranged. According to the background story of the mermaid Nami, the Radiant Wanderer did not need to go to the sea at all. He was a little alert in his heart, but Lester's face showed a bit of embarrassment. What about finding a suitable incarnation for Liang? Don't you have to do it? Zoe shook her head. Liang is ready to choose Phyllis, and he is very satisfied with Phyllis. So little Lele, your mission has actually been completed. Chapter 490 To the Citrus Scent of the Sun and the Moon. The west side of the Giant God Peak is the headquarters of the Moon Cult. After Lester took the initiative to make it public, everyone knew that Phyllis was the next incarnation and the chosen one of the Sun God. There were those who envied, those who flattered, and those who were calm, but there was no one who was jealous, because everyone knew that the incarnation of the Giant God would only appear in the most outstanding apprentice of the sect, which meant that it was either Phyllis or Stacy, and Stacy's ideas were destined to be unacceptable to most people, so it could only be Phyllis. No normal person would be jealous of a peer who was much better than himself through his own efforts and talents. Ambitious people would only regard Phyllis as their own role model. As for the fact that Stacy, who was as dazzling as Phyllis and even more favored by the High Priest, was not selected, most people felt a sense of relief that the heaven had seen through their eyes. When the two decided the winner, except for a small number of believers of the Moon Cult, no one was willing to pay attention to this freak who abandoned his faith and deviated from the tradition. After half a day of teaching, most of the believers came to Phyllis to show their goodwill. Stacy on the other side was completely alone. The gray-haired girl lowered her head and was sad alone. This scene made Lester feel a little distressed. Stacy, come with me. After a moment of hesitation, the girl stood up and responded respectfully and followed Lester out. Phyllis, who was surrounded by the moon in her seat, frowned. Looking at her competitor following the man's back, a trace of barely perceptible jealousy flashed in her eyes. For some reason, the joy and satisfaction of being chosen disappeared instantly. Sorry, I need to go out. Phyllis forced herself out of the crowd with a smile and left the yard. She looked around and didn't see the two people. The blonde girl's face froze and she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Where can I go? Following Lester, Stacy walked up to the observatory of the moon watching temple. In my opinion, Phyllis is as good as you. You don't need to feel disappointed. In fact, I like you more than Phyllis. The man stood in front of the moon tablet, and his fingers brushed over the Raker inscription on the moon tablet. The inscription roughly meant, the moon rises and sets, the moon waxes and wanes. Looking back, the moon is still the moon. In Lester's opinion, this is a very philosophical nonsense. I don't know which guy deliberately engraved it on the stone tablet to show off. The key is that he really pretended to be awesome. But I'm not the one who holds the final say, and I don't want you to become the incarnation of the Titan. That's not a good thing. I'm actually happy for you that the Titan didn't choose you. Similarly, I'm sad that the Titan chose Phyllis, which means that she must shoulder a mission that doesn't belong to her. The choice of the Titan is too heavy, and it shouldn't be the price you need to bear. Teacher, the ideas I taught you are not tolerated by this world, let alone Lacquer or the Titan Peak. Among so many students, only you are willing to understand, and only you have learned my thoughts. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Stacy, I need you to understand that no matter how many people there are, even if we give our all, we can't shake the theocratic throne that has been maintained above our heads for 1,000 years. The teacher is a loser. You are my favorite student, and I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Turning around, Lester put his hand on the girl's face and gently pulled it. The baby fat she had when she was a child had disappeared. Stacy was no longer the little girl who ran around behind him. At this moment, the girl was like a bright and beautiful moon, and her pink lips reflected an attractive luster in the sun. The girl's misty gray eyes were his favorite part. The children around him always grew up unknowingly, and would grow old in the future. From beginning to end, he was the only one who accompanied the cold tombstones. Lester sighed softly. I will give you the last lesson in the afternoon. You have grown up, and no longer need me. Phyllis has embarked on the path she needs to take. As for you, I hope you forget everything I taught you, and grow up happily and healthily as an ordinary believer. I will be very satisfied with this. Maybe I will leave here, maybe not, but the rest of the road will eventually require you to go on your own. The man's voice was very gentle. Stacy wiped her eyes and pressed the man's hand on her cheek. Teacher, if you leave, can you take me with you? I want to learn more from you. Lester chuckled and scratched Stacy's nose. Why, you are so old, but you still can't bear to leave your teacher. The girl sniffed and buried her head in the man's arms. Well, I can't bear to leave my teacher. Actually, the teacher can't bear to leave you, but all good things must come to an end. Patting Stacy's back, Lester rubbed his sore eyes and gently pushed the girl away from him. The teacher's path is different from yours. Following me will only leave you covered in wounds. Stacy stared blankly at the heavy-footed man leaving, and her body lost strength and knelt on the ground. At some point, another figure appeared in her eyes, but it was Phyllis who stretched out her hand. The blonde girl looked a little lost. Stacy, you win. The teacher still likes you more. Wiping her tears with a bitter smile, Stacy took Phyllis's hand and was pulled up by the blonde girl. Phyllis, you're wrong. I'm just a loser. Haha, that's right. We're all losers. The Loser Alliance. Phyllis forced a laugh twice. She felt something stuck in her throat and couldn't speak. Her nose felt a little sour. After a long silence, Stacy whispered, Teacher, he has a lot of heavy things on his shoulders. I can feel that he doesn't want to drag us into those troubles. I want to help him, but I don't know how to do it. I'll help you. It's better for two people to think of a solution together than alone, right? Stacy raised her head blankly. Phyllis smiled and showed her white and shining teeth, like the sunshine at dawn in early spring. It's a romantic thing to work hard for the one you like. If you have power, but can't use it where you want, then such power will lose its meaning for a person. Do you think you are the only one who likes that teacher? With a bright smile on her face, Stacy opened her arms and hugged the sunny girl in front of her tightly. The strange body fragrance permeated her nose. The unexpected hug made the sunny girl blush, and she was a little at a loss. Thank you, Phyllis. Taking a deep breath, Phyllis always felt that she had lost. Unconvinced, she also hugged Stacy with her backhand, buried her head between her gray hair, and rubbed her ears with her temples. To be honest, I was a little jealous of you before. I was jealous of why the teacher always looked at you, and why he left more attention to you, but I'm not jealous now. Why? If I were a teacher, I would probably like you too. You, what are you talking about? Pushing the blonde girl away, Stacy fled the platform in a panic. After the last class, Lester said goodbye to the students in the temple, found the most reliable priests of the Fiery Sorry and the Bright Moon, and simply arranged the development of the Fiery Sorry and the Bright Moon after he left. It is estimated that this deep sea trip will only take 1 or 2 months at most, and Lester is not prepared to make a long and affectionate farewell. He just told Octavia about his movements and made preparations. The man took a fishing rod, a fishing bucket and a small bench, and sat on the coast wearing waterproof fish leather pants, waiting for the mermaid tide caller to show his mermaid head from the Conqueror Sea. When no one is around, he has to attack the mermaid first, so that he can gain the upper hand and avoid embarrassment. Ouch. Who is attacking me? At midnight, the magic tide suddenly fell into chaos. The tide surged up and down, and a head with horns holding a strange thing like a night pearl just popped up, and was hit by a fish hook that fell from the sky. Hey, it's me who attacked you. Lester waved his hand to show his friendliness. The male mermaid was a little overwhelmed by Lester, and it took him a few seconds to react, with a strange look on his face. Are you the glorious wanderer? I'm just not glorious enough. That's fine, but am I not wild enough? Lester pointed to his fish skin shorts and a bucket of sea fish, and in the waves, he looked like he didn't take aquatic creatures seriously. Strange, the patriarch clearly said that the eyes of the glorious wanderer are golden. Forget it. Using ocean magic to support his fishtail, the Tidacaller successfully landed. Wanderer, where is the moonstone? Here. Lester dumped the fish bucket, and several sea fish were successfully released and put into the stomach of the big fish. After 3 seconds, the man of nature took out a moon-shaped stone emitting a faint blue light from the partition. As for the magic equipment given by Zoe that can breathe and move in the ocean, it has been hung around the man's neck. It is a piece of ice jade that can give the wearer the attribute of hydrophilicity. The Tidacaller's face lit up. This is a deep sea pearl. We can complete the deal. No. Huh. The mermaid was stunned again. Lester grinned. You also know that I'm not the previous glorious wanderer. The reason why I came this time is because I need to go to the Abyss Rift to see the situation of the Void Rift in person. So I can't give you the moonstone, and you have to give me the deep sea pearl. This is not fair. Are you afraid that I will run away? I said I'm going with you and going home with you. Are you still afraid? Lester took the fist-sized deep sea pearl from the silly mermaid and looked at it twice. Only then did he realize that he had no place to put it. Can I eat it? Huh. The Tidacaller was dumbfounded and even forgot to cast the ocean magic. He fell directly on the beach and became a salted fish. I asked you if it can be eaten. He hurriedly used the deep sea wand to cast the magic again to make himself float up. The Tidacaller could no longer think independently. Some mermaids who are not afraid of death have eaten it. They need other supplementary food materials. It's okay as long as you don't die from it. With a stutter, Lester opened his mouth and began to chew the deep sea pearl. A piece of powder could be hung off in one bite. The whole process was no different from eating eggshells. He swallowed it into his stomach in 2 or 3 bites. A strange power spread from his body, and Lester couldn't explain why. Okay, the deal is done. I'm leaving. After eating the deep sea pearl, Lester rinsed his mouth with seawater, picked up the moonstone, and turned to leave. The honest mermaid Tidacaller was stunned and almost cried. Don't go. Lord Wanderer, didn't you say you would go into the sea with me? Turning back, Lester smiled evilly and threw the glowing stone to the Tidakala. Silly boy, I'm just teasing you. Hold the moonstone and lead the way. Holding the moonstone, the merman Tidakala, who was relieved, lowered his posture unconsciously, knowing that he had no way to deal with the unpredictable Radiant Wanderer in front of him. Master Radiant Wanderer, please follow me. See, I said that beating a mermaid would be useful, right? What? I didn't tell you. I'm just running out of energy, and I'm trying to let myself go within the limits. Don't worry, no one is watching. Sinking into the ocean, Lester was surprised to find that the ice jade on his neck supported a transparent bubble that could cover his whole body. The transparent bubble was controlled by consciousness, as if it were an extension of his body. Not only did it have sufficient oxygen to breathe, but it could also move quickly in the sea. The man decided at the moment that no matter what Zoe said, he couldn't return it. From the shallow sea to the deep sea, Lester in the bubble did not feel any pressure from the deep sea, which made Lester a little worried that if the ice jade suddenly lost its effect, he would kick his legs directly in the ocean. By the way, little brother, what's your name? I really miss your fluent Vastaya language. Master Glorious Wanderer, my name is Liashu. The Tidakala who was leading the way turned around and responded to Lester. Liashu, can you lend me your staff? Don't worry, I will definitely return it. Instinctively holding the tribe's treasured staff in his arms, Liashu shook his head vigorously. No, Master Wanderer, this Tidakala's wand is not just mine, it's the sacred object of our entire mermaid tribe. Is that so? As long as it becomes yours, you can lend it to me, right? Seeing more and more bubbles on the child in front of him, Lester didn't want to continue to embarrass him. As the dive went deeper and deeper, the sea water, which originally had some dim light, turned into a dark sea. It was all thanks to the light emitted by the Tidakala's wand and the ice jade to dispel the darkness. In the pitch black ocean, some strange looking deep sea fish can be seen. Lanternfish and unknown fish with magical lights on their dorsal fins linger around the bubbles, and they seem to be very interested in Lester in the bubbles. Deeper in the ocean, there is a dark shadow with huge tentacles, and it is unknown whether there is a big octopus hiding there. Liashu, how did you run to such a far place to live? Logically speaking, the ancestral land of Vastaya should be Omika Island in Ionia, right? Another sea area should be your top priority for settling down. Liashu was a little surprised that Lester knew the secret belonging to Vastaya, and she became more curious about Lester's origins. Originally, we lived in another sea area that you humans call the Watcher Sea. It's very close to Ionia, and we can also absorb the natural magic from the ancestral land of Makaran to enhance our magic power. But I don't know when there were terrible things in the ocean. Terrible things? Is it Nagakaburas? Little Murlocs? Or a giant iron lump carrying an anchor? Looking at Lester, who seemed to know everything with a strange look, the water thaw became stronger, and the merman Tidakala scratched his head. It's the terrible octopus god Nagakaburas. He and his sea monsters have brought great threats to our mermaids. We had no choice but to leave the Watcher's Sea and cross the sea to the Targan Peak. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Pregnant? Oh no, I choose to take the child's surname. There is no concept of time in the ocean. Lester, who cannot rely on the sun, moon, and stars to tell time, does not know how long he has been swimming. Fortunately, the man successfully arrived at his destination before he acquired deep sea phobia. The mermaid tribe is located on the edge of a cliff in the dark abyss. Under the cliff is a deep sea rift. The moonstone ceiling array is located in the center of the village, and the village is just above the mouth of the rift. If you must believe that this is a coincidence, Lester is willing to donate his head to the Protoss so that the Protoss can play a game of National Football Corps borrowing monument. Various deep sea pearls, deep sea crystals and fluorescent seaweed illuminate the mermaid village and disperse those light-fearing deep sea monsters. The village is not big, but it is not small. It probably covers 1,000 miles of sea area. In this mysterious deep sea without sunlight, there lives a group of isolated Vastaya people. How to continue their own race without exchanging genes with the outside world is enough for biologists to study for a lifetime, and maybe even study theology. When Lester followed the water and landed in the center of the village with bubbles on his head, he became the most handsome guy in the village. Hundreds of mermaids who had never known what clothes were surrounded the man with wide eyes, curiously looking at the unknown creatures they had never seen before, and even wanted to touch them. At the same time, Lester was also a little dizzy by the large and small pure blue waves and symmetrical bubbles in front of him. Fortunately, the man knew the principle of adapting to local customs. In addition to saluting involuntarily, because the scene was too shocking, he said calmly that the man did not make any other rude actions. Ahem, everyone, please don't offend the guests on land. After listening to the introduction of the water, the elder of the mermaid took the initiative to help Lester out, preventing the man from losing his fish skin pants. After all, the bubbles made by ice jade can isolate the sea water, but they cannot isolate the soft, cold and slippery curious little hands. This is the glorious wanderer from the land. His name is Lester. He brought us the moonstone that protects the village. It turns out to be the glorious wanderer. Glorious wanderer, you are so strange. Why is your body different from ours? Wanderer, why does your tail grow in front? And it's so small? It's so hard. A petite and tall mermaid girl successfully reached the other side of her dream with her hands, which made Lester's face dark. He has lived in this world for more than 300 years, and this is the first time someone said he was small. Aunt can tolerate it, but uncle can't. Ahem, little water flower, don't offend Lord Wanderer. Lord Wanderer is a human, unlike us mermaids. Humans don't have tails, and that, ahem, it's not a tail. You can't let anyone touch it. If you touch it, you'll get pregnant. After hearing the elder's reprimand, the mermaid girl named Little Waterflower panicked and covered her face and stepped back several meters. She kept apologizing to Lester, and Lester forgave this naive little mermaid. Thinking about it carefully, this little girl is actually no different from the female reporter, who had not seen through the true identity of the deep well-meet Ganoderma demon. Ignorance is not a fault, but it's quite cute. After the mermaids calmed down a little, the elder of the mermaid tribe spoke respectfully. Lord Wanderer, we are very grateful that you can accompany Liushu to observe the situation of the Abyss Fisher in person, but it is too dangerous under the Abyss Fisher. There are very terrible monsters there, and the sealing array set up by the bright moon giant god is in the village. Just put the moonstone on it. I'm afraid that your idea of going down in person will not work. Frowning, Lester looked down at the ice jade on his neck, knowing that there was no way to fool around with this matter, so he asked, "Anyway, I have to go down and see the current situation of the void rift with my own eyes. If it is not convenient for you, then I can only go by myself." Liushu, who was standing aside, was about to say something, but was interrupted by the elder of the mermaid, so Liushu held back his words. "In that case, you can stay in the village first. Liushu, you will arrange the accommodation and food for Lord Wanderer, and you must entertain the guests from the land in the best way, understand?" After agreeing, Liushu came to Lester with a bit of apology. "Lord Lester, let's stay here first. Whether you can go or not, at least let me take you around our village." Lester nodded without comment. "Lead the way." Following the flowing water, we came to a remote stone house. Unlike other mermaid residences, this stone house built of deep sea rocks is larger. Unlike buildings on land, the stone house has many holes and no doors or windows. There are pearls emitting light on the stone walls. Except for a seabed woven from marine plants, there is no furniture in the house. Obviously, the entertainment of the mermaids is very poor. They can only find some boudoir fun when they have nothing to do. Maybe this is the secret of gene continuation? After asking about Lester's recipe, the flowing water silently remembered it in his heart. After learning that Lester wanted to rest, the tide caller took the initiative to leave and left the house. After driving away the tide caller, the man's face was a little ugly. It seems that asking the mermaids to lead me to the location of the void rift will not work. It is useless for me to come here. The Protoss asked me to come down, just to get rid of me. There is no need to enter the abyss to suppress the expansion of the void rift. What do they want to do in the Targon Peak? Thinking of the original world of Runeland, in the generation of Leona and Diana, only the sun cult was left of the Targon cult, and the moon cult became a heresy, and was buried in history. Lester's heart sank. No matter what, I can't stay here for too long. I must go back, as soon as possible. According to the attitude of the mermaid elder, he should not send anyone to stop me. I will dive into the abyss after the mermaids fall asleep. It can be regarded as an explanation to both parties. In the silence, Lester observed the surrounding environment and left the stone house after confirming that there were no monitors. Despite the nice words of the mermaid elders, Lester understood that he was just an outsider after all, and they didn't care about his life or death. They only cared about the Moonstone and the safety of their own tribe. Of course, he didn't need others to care. It's not that he had never come into contact with the Void. In fact, without considering the corruption and gay purple factors, he had a good impression of the Void when he was in Freljord. If the Protoss didn't give him a way to live, the worst thing would be to go to the Void and fuck him. Lester, who was driving the bubbles, recalled the location of the crack. The man quickly left the village and found a dark crack that was less than 100 meters long. It should be here. Without hesitation, Lester directly urged the bubbles to dive down. The man, who was not familiar with the underwater environment, did not find that there was a sneaky little tail following him. The sea abyss crack was like a waterfall with a turbulent undercurrent, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. On the sea rocks on both sides, there were twisted coral reefs and purple seaweed-like tentacles, as well as some glowing purple sea crystals. The deeper you dive, the wider the space becomes. The main blue color in the ocean gradually turns to purple. A scene that makes living things feel disgusted and disgusted appears in front of you. It is an illusory purple world with its own unique food chain. Various mutant deep sea fish with purple light and sharp teeth bite the bodies of their own or different species. Feeling the flow of water waves, the deep sea fish's big head full of holes begins to turn, and the tentacles like fish fins speed up the swinging speed. After the purple deep sea fish found Lester, they began to launch non-stop attacks. Fortunately, the bubbles supported by the ice jade were strong enough to prevent Lester from being threatened. But accidents always happen inadvertently. The screams from behind made Lester stop the bubbles. The man frowned and turned to rush upwards. Waving the coral magic wand in her hand desperately, the little water splash, whose magic power was rapidly fading, used the water flow to fight against the three-headed fish that surrounded her. Seeing two more fish attacking from one side, the desperate mermaid girl hugged the magic wand tightly in fear and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Until 3 seconds later, the pain did not come, but the little water splash felt a pair of warm and powerful big hands hugging her petite body to protect her. Slowly opening her eyes, the little water splash found that she was already in the bubble, and the glorious wanderer holding her was closely attached to her body, constantly sinking deeper and deeper. The shameful feeling from all parts of her body made the mermaid girl more convinced that she was pregnant. Thinking of this, the little water splash was no longer shy, but instead hugged the man with her backhand, which made the man stunned. How did this little girl become the host? Speeding up to get rid of the strange fish infected by the void energy, Lester found a coral reef cave to hide. Don't make bubbles, or your breath will leak out, and those strange fish will follow your breath to find our location. Lester whispered after readjusting the position of the mermaid girl. Yeah. Little Waterflower nodded vigorously and buried her head in the man's chest, which made Lester unable to suppress the doubts in his heart. Isn't this wrong? Why is this child so close to him? I remember your name is Little Waterflower, right? Why did you follow me here? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Looking up, Little Waterflower touched her belly and finally couldn't suppress her shyness, and the mermaid girl buried her head again. Lord Glorious Wanderer, I'm pregnant. It's your child. Will you be responsible? Lester was stunned on the spot. He didn't do anything, and he had only been in the mermaid village for less than a day. He became a father? Otherwise, he would take the child's surname. Call him Littlester. Ahem. Listen, Little Waterflower, although I don't know how you mermaids give birth to children, if you are really pregnant, it is definitely not my child. But, wow. You don't want me anymore. Hearing the man's ruthless words, little Waterflower burst into tears, and her tears turned into solid sediments, which made Lester feel a headache. She looks like a little girl who knows nothing. The man always felt that there must be some misunderstanding. Don't cry, don't worry, if it is my child, I will definitely take responsibility, but drinking soy sauce will not make your face black. Let's talk slowly, okay? Hugging little Waterflower, Lester patted the smooth back of the mermaid girl. The man's gentle voice successfully stopped little Waterflower from crying, and began to sob softly. How do you mermaids give birth to children? Tell me about it. Wiping away her tears, the mermaid girl poked her fingers together and glanced at Lester from time to time and said softly, after dad and mom kissed, mom got pregnant, and then I was born. Lester was very upset when he heard this. It was obvious that the mermaids were seriously lacking in the popularization and education of certain knowledge. This child was as white as paper. Obviously, these mermaids only rely on their half-covered and half-exposed scales, and they don't even wear clothes, but they are pure, simple and cute. There is no mermaid who blames the uncle for popularizing knowledge. However, this also allowed Lester to find a breakthrough. But we didn't kiss. How can you say you are pregnant with my child? It was the clan leader who said that if I touched the little tail of the Wanderer, I would get pregnant. And I just touched it again. I will get pregnant with a second baby. I'm going to be a mother. Little Waterflower's light blue face was flushed a few more times, and she hugged Lester tightly, and Lester sighed deeply. Child, is there a possibility? I mean, your clan leader grandfather lied to you about getting pregnant by touching the tail? Just to prevent you from getting pregnant for me? After struggling for a long time, Lester finally made the unbelievable little guy understand that kissing and holding hands can't make you pregnant. Mermaids are different from humans. Mermaids and humans have many similarities in the reproductive system. No matter how much they look like fish, mermaids are also a branch of Vastaya people. They have human blood since ancient times. Therefore, mermaids do not actually have reproductive isolation from humans. Mermaids naturally retain a sense of closeness to humans from their ancestors, which is why aunts and aunts dare to start zero circle hooks when they just meet. But the problem is that after Xiao Shuhua figured out how to have a baby through her own body, Lester's troubles did not decrease. So the actual situation is that you believed the words of the mermaid elders and thought that you were pregnant with my child through that contact. So you wanted to secretly contact me to tell me the news so that I could become a father. It happened that I left the mermaid village and came to this extremely dark abyss. Because you were worried about my safety, you sped up and tried to catch up with me, but because I was too fast, you couldn't keep up and were entangled by those strange fish. Yeah, and then you saved me like a hero, Lord Wanderer. Little Waterflower nodded shyly, holding the man's solid waist, refusing to leave. Although I'm not pregnant, but, Brother Wanderer, you have seen my body, will you be responsible? The man covered his face with his hands and turned his head to the sky. The Wanderer who traveled all over the world finally fell into Little Waterflower with his eyes open. What will you do if I don't take responsibility? Little Waterflower lowered her head in disappointment. Then I will have no face to see people. It's better to die here, so as not to embarrass my parents. Looking down at the pitiful little mermaid, Lester sighed. Okay, I'll take responsibility. Yeah. I knew that the brilliant Wanderer brother is the best. No, I'm not feeling well at all now. With a little burden, Lester decided to send the little guy out of the dark abyss first, and then return alone to explore. I'll send you out first, and you go home obediently. Tomorrow I'll explain the matter between you and me to your clan leader grandfather. I'll be responsible for you, but I definitely won't stay here for a long time. After all, I have to go back to land, and I'll suffer a lot. Can you accept it? As long as the brilliant Wanderer brother doesn't abandon me, I'll do anything you ask me to do, and I'll be obedient. The mermaid girl nodded, and her slippery fishtail tightly stuck to the man's legs. Okay. The brave little water splash had already made up his mind, and Lester was not going to continue to be hypocritical. Quickly passing by the swaying strange fish, Lester sent the little water splash back to the crack of the abyss and watched the little mermaid holding the staff and waving away reluctantly. Returning to the bottom of the dark abyss, Lester bypassed the scattered voided marine life and searched for the most serious voided place. Soon the man found the purple crack in the depths along the denser voided marine landforms. The crack was less than 3 meters long and less than half a meter wide. Purple bubbles and some radiation energy that could be observed with a naked eye would occasionally emerge from the depths of the crack. The nearby marine landforms and creatures had the most serious mutations, but it seemed that all living things were following some rules and spontaneously moved away from the crack. Looking down from above, the void crack was filled with purple mist and spots of light, as if it led to another world, and even gave Lester a weird feeling that he could jump down to the void world. Lester, who only took a glance, felt his brain become drowsy, and he dared not look anymore, and retracted his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar whisper appeared in his ear. I wonder if the recent plot and writing are better than before. Please give me more suggestions, and I'm asking for a monthly ticket here. Chapter 494. Teacher Lester, you don't want the 3 major sects in Mount Targon to become a mess, right? My child, we meet again. This time, your soul is much stronger than before. In an instant, Lester seemed to have returned to the night he spent on the northern icefield of Freljord 300 years ago. This voice was exactly the same as the voice of the void crystal in the hand of the Ice Warlock Old Church, and it was gentle enough to make people sink forever. Taking a deep breath, Lester looked into the void crack again. In a trance, a looming eye was outlined in the illusory purple halo, and it disappeared when he looked closely, as if it was just an illusion. You are the Void Watcher suppressed by Lysandra under the Hall of Nine Saints? Why did you appear here? Are all the void cracks the same? Void Watcher, I haven't heard anyone call me that for a long time. This is the definition that humans have made for me without authorization. Child, humans are always so one-sided, but this is a unique characteristic of humans. I have observed humans for nearly 10,000 years. The chaotic nature of humans is full of deception, cruelty, treachery, and selfishness, but at certain times they show fearlessness, benevolence, sincerity and the courage to sacrifice themselves. No matter how many times I have tasted it, this contradictory race of humans always makes me unable to stop. This is why Lysandra used human dreams to make you sleep. Not quite, you should say, that this is why I'm willing to sleep in the hands of the human who made a deal with me. Before the world returns to nothingness, I need to integrate all human knowledge, thoughts, and emotions into part of nothingness. I thought the will of the void would only be destruction, but I saw human greed in you, which seems to be different from my understanding of the void. Lester's voice made the voice in the void crack pause for a moment. Nothingness has no will, but nothingness gives birth to will because of existence. Child, this is the price of adaptation. This world is destined to adapt to nothingness, and nothingness will adapt to this world. In this world, the will of nothingness belonging to this world will be born. Whether it is adaptation or emptiness, no matter what you say, your idea of destroying this world remains unchanged. Although I don't like this world very much, it's a pity that this beautiful world is destroyed by you. Your body has been imposed with unbreakable chains. Those guys who claim to be gods regard you as a straw dog slave. Child, I can see that you are not feeling well. Perhaps you need a little help from me, such as helping you cover your tracks, so that you no longer appear in the sight of those gods at any time, and gain a little time of your own. And I just want you to do a small favor. The man paused, and the big bubble that was about to leave the crack swayed back to the edge of the crack. Lester stared at the big eyes that had become somewhat solid. Can you remove my astral seal? As long as I have enough time, I can do anything, child. This is the power of the void, the ability to adapt, and it is also another power you can obtain, provided you are willing to accept it. Like the devil's whisper, Lester, whose eyes were attracted by the purple light, had an urge to plunge into the void crack, until a powerful vitality burst out of his body and Lester woke up. Lester took a step back, and the void once again showed its danger. I will not accept your power, but we can make a deal. You just need to help me avoid the gaze of the stars, and I will do something for you. It's very simple. Bubbles gushed out from the void crack, and a purple pearl the size of a fingernail floated up, and Lester grabbed it. You've eaten the deep sea pearls, and have the mermaid's hydrophilic physique. Plus your body has adapted to the power of the Vastaya. Now you're just restricted by the seal and can't transform into a mermaid, but you can directly eat this mutated void pearl and let it combine with the deep sea pearl in your body. Then you can completely change your own aura. Don't worry, child. This pearl that I've transformed will only make your aura disappear under the gaze of the stars, but it won't produce any adaptive changes to your body. My deals have always been fair, and it's up to you whether you accept it or not. The only ones who cheat and go back on their word are you humans, because no matter whether the deal is successful or not, we are here. We have always been here. The void is eternal and everlasting. Sooner or later you will understand. Lester knew that the cheater mentioned by the Void Watcher was Lysandra, who accepted the help of the Void and defeated the Freljord demigod, but turned around and betrayed the Void, using her sisters and the Freljord Iceborn bloodline to freeze the Void. What do you need me to do? What's the time limit? Before I completely descend into this world, I just want you to help me find the will of nothingness that was born in this world. I just said that nothingness will adapt to the world, and the world will adapt to nothingness. The other will. It was born not long ago in this world, and is still very weak. After finding it, you just need to tell me where it is through the Void Pearl. If you do this, I can unconditionally help you remove the seal of the astral realm. At that time, you can come here again, or go to the abyss of Freljord to find me. However, looking at your current situation, I'm afraid that you will be locked up again by another child who traded with me. How to choose, child? It depends on you. Lester turned and left without any intention of staying any longer. The Voidfish along the way took the initiative to make way for Lester and stood on both sides, allowing the man to leave the extremely dark abyss unimpeded. The next day, Lester explained the matter of Xiao Shuhua to the elder of the mermaids and said goodbye to the mermaid tribe. Little Waterflower's parents first confirmed their daughter's will, and after obtaining the consent of the mermaid elders, they could only wave goodbye to their daughter with tears. Crossing the deep sea again, Tidakala Flowing Water, as the messenger of the mermaids, sent Lester and Little Waterflower on their last journey until the two arrived at the west coast of Mount Targan. You will suffer a lot on land. Little Waterflower, have you really made up your mind? Uncle Flowing Water, thank you for your concern. I have made up my mind to follow my brother, the Glorious Wanderer. Holding the coral wand, Little Waterflower's firm look made Flowing Water sigh and bend down to Lester. Lord Glorious Wanderer, please take good care of Little Water Splash, and please arrive at the coast on time to complete the transaction with us before the next transaction comes. If I were still the Glorious Wanderer, I would come. The water returned to the sea and plunged into the ocean. Lester returned to the coast and looked at Little Water Splash, who was clumsily trying to use the water to support herself. It was obvious that Little Water Splash had learned the land walking method of the Tidecaller water. This little mermaid girl is indeed very hardworking and smart, but her strength is still not enough to survive on land alone. Forcibly casting spells will only make Little Water Splash fall on the beach again and again. Fortunately, he had thought of a way long ago. Lester helped Little Water Splash lean against the shallow water and comforted the lost little mermaid. Do you know it's difficult? It's not too late to go back now. I won't give up. Little Water Splash shook her head and was about to get up again. Lester sighed and stopped the little guy's useless efforts. Don't worry, I have a way that I'll learn deep in your ancestral land, Omikaelan. In addition to the Vastaya soul shaper shifting, there is another method of transformation that has not been circulated outside. Although it can't exert the same powerful combat power as the soul shaper shifting, it is enough for the Vastaya people to restrain their beast-like characteristics and transform into humans. It is enough for you to live with me on land. Seeing Xiao Shuhua laughing happily, Lester poured a basin of cold water on him. Little Splash, I can teach you, but you have to agree to one condition. What condition? After teaching you the method of transformation, I will only wait for you here for half a year. After half a year, if you still haven't learned how to transform, you will return to the mermaid tribe obediently and can't bargain with me anymore. If you don't have magical talent, you will be a burden to me. Do you understand? I can't move around with a burden. I promise you, Lord the Glorious Wanderer. Okay, I look forward to your performance. Last week, Lester stayed on the coast and lived a primitive life. In addition to teaching Little Splash the method of transformation taught by Lot Vastayazayaru, the Titan giant consciousness under the ruins of the village of the ancestors, CC 339 for details. He also popularized the basic common sense and dangers of land creatures for Little Splash. After teaching Little Splash some of the things he could teach, Lester made an appointment with Little Splash to meet every week, left the coast, and set foot on the land of Mount Targan again. The moment the man stepped into the territory of the Raka tribe, the news of the return of the high priests of the Sun and Moon sects spread throughout the Targan peak. Lester also learned the latest news of the Targan sect from the Raka people. Knowing that the two did not fight, the man was relieved and wondered if he was a little neurotic. A month ago, the Moon and Sun Titans simultaneously sent down divine light and granted Stacy and Phyllis the power of the Star Spirit. In the absence of Lester, the two automatically became the highest level leaders of the Sun and Moon sects. The Sun and Moon sects with the Chosen One regained the worship of the Raka people. At the beginning, the situation made Octavia, the leader of Lahorak, very uncomfortable. However, the three of them had a close relationship with the High Priest, so they naturally would not embarrass each other. On the contrary, after the communication, the three major sects of the Raka people were much closer. At present, the Raka people are working together to move in a better direction. With a lot of questions in his mind, Lester, surrounded and guarded by many believers, returned to the top of the giant god peak and found Octavia, Phyllis and Stacy who were having a secret conversation. The moment they saw Lester, the three people had different expressions. Stacy smiled implicitly, Phyllis waved her hand brilliantly, and Octavia stood up and hugged the man directly with a tough and shy attitude. "Teacher, you are finally back." "I'm back. Is everyone okay?" "Very good." Octavia looked back at the two girls. The proud look made Lester stunned. He always felt that these three women seemed to be hiding something from him. "I heard that both of you have accepted the power of the giant god." Lester let go of Octavia and came to Phyllis and Stacy. "How do you feel? Is there any change from before?" "Probably. The power is much stronger, and it can emit a scorching light like the sun, but there is nothing else." Phyllis opened her palms, and the scorching power of the scorching sun burst out, and the temperature nearby rose suddenly, as if she was under the scorching sun. "This is only a very small part of the power. I think that, if it is fully released, it can probably burn down the entire temple." After Phyllis took back the power, Lester looked at the other girl. "Stacy, what about you? Do you feel any other discomfort?" Shaking her head, the gray-haired girl spread her arms, and a bright crescent-shaped shining emblem appeared on her forehead. The room suddenly fell into absolute darkness, and only Stacy was surrounded by a bright and dangerous moon arc. "Teacher, I feel good." As Stacy took back the power of the moon, Lester frowned. Judging from the results alone, the sun giant god and the bright moon giant god gave the two girls extraordinary power, as if they had given them two experience gift packs for nothing, but did not interfere with their will. Then it doesn't make sense that the power of the bright moon appeared on Stacy without any sign, after sending me away. What's wrong? Phyllis and Stacy both got the attention of the giant god. "You should be happy about it. Is there anything wrong?" Octavia looked at Lester with a serious expression, and Lester relaxed his brows and smiled. "I'm fine. Maybe I'm just a little tired because of this trip." Life settled down again. Although the incarnations of the Sun Giant God and the Bright Moon Giant God have appeared on the Giant God Peak, the original Sun and Moon High Priest Lester is still in control of the two Giant God sects. The most important reason is that the person concerned did not choose to seize power from Lester, but obeyed the High Priest in everything. This made the somewhat impetuous Giant God sect much more stable than before. At the same time, he obtained the loyalty of the three major sects, and Lester became the veritable dictator of the Giant God Peak. For Phyllis and Stacy, life after becoming the incarnation of the Titan and gaining the power of the Titan is nothing more than daily training in divine power. Apart from that, there is no difference. Most of the affairs are handled by their teacher Lester. The two girls just accompany them from time to time to learn some of Lester's style of doing things. Without Lester's knowledge, a stone statue of a high priest with the appearance of Lester was placed between the two major sects on the Titan Peak. The stone statue, wearing a sacrificial robe, holds the sun in his left hand and the moon in his right hand. It is protected by the elite warriors of Lahorak on the high platform, looking up at the sky with a look of compassion. It was not until the statue suddenly appeared on the mountain that Lester realized what the three women were doing secretly. The retribution for laughing at Oren fell on a man, and a living person was molded into a ridiculous statue. He is not dead yet. With the idea of teaching the three women a lesson, Lester was invited to the silent sacrificial hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door behind him was closed and locked by Phyllis with a smirk on her face. On the other side, Stacy bowed and apologized with an apologetic face and tied the man tightly with a rope formed by moonlight so that he could no longer move. The words were soft, but the hands were hard. "I'm sorry, teacher. For the peace of the three major sects and the stability of Mount Targon, I can only resort to this last resort." The man turned his head, and the obedient disciple who was walking towards him carried his master and threw him on the big bed that suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. Seeing the three women getting closer and closer, the man had a bad premonition in his heart. What are you going to do? What are they going to do? Above the star elm, the fiery sun star spirit and the bright moon star spirit looked at the counterattack happening on Mount Targon through the light curtain. The brilliance of the star spirits shook fiercely. The star spirits that gave humans power could naturally feel the emotions and feelings from humans. "Didn't you say they would fight because of that man? Is this what you mean by fighting? How do I know they will fight in bed?" Chapter 495. When the star spirit comes to possess, you come at the right time. Narxan calendar, 349 AD. Lester, who changed the fate of the original Titan cult, was exploited by the four women as a peace envoy and set his sights on the distant Valoran continent. Through the secret operation of the Night's Edge, Lester successfully contacted Cinna, the ruler of the Emerald Territory. While relieving his longing, Lester also obtained the first-hand intelligence on the current situation of the Valoran continent collected by the Emerald Territory, most of which were about the power changes of the Narx nobles. All this intelligence pointed to Lester's understanding of one thing. Narxus has officially entered the process of imperialization, and a full-scale war on the Valoran plane is about to begin. Picking up Cinna's handwritten letter, Lester's eyes swept over the beautiful Narxan text that looked like printed text. The private content of the first half is omitted because it is too cheesy and explicit. The main content is Sheena's thoughts and private love words for Lester. On March 12th. The national celebration ended successfully, and new changes occurred in the Immortal Fortress. After a secret exchange with our Emerald Territory and Black Rose, the Narxus Supreme Military Conference led by the Darkwill family, note, the elders of the Larxi tribe, the family of Nadar's Darkwill, was held as scheduled at the Supreme Command of the Immortal Fortress. The Emerald Territory also sent envoys to attend and listen. The 6 major Narxan warlords and nobles, including the Swain family, ancestor Stender Swain, the Midada family, ancestor Springhall Midada, the Serapum family, ancestor Ursus Serapum, the Light family, ancestor Brent Light, the Kekeo family, ancestor Dershu Kekeo, and the Rasus family, ancestor Vakal Rasus. Voted publicly and finally unanimously selected the first family, the Darkwill family. The young head of the Darkwill family, Burnham Darkwill, who inherited the will and glory of the ancestor, Nardal's Darkwill, was appointed as a Narxan Empire General. Under Burnham Darkwill's transformation, Narxus carried out drastic military reforms and carried out legionary transformation on the basis of the previous Narxan independent warbands, forming an Narxan Empire Legion headed by the general and various noble generals as the deputy warbands, with different divisions of labor, but the same purpose. Most of the new Narxan troops imitated the military units of our Emerald Territory. The new troops are as follows. The Assassin Council, established by the Caucus, imitated the Night's Edge of the Emerald Territory. They are engineers who go deep behind enemy lines and are responsible for investigating the enemy situation, repairing bridges and roads, and guiding the attack routes. War Masons, archers riding dragon birds, wind chasers, and monster siege troops, dragon lizard death knights. The Black Rose Mage team follows the army with the Legion auxiliary forces and maintains the right to act freely as always. At present, the immortal fortress assassin who infiltrated the Kingdom of Gran has brought back important defense intelligence of the Kingdom of Gran. I believe that General Burnham's Imperial Legion will soon attack the Kingdom of Gran. The agreement between the Emerald Territory and the Immortal Fortress is that, if the Kingdom of Northland and the Principality of Valoran attack Naxos when the Imperial Legion moves south, we must take the initiative to send troops to contain the two countries, and buy time for the Immortal Fortress to organize manpower to counterattack. As the only friendly country of Naxos, after the war, the Emerald Territory can share 30% of the spoils and slaves obtained by Naxos during the war. A new secret sect has emerged within the Black Rose. The initiation ceremony is extremely secretive and seems to be related to blood magic. Specific information is still being explored. Demacia and the Winterclaw of Freljord have gone to war. It is said that the tribal warriors summoned by the Winterclaw have received a large number of support from the witches of the Frost Guard. These witches tried to sneak into the city of Demacia to destroy the forbidden magic colossus of Demacia, but were defeated with difficulty by the forbidden magic guard. Relying on the forbidden magic colossus Galio, the Demacia army gained a local advantage on the battlefield. The legend of Fiddlesticks appeared for the first time on the ice of Beast of Fiddlet. More than a dozen passers-by have disappeared. I have sent people to block the east border for cold treatment. The underground altar of the Atlan Research Institute under the Goral Mountains has fluctuated for the first time. A strange woman named Lily asked about your whereabouts. Afterwards, Lily made a soul transaction with the Emerald Territory on behalf of her otherworldly forces. We obtained some evil magic equipment with strange properties. There are many things written in Sinner's letter, not only the current situation of Valoran, but also the current development progress of Emerald Territory. Some of them are expected by Lester, and some are not expected by Lester. Any information on the magic letter paper is a top secret that can shake the Runeland. Duran, the stone carving master who was forcibly abducted to Emerald Territory by the Night's Edge, is currently studying the incomplete sketch of Atlan Energy Tower in the underground world. Together with the optimistic Flower Rat, he is conducting research on the cracking of Atlan Energy Tower in the underground fortress of the Sylve Mountains. It is worth mentioning that the lifespan of the sterilized rat affected by the Red Rune is far beyond Lester's imagination. More than 300 years ago, after Lester slaughtered the entire city of Hedi alone, Margaret led the army to successfully occupy the North Sea region. According to the key information left by Lester, a broken magic crystal was found in the ruins of Atlan that the Hedi people were developing. The magician of Emerald Territory cracked the magic energy technology that Atlan was most proud of from the crystal, Atlan Magic Energy Tower. Unfortunately, because Atlan's writing and language had long been lost, and the Energy Tower technology had many advanced technologies, the progress of cracking and research and development was quite slow. Fortunately, it was not always stagnant. Speaking of which, what made Lester sigh the most was the news about Sarko and Hector. At the beginning, Sarko went to the Black Rose Mage Academy in the Immortal Fortress according to his order. With the introduction of Terry, he successfully met Rose. After the magic talent test, the young Sarko possessed the extremely rare space-based magic. The rare magic talent successfully attracted Rose's attention. Sarko naturally became Rose's student and has been working hard to study and develop his own magic talent in the Mage Academy. With a better and better life, Sarko's fate seems to be moving towards the sun. The problem came during a visit to relatives. After leaving the Black Rose Mage Academy, Hector was deceived by the magic clone created by Sarko. Without the restraint and surveillance of his uncle, Sarko's real body could no longer suppress his desire for his mother. In the warm embrace of his mother, Sarko committed a taboo sin and achieved the ideal he longed for in countless silent nights not far from another room where Hector was. Sarko underestimated his uncle Hector. Hector, who had been immersed in killing for many years, soon discovered that Sarko beside him was a magical creation. After killing the magic illusion with a magic steel flying knife, Hector pushed open the door and saw a scene that he could never forgive himself. This scene instantly brought Hector back to the past. On the first night, he lost his parents in humiliation and peeled off his parents' skin with his own hands. On the second night, he saved his sister and killed the enemy, but his sister lost her personality and reason and could never recover. He killed the person who brought him humiliation, but his sister relied on her maternal instinct to keep the seeds of humiliation, protecting the seeds with her life, and letting him watch them grow up. He thought this was enough humiliation. Then, when he was ready to really face Sako and regard Sako as a relative, the seeds of humiliation gave him a fatal blow. Sako made the same mistake as his bandit father, hurting and blaspheming his biological mother. Uzumaki could not let the man continue to maintain the idea of living, and the man's world collapsed completely. The last trace of sanity was broken, and the crazy Hector laughed and killed his sister, killed Sako, and killed himself with a magic steel flying knife. Since then, the story of Hector and Sako has been sealed in the secret files of the Emerald Territory. Even in the Night's Edge, the information about the Mad Laugher, the Skinning Demon, the Bloody Butcher, the legendary assassin, and the Killer Master Hector has become top secret and legend. Hector became the only person in the first generation of the Night's Edge who did not have a good end. Putting down Sinner's letter with difficulty, on the table was a small golden box that Hector never left. The box was engraved with gorgeous patterns, with patterns of Uzumaki and moonlight on the front and a twisted ghost face on the back. The box was a gold product that Hector personally customized in the war workshop to store his purified Uzumaki chewing stick. Hector named the box Moon Forget Smile because the chewing stick was called the Moon Forget Smile. The man had been struggling in pain and despair, trying to forget how to smile with the help of the moon, but he failed in the end. Opening the box, Lester put a slender grey-brown chewing stick into his mouth. The man closed his eyes, and in the pleasure of paralyzed body and nervous excitement twitching, he tasted the bitterness and despair of another man in the past 100 years. Chewing the deadly poison in his mouth, Lester heard the voice of Master that came through time and space, and the tense face that tried to suppress the smile. He knew that this was the most deadly illusion, because the man who called himself Master had been dead for more than 300 years, carrying his loyalty, pain, and despair. Closing his eyes, Lester leaned back in the chair and gave Hector a final hug in the illusion. There are always things that need to be explained. The sad story in the letter seemed to have come to an end, but Lester suspected that Sako was not dead. Because the blood-stained magic steel knives disappeared, and apart from the custom-made equipment, Hector only left behind his body and the golden box. I'm sorry, Hector, until the end, I couldn't give you a good ending. Sako should not be the kind of person who can do such a thing. Whether he was influenced by LeBlanc or the demon hidden in the Immortal Bastion, or whether he did such a bad thing out of his own will, I don't know, but as long as I live, I will find Sako one day and give you an answer. If Sako really did such a thing out of his own will, I will kill him with my own hands and bring him to your grave to make amends for you. Lester suddenly felt very sad. At this moment, it became a luxury for him to see the man who always restrained his smile in front of him, even though the man had become a cold stone tablet in the underground tomb of Night's Edge. The only thing that made him and him connected was a golden box containing addictive and deadly poison. Lowering his head, the man put Yuanxio close to his body. It's almost there. That day is almost here. Mount Targon, the astral realm. The sun and moon spirits struggled to erase the life force energy from the world rune. The surging life force of the combination of yin and yang made the spirits of the constellations, who had long forgotten human desires, become a little strange. Inside the light curtain, the little splash that turned into a human form, the Sun Saint Phyllis, the Moon Saint Stacy, and the Great Elder Octavia of Lahorak were relaxing their muscles in the temple. This is not a solution. At some point, the moon spirit had abandoned the previous male incarnation vessel and turned back into pure astral energy. We must change all this, then descend to the Runeland and take back the vessel that belongs to us from that man. The sun spirit was just a ball of light as bright as a flame, but it had an ashing feeling. Justice is guiding his incarnation Kyle in the starry sky to eliminate evil. Twilight has found the traces of the fallen and is eradicating them again. War has just obtained a new incarnation and is controlling Aurelian to eliminate the threat of the void. The Guardian is still asleep. The other star spirits are not in this world. Bright moon, we can only rely on ourselves. Then go. We can't go on like this. Our divinity will be polluted by Lester. After saying that, the Sun Star Spirit and the Bright Moon Star Spirit turned into two streams of light and descended from the Star Realm, landing directly on the temple of the Targon Peak and drilled into the bodies of Phyllis and Stacy. The impact of the divine power made the two women's eyes roll up, and they fainted and fell in front of the man. The little water flower with blue wavy hair covered her mouth and took 2 steps back. The mermaid girl looked at Phyllis and Stacy with fear, whose bodies were shining with divine light. Via, step back a little. Lester looked at Octavia, who was resting on the side. Nodding obediently, Octavia quickly put on her clothes and picked up her spear, then stepped aside and watched the strange scene vigilantly. After Lester's guidance, Octavia had lost most of her fear of the Titans and only retained a small amount of awe. Stop. How could Lester care about the will of the Star Spirits? With a vengeful mentality, Lester tried his best to make the sound waves in the temple spread outside. Didn't you think about this when you kidnapped me? My good student, this is just the beginning. Remember, don't shout for help. Asterisk. Chapter 496. The most romantic thing is to accompany you for a lifetime. The Sun and Moon Star Spirits return to the Star Realm again. To be exact, they returned to the Star Realm with the bodies of Phyllis and Stacy, who could not stand. After getting off the bed, Lester, who could not stop the 2 Star Spirits and was not prepared to stop them, watched Phyllis and Stacy go up to the sky. The man had a faint smile on his lips. Is it really okay to do this? Octavia, who was a little scared, took Lester's hand. The woman was a little worried that such behavior would lead to terrible consequences. The Titans won't do anything to me because I'm still useful to them. I'm just a little worried about Phyllis and Stacy. In a short time, Lord Wanderer, is that the Lord God who created the Moonstone? On the other side, Xiao Shuhua still couldn't forget the various ugly behaviors of the high and mighty Lord God. Unconsciously, the Merman girl's awe of the Star Spirits was much less, and she only felt that the man she followed was so powerful. Yes, she is the Moon Spirit, the giant who made Moonstone for you mermaids. Teacher Lester, Phyllis and the others have left. Will you leave? If Twilight doesn't come to find me, I don't think I will leave. Lester hugged the woman and the little splash and said softly, because you are here. Narxan calendar, in 352 AD, because the soldiers of the Kingdom of Gran disguised as bandits looted the Narxan caravan. Under the leadership of the Warstone Mason, Narxus brazenly sent troops. The Narxan Empire Legion was divided into 3 groups and set foot on the territory of the Kingdom of Gran. They were unstoppable all the way. The Kingdom of Gran summoned the kingdom's soldiers to fight bravely. Relying on the understanding of the terrain, the Narxan Empire Legion was contained to the north of the Red Rock Castle Bol Castle line. The flames of war instantly ignited the hilly rockland east of the Valoran Plain, and the blood dyed the earth red. In 369 AD, Narxus used magic to blow up the gate of the Kingdom of Gran in a sudden attack on the battlefield. The western wall of Red Rock Castle collapsed instantly, and Red Rock Castle fell. Bol Castle of the Kingdom of Gran, which was in a pincer attack with Red Rock Castle, became an isolated city. Nockland had to face the front of the Narxan Empire army. Facing the terrible Black Rose Mage of Narxus, the Kingdom of Gran used the magic forbidden wall bricks obtained from the trade with Demacia to build a part of the outer wall of the capital Nockland, reducing the magic threat of the Black Rose Mage. The appearance of the magic forbidden stone confirmed that Demacia did secretly intervene in the glorious war of the empire, and the upper class warlords and nobles of Narxus increased their hostility towards their old neighbors far away in the western continent. In 375 AD, when the Narxan Empire army was approaching the royal city, the Principality of Vaux and the Kingdom of Northland announced an alliance with the Kingdom of Gran. The Principality of Vaux sent troops to cut off the rear supply line of the Narxan Empire army and use the cavalry corps as the main force to harass the Narxan Empire's 2nd and 3rd Corps from the rear and besiege the flanks. At the same time, the Northland Kingdom army marched westward from Fort Missit, and 100,000 kingdom troops rushed to the Thorn Fortress, the western gate of the Immortal Fortress, and the army approached the Immortal Fortress. Facing the anti-Narxan three-nation alliance, the war took a sharp turn for the worse. The Narxan Empire army, which surrounded Nockland and prepared to attack the city, had to shrink its troops and build an anti-cavalry defense line to resist the Principality of Vaux's light cavalry and powerful heavy armored knights. In order to deal with the Northland Kingdom army coming from the west, the Immortal Fortress urgently transferred most of the soldiers from the northern military town and launched a new round of recruitment in Naxos. While integrating, training, and establishing new troops, the Immortal Fortress sent a request for help to the Emerald Territory. When the Immortal Fortress asked for help, the Emerald Territory sent troops as scheduled. According to Lester's strategic policy, the Emerald Territory only dispatched part of the regular troops. The conventional troops were mainly composed of Dragonbird Knights who threw alchemical bombs. The Emerald Territory dispatched 30,000 Narcs and Black Iron Guards and 2,000 Narcs and Black Guards from Sharnasburg to attack the meteorite fortress of the Northland Kingdom. Faced with the alchemical bombs falling from the sky, the morale of the Northland Kingdom, which had never felt a three-dimensional attack, plummeted. Seeing that their country could not defend against the attack of the Emerald Territory, the Northland Kingdom army besieging the Thorn Fortress had to withdraw 30,000 Kingdom soldiers to quickly return to the rescue, giving the Thorn Fortress a chance to breathe. The Emerald Territory, having achieved its strategic goal, slowed down its offensive, allowing the battlefield to always maintain a certain balance. Both Naxos and the Valoran countries were slowly bleeding. In 384, the war situation in the eastern continent was in a stalemate. On the eastern battlefield, the three armies of the Naxos Empire were blocked by the joint forces of the Principality of Valks and the Kingdom of Gran, which were 3 times larger than them, and could not advance an inch. On the western battlefield, due to the passive sabotage of the Emerald Territory, the Thorn Fortress was lost, and the newly established Naxos Regiment had difficulty building a defense line on the west side of the Immortal Fortress, which seriously affected the spring planting and autumn harvest of Naxos. More than a dozen villages were moved to the north of the Goral Mountains. The Black Iron River was stained red with blood, and the land was scorched for hundreds of miles, and logistics were seriously affected. After thinking about it, Naxos, who was not ready to give up, decided to send out secret troops to assassinate the leaders and generals of the Kingdom army in a suicide attack, which posed a considerable threat to the military command system of the Principality of Valks, the Kingdom of Gran and the Kingdom of Nosland. Whether it was the Principality of Vorkus, the Kingdom of Gran, or the Empire of Naxos, they were all tired of this long war, especially when the powerful Principality of Valoran never took sides. The war between the two sides was much more restrained. In 386, the Kingdom of Northland could not break through the Immortal Fortress for a long time, and the Emerald Territory broke through the Meteorite Fortress like a sharp knife piercing the heart. The Kingdom of Northland had no choice but to withdraw its troops. The coalition forces were in low spirits, and the people of each country were living in misery. After internal discussions, the coalition decided to negotiate peace with Naxos. The two sides ceased fighting. The envoys of the leaders of the forces sat at the negotiation table, but they could not get an agreement that satisfied both sides. The Kingdom of Gran wanted Naxos and the Emerald Territory to spit out the Red Rock Castle, Meteorite Fortress and nearby territories that they had eaten. The Emerald Territory did not care. Naxos would naturally not spit out what it had eaten. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the Shurima warlords who had long coveted the Valoran continent finally finalized a way to divide the money that satisfied everyone, and led their Shurima army to land on the Valoran continent. 50,000 Shurima soldiers were divided into two groups. One group took a boat to the north of the Valoran continent, crossed the Valor Mountains, and stabbed the Principality of Valks in the ass. The other warlord army landed on the east coast of the Kingdom of Gran, burning, killing, looting, capturing slaves and plundering property along the way, like a scabby dog who ran away after robbing. Under pressure from the Shurimans, the Kingdom of Gran had to give up its lost territory at the negotiation table, swallowing its anger, and giving up its lost territory, which made the Kingdom of Northland swallow its anger. Until the end, the dozing Emerald Territory diplomat did not find an opportunity to return the Meteorite Fortress to the Kingdom of Northland. In 387 AD, the three countries withdrew their troops, and a brief peace returned to the Valoran continent. The continent of Shurima, Mount Targon. In the newly built giant temple, Lester waved away the rest of the people, and the priests bent over to exit the temple and close the door. The man slowly took off the pure gold high priest mask with the light of the scorching sun on the left and the light of the bright moon on the right, showing the true face that had not been revealed for decades to the world. Sitting quietly in front of a sarcophagus, engraved with the sun, the moon and the spear, Lester stared at the old woman lying on the flower bed, and gently held the old woman's trembling hand. Feeling the warmth of the man, the old woman smiled with difficulty, but her turbid eyes could no longer see the man's face. Lester. Teacher. I'm afraid. Via. I'm here. Don't be afraid. The man was as young and handsome as ever, and time was frozen at the most perfect moment. Perhaps it was just at this moment that the man hated himself. Accompanying someone for a lifetime until old age is romantic, but not being able to sleep with the person you accompany is cruel. At least, it is crueler than the man imagined. He could only watch his love leave alone. In addition to accompanying, he could do nothing. Lester. Teacher, the luckiest thing in my life is to meet you. The old woman wanted to hold the man's hand tightly, but her weak body made it difficult for her to mobilize her muscles, and it was difficult to speak. How I want to always be by your side. You are always there, Via. You are always there, I know. It is also my luck to meet you. Hearing the man's gentle voice, Octavia smiled, the wrinkles on her face and the age spots squeezed together, feeling warm in her heart. She remembered the day when she met the man, when she was covered with dyed tattoos, and was most desperate. The old woman narrowed her eyes. That day, the sun was glaring, but the man was dazzling. He seemed to appear in front of her like a giant god and saved her, just because she had torn her trouser legs. Teacher, did I help you? Yes, well yeah, you helped me. You are the best. That's really, really great. The weak hand loosened unilaterally, and the old woman closed her eyes with a smile on her face. The man lowered his head, tightly holding the old woman's gradually cooling hand, unilaterally refusing to let go. In the shadows, Zio Shuha, who was wearing an ice jade on her neck, slowly walked to the man. Lord Wanderer, didn't you say that you had forgotten how to cry? I didn't cry. The man raised his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. The wind was a little strong. I just was blinded. Two major events happened on this day at the Giant God Peak. The great elder of Lahorak passed away, lying in a sarcophagus, and buried on the Giant God Peak. The undead high priests of the two giant god sects, Liang and Jiao, left their unique custom masks, and left the Targon Peak. Looking at the empty temple, no one knew where the high priests had gone. Everyone could only kneel on the ground and seal the masks that had become holy objects deep in the temple, waiting for the day when the undead high priests would return again. In Shurima, a small village south of the Targon Mountains was littered with corpses. More than 300 people in the village, along with cattle, sheep and livestock, died under the sword. A young man with pus and rotten scars all over his body held a sword that was nearly twice the width of his body and killed everyone he saw, including his parents and relatives. His flesh and blood were absorbed and reshaped, turning into some kind of evil energy to fill the defects of his body. Unfortunately, the speed of body repair is far slower than the speed of body decay. Except for the inaudible roar, the boy's throat is as if corroded by sulfuric acid and can't make any sound. The hateful body controlled by the magic sword staggers around with a desire for killing, destruction and revenge, staggering towards the north of the Titan Mountains full of life. Before the host body completely decays, he must find a new host body and then cut down the damn twilight aspects in this damn world. South of the Great Say Desert, there is a city built on ruins. The glory of the ancient Shurima Empire fell with the fall of the sun disk and was buried by the yellow sand. The magnificent miracle of the Ascendance and the holy and fearless glory of the Legion have degenerated into a mocking new name, Darkin. The enemy that Sajax was willing to give everything to defeat was destroyed by a despicable betrayal, and the entire empire was buried together. Since then, the Shurima continent has become a place of chaos that has not changed for thousands of years. This hatred seems to be a bit anticlimactic. One day, two figures riding on Skarash emerged from the desert. They were Lester and Little Splash. In order to avoid being monitored by the Protoss, Lester swallowed the Void Pearl. He guessed that the monitor's target might be in Icathia, but he was not going to look for the localized void consciousness of Runeterra mentioned by the monitor. First, when he came to Runeterra, there was no news about the void consciousness in the story background. The void is quite dangerous, and it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Second, he is not without other options, and he is also with Little Splash. Treasure hunting, looking for the power to break the seal of the Protoss, or making friends with some strong people to expand his knowledge. These are all things that can be done at present. There are many ancient tomb treasures in Shurima, including some powerful magic artifacts, such as the Gratzimaka, that can resurrect the dead Horrocks, Blade of the Underworld, and Crystal Copper Gauntlet, and the dark weapon sealed by the Protoss. After losing all his power, Lester did not mind using external things to enhance his own strength, even if the weapon itself was a guy who would keep nagging himself. At this point, he rarely had other choices. The secret of Shurima's Sun Disk and Ixtal's original axiom were also powers that Lester had never touched, and they might not be unable to use them for himself. For the above considerations, Lester placed the first stop at the Sun Disk. This city was controlled by the Great Warlord Horace. Under the greedy eyes of several soldiers, Lester paid a toll of 2 silver coins. Seeing that several people were greedy, the man smiled and casually inserted the cold iron spear into the wall that could not be eroded by wind and sand. The tip of the spear dug a small hole on the wall, which made the soldiers dispel some inappropriate thoughts. The two entered the city smoothly. Lord Wanderer, this land is too desolate. I finally understand why water can save lives. The little water splash, which was dried by the sun like a small fish, lay listlessly on the man's back. She would never have thought that there was a hell on earth like the desert on the terrible land. Not only is it desolate, it's also dangerous. Lester looked at several greedy eyes on the street and said softly, "Isn't Bingayu able to make you feel better?" Forced to shake his head, the little water splash pressed his cold cheek against the side of the man's face, making the man feel refreshed. "Lord Wanderer, I'm fine, just need to rest for a while. But the Heri River flows through this city. I think we should be able to find a place to rest near the river. Then you can drink enough water." The Sun Disk has the unique architectural style of ancient Shurima. It is no problem to decorate these half-covered and half-exposed buildings with tall, magnificent, ancient, and sacred. Most of the buildings sank into the desert along with the central ascender disk. Many shops and hotels were built on these immortal brick walls that protruded from the yellow sand. The unburied brick walls were used as the foundation for secondary expansion. Most of the materials were wood and special animal skins that could resist wind and sand erosion. They looked a bit out of place, but also had a strange and harmonious charm. There were not many people on the street. Most of them were scavengers unique to Shurima. These scavengers would go outside the city to collect and explore dead bodies, dead animals, desert wood and edible plants, and even flammable dung of the multi-man giant beast were all trading items that scavengers could exchange for living supplies. Others were caravan guards or adventurers and bandits who looked difficult to mess with. These people were mercenaries or guards during the day, and they would turn into greedy robbers and hunters at night. Looking back at the probing eyes indifferently, Lester's back disappeared on the street. "How about it? Do you want to make a deal? Both of them are top notch, but that man doesn't seem easy to mess with. Don't worry, someone will get impatient first. Whether it's a fat sheep or not, we'll see." The next chapter of this Sleepy Bobby will be released soon, celebrating the return to an average of 600. It seems that this book can still be saved. Chapter 497, Poor Poppy and the Talking Skeleton. Lord Wanderer, are there bad guys coming? After taking a bath by the river, it was getting dark. Little Splash, holding the coral staff, sat on the bed and lowered her voice, watching the man who was silently cleaning his gun with worry. Every time the man did this, it meant that danger was coming, and life on land was far more dangerous than she had imagined. For Little Splash, who walked out of the Conqueror's Sea, in addition to the various interesting things she saw on land, the most impressive thing along the way was the various and endless malice. Being protected by Lester all the way, Little Splash also deepened her trust in the man. Unlike the beginning, when she was at a loss, Little Splash, after growing up, can face these terrible things independently. She can't kill them yet, but she can still use magic to bravely drive away the enemy. This is a lawless place after all, so trouble is inevitable. For some people, they won't understand what pain is without shedding some blood. Lester leaned the cold iron spear against the wall, and then picked up the sharp enchanted mountain copper mechanical bow produced by the Emerald Territory War Workshop, and sorted out the quiver and arrowheads that matched the mechanical bow. Enough time can allow him to learn a lot of things, such as how to use a special magic steel mechanical bow to shoot 3 deadly arrows in 1 second. It's just some minor characters. You sleep peacefully, I can handle it soon. Lord Wanderer, please be careful and come back safely. I'll be waiting for you here. Lester came to the bed and kissed Xiao Shuhua lightly and then squeezed the mere woman's hand. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. 30 minutes later, Xiao Shuhua widened her eyes vigilantly and the mere woman hid in the corner holding a staff, ready to cast a spell to repel the intruder at any time, but saw that the man who walked in was very familiar to her. Putting down the mechanical bow, Lester smiled gently. If those people weren't stupid, we should be able to have some peace and quiet for a while. Then, shall we continue to sleep? What do you think, little fool? In the eastern waters of Shurima, the large islands across the Sea of Conquerors have long been reduced to shipwreck graves and life-forbidden areas. The Blessed Isles, which once had the water of life, have become a paradise for the dead under the influence of the curse of ruin. Souls that do not enter reincarnation are tortured in the black fog for eternity. Demons, cult monks, ghosts and evil spirits can be seen everywhere. The black fog that devours souls lingers and wanders over the Shadow Isles. In this desolate and dead graveyard area, there is a yodel who droops his head and sits listlessly on a tombstone. His 2 legs are like a dying frog caught by an old farmer. Feeling the negative emotions emanating from the creature sitting on his head, the tombstone feels desperate and wishes he could become a dead tombstone. The yodel had a unique grey-purple skin color, with big furry rabbit ears hanging beside his head, making him look like the most exquisite stuffed doll. His cold dark purple pupils hated everything in front of him. His small black nose and frowning brows made him look extremely gloomy. A large black cloak from Yodel City covered his small body, making it impossible to see his face when he lowered his head, not to mention that he couldn't even stretch out his short arms with long sleeves because they were hanging beside his body. The name Hestrina could be vaguely seen in the blurred marks on the tombstone. Surprisingly, the Yodel's shadow with a pair of eyes and a mouth, like a splash ink painting, was twisting its body and trying to wipe the dirt off the tombstone. Enough. It's okay if it's dirty. Anyway, I've sat here many times. Now I just want to be quiet. Do you understand? That is, just don't make any noise, otherwise I'll go crazy. I don't want to talk. I don't want to type. Whatever. Shrugging, the Yodel's shadow gave up wiping the tombstone, put his hands on his waist and honestly returned to the ground to do his job well, which made the Yodel with a slumped face look much better, and he smoothly turned from despair to world weariness. Woo, unable to endure this terrible despair any longer, a dark green female ghost floated out of the tombstone, covering her face and crying loudly. Tears turned into green light shining in front of the Yodel. On the ghost's terrible and hideous face, there was no trace of nostalgia for the world. Obviously she was tortured by the Yodel. Okay, this is your territory. I'll leave now. Wait, why am I talking to a ghost? Jumping down from the tombstone, the Yodel took small steps away from the annoying crying. What a trouble. Black Shadow, you carry me. Anywhere is fine. Just don't let Uncle Milty find me. I'm really tired of Uncle Milty's silly smile and tears. Has the Yodel spirit always been so stupid? Arriving at the entrance of the cemetery, the Yodel man sat on his own shadow, and the shadow opened his eyes wide, diligently lifted the Yodel man, and floated in a certain direction. The soul callers, soul eaters, fox spirits, candle lighters, and ghosts along the way stood there in a daze. The ghosts and evil spirits of Shadow Island felt the same breath from a black shadow that flashed by quickly. After confirming that it was one of their own, the dangerous evil spirits hidden in the black fog shifted their eyes and made way for their own island members. Generally speaking, unless it is a particularly dangerous evil ghost, it will not actively attack or disturb other creatures on Shadow Island. This is also one of the reasons why Yodel people like this place. Leaving the cemetery and walking along the street, the Yodel saw a huge dark green building. It looked like something surrounded by several large square tombstones. The gloomy atmosphere here made her feel comfortable, but there seemed to be a clumsy big guy at the door. Go there. The shadow was a little confused, pointed at the prison-like building with a black finger, and scratched his head. Yes. After saying these two sentences, the yodel was tired and closed his eyes, and began to doze off. The shadow nodded vigorously without the master seeing it, and moved faster, and floated in the direction of the prison. At the door of the Netherworld prison, the destroyer, who was 4 meters tall and as strong as a little giant, was guarding the door with a ferocious beheading axe. Seeing that an unknown creature was attacking quickly, the destroyer roared, and the soul fire burned violently. The gatekeeper raised the beheading axe high. The shadow flashed and disappeared, and the destroyer was stunned, staring blankly at the empty front. There was no unknown creature. After rubbing the burning soul eye, the cruel big man confirmed that there was nothing, and then the axe fell back gently. In self-satisfaction, he continued to wait to kill any creature that broke into the prison. This was the order of the warden, and he had to do his best. Deep in the nether prison, the tireless ghost scribe was crawling in front of the stone case to record the origins of various collections and treasures for his master. Years of fear and writing work made the ghost scribe retain the fearful appearance of the skull before his death, just like the murder mask in Scream, which looked a bit funny. In order to use the soul bone pen with black magic attached, the scribe's finger bones were abnormally thick, and his lower body floated in the air like the genie in Aladdin's magic lamp. The scribe wrote furiously in the magic book. As a soul that escaped from the sea of suffering in the lantern prison, the scribe had long forgotten everything in the years of soul torture. The only part that remained was how to wield the pen, or how to please and fear the master. Talala talala, the soul-catching chain passed through the cold, hard and gorgeous Helia floor tiles, and the fatal sickle blade flashed with a dark green edge. Under the erosion of black fog and death, even the white and holy jade-like floor tiles turned into a dark green color that frightened living beings. At the other end of the chain was a tower-shaped soul-locking lamp. The green light spots that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye flickered with the swinging lantern. If you prick up your ears and listen, you can seem to hear the sad songs of the soul. The owner of the lantern was a skeleton burning in the flames of the soul. A hideous black iron jailer armor protected the skeleton of the body. The exposed skull was twisted with 3 inverted curved bone spurs like devil horns. The blazing soul flames never stopped, and the skeleton's mouth always had a cruel and evil satisfied smile. My dear scribe, it's time to tell you about my latest collection. Are you ready? Although he was in the state of a skeleton, he made a feminine voice of a human male. The warden waved the lantern in his hand, and a green light floated out of the lantern and surrounded the skeleton. He nodded tremblingly, and the fear on the face of the ghost scribe became even more intense. He did not dare to neglect it for a moment. The fear from the depths of his soul made the scribe's soul fire shaky and almost extinguished. Nodding with satisfaction, the warden of the Netherworld prison gently pinched the green light, like pinching an ant that he had been playing with for a long time. Seeing that the warden's eyes moved away from him, the scribe finally had a trace of illusory security. The lantern swayed, and with the sound of the iron chain colliding, the warden began the story he created by himself. My friend, please allow me to tell you the story of Valis. It was a bright morning, and the farmer Valis was working hard in the fields. A black fog hidden in the ghost ship found him, and changed his fate, after approaching the shore, allowing him to get a more perfect ending than the original fate. Like those ignorant farmers in Helia, he has a perfect family. His father and mother have given him care and love since he was a child. He has 2 brothers and a sister who are close to each other. The brothers are friendly and the younger brothers are respectful. The mother is kind and the children are filial. A humble farmer has a beautiful and loyal wife, an excellent son and a beautiful and lovely daughter. A beautiful countryside, free from any disasters and wars, is beautiful like the most perfect fairy tale, my friend. There is always a considerate demon in fairy tales to bring changes to the protagonist's life. Valis' life should be the same. Since there is no demon to choose him, then I can only choose him. Without the demon, how can I become the protagonist of the story? After a pause in the magic book, the clerk shuddered at the soft voice of the warden. It all started when he returned home early one day. Valis found that his wife was not at home. In the messy house, only his youngest son and daughter were tied together. Looking at the terrified faces of the children, our protagonist Wallace instantly understood his wife was kidnapped by someone else. Oh, this is such a sad story. Bad guys always like to target women and children. The beautiful woman who was waiting for her husband to return home and diligently preparing dinner for her husband and children fell into the hands of the most notorious bandits. Don't look at me like that, my friend. I just used some means to slightly point the way for those bandits. To do all this is ultimately despicable human nature. Friend, pick up your pen, because the story has to continue. Although we all have a lot of time, we can't waste it like this. With a bang, the bone pen fell to the ground. The clerk quickly picked it up again. When he saw that the warden, who was in high spirits, was not angry, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wallace was extremely angry, his face was as hen and his eyes were blazing. After untying the child, the man picked up the axe at home and went to a place according to his son's instructions. That was the coast. He thought that the bandits had indeed tied his wife to the coast, but was that really the case? Of course not. Wallace went to the coast, but there was nothing there. After returning home, the man understood from his son that it was his son who had deceived him. The terrified son had sold his most precious courage to the terrible bandit uncle, leaving betrayal to his father and mother, and the little daughter had been so scared that she couldn't say anything and had become a cute little fool when Wallace desperately came to the warehouse mentioned by his son. The farmer's beautiful wife had become cold, and her humiliated body was like a beautiful blooming painting, outlining a touch of anger in the man's heart. He was angry at his own powerlessness and at his son deceiving him and killing his mother. The bandit has disappeared, his wife is dead, and life must go on. The man thought so until he heard his wife's crying when he fell asleep at night. My friend, I swear, it is a pleasant and beautiful sound. With my comfort, he finally understood that his wife's departure is not a coincidence. Hehe. The warden took out the second light from the lantern while speaking, and it seemed that he had opened some restrictions. The second light emitted a soul-like female cold cry, full of the blood, tears, and pain of the speaker. The mournful and resentful whimpering sound echoed in the prison, mixed with hatred and anger towards Wallace for not coming to save him. What a beautiful and pleasant voice, isn't it? I swear, she is absolutely a beauty. No matter when she is alive or when she is dead, she is breathtakingly beautiful. The crying and cursing of collapse stopped abruptly, the second light spot was retracted, and the first light spot began to flicker violently. However, the warden seemed not to see it, and continued in an unstable tone like playing music. From then on, he was entangled by the sudden black fog. This great story lasted for 10 years. The elderly father was killed at home, the mother committed suicide in despair because of grief, and the son felt guilty for killing his mother. Under my guidance, he strangled his foolish sister to death. Every time he saw the black fog, our protagonist Wallace would hear the clear and pleasant sound of chains. In contrast, he would always lose something precious in the black fog. The sound of chains colliding became the most feared sound for our protagonist. My friend, no matter what it is, as long as it continues for 3 consecutive times, it will form a habit that is difficult to change. This is the experience I have summed up. When I was still alive, I used my own experience to raise a dog that would eat people if it ate meat. After many people were bitten, the group of foolish and kind-hearted Helia elders decided to kill the dog. This is why they were so stupid as to let the Comavia people slaughter them. It's ridiculous, right? Until the butcher's knife came to their heads, they still couldn't learn what cruelty was. Everything I said is an irrefutable fact. My friend, remember this, write it down, it's very important. The soul light began to flicker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Father, mother, wife, son, daughter, brother, younger sister. Laughter, crying, roaring, desperate shouting. Indescribable sounds blended together to become ghost cries, making people's souls feel like they are falling into an ice cave. Soul light spots floated out of the lantern one by one, surrounding the warden with painful and desperate wails. Amid the sound of chains colliding, the warden finally let go of the sound of the first soul light spot. Amid the crying of the protagonist Wallace, the story ended with a satisfied laugh. Varlas was surrounded by his 8 family members, and the curse fell on him because he brought the chain demon and killed everyone. In hell, the clerk once again recalled the time he spent in the lantern. He knew that this was the warden's torture of himself, not just Varlas, but he was actually the protagonist in his mouth. Even though he had forgotten many things, the scribe had not forgotten that he did not want to be an accomplice of an evil demon, but he had no choice. On the night when I killed my mad son, I came to Varlas, cut open his chest with a sickle, took out his heart, and hooked out his soul. In the lantern, I let him experience the suffering of his family again. He finally understood that in this world, everyone has his own ending, and his ending is the ending of every protagonist. 9 light spots surrounded the warden's finger bones, streaking beautiful green streams, shining like diamonds. After experiencing all kinds of sad tragedies, they finally reunited forever, never to be separated again, living forever in a new home, with other protagonists. The soul light spots flew back into the lantern. Countless soul light spots accepted the desperate light spots, and the desperate soul sad song disappeared from his ears. The scribe put down the bone pen and completed the story record of the collection in the sudden silence. The book was slowly closed, the sound of the chain became smaller and smaller, and the heavy footsteps gradually faded away. There will be many more stories, and greater works are waiting for me to discover. My friends, in this beautiful paradise, we have plenty of time. Chapter 498 Vigo. Watch out, this is how ISIL uses it. Look, there's a yodel here. Please allow me to know. Little guy, who are you? In the corridor of the ghost prison, the warden Thresh looked down at the black-faced dwarf he had never seen before in confusion. He owed a lot of lives, but he didn't seem to owe anyone money. Ah, you're so annoying, skeleton. Does it matter who I am? Vigus walked in with small steps on her own. The mutated black shadow widened her eyes and bared her teeth at the sluggish Thresh behind her, as if to show that she was not easy to mess with. Thresh patted his head and recognized the strength of the uninvited guest in front of him from the magical fluctuations implied by the black shadow, and gave up the idea of taking action. Besides, judging from the breath of the black fog, the yodel dwarf seemed to be in the same group with him, and was recognized by the black fog as a legal resident of the Shadow Island. Maybe this is the next protagonist. There are many strange guys on this island, but you are even stranger than them. Well, do you think you, a talking skeleton, have the right to say that? The way Vigus didn't even turn his head made Thresh give up the idea of leaving. He turned around and followed the yodel. He wanted to know what the dwarf who had turned the tables was doing in his own home. Where are you going? Find a place to sleep. Vigus raised her right hand and slapped her mouth to doze off. Thresh also raised his right hand to doze off. Halfway through the action, he remembered why a sleepless skeleton was joining in the fun. Why did you come here to sleep? Didn't the guard at the door stop you? Or did you kill him? What guard? Are you annoying? 100,000 whys? It's just a skeleton. Why do you have so many questions? Seeing that the yodel was getting impatient, Thresh closed his mouth and followed behind. The heavy footsteps came again, and the ghost scribe who was about to slack off was so scared that his soul was almost annihilated. Like an employee who was seen by his boss, the scribe quickly picked up the bone pen and pretended to be thinking about his life. He glanced at the person who came, and the situation in front of him was a little beyond his expectations. This time, it was not only the warden who came back, but also a short yodel. The scribe was a little overwhelmed and watched the yodel being lifted up by the strange black shadow and lying on the magic scroll. He twisted his buttocks comfortably and closed his eyes comfortably. It's okay, let her sleep, don't disturb her. Thresh made it clear in response to the innocent look of the ghost scribe. Wait until she wakes up and record any behavior she has in the prison. If she wants to leave, let me know. Confirming that the black shadow would not let him get close to the strange yodel, Thresh thought for a while and decided to leave. In addition to completing his official work, he had other things to do. Studying the ruined spring and the ancient tomb and the body of King Camavia with the ancient magic sword inserted in it, entering the suppressed and sealed Helia vault to find the immortal skull inside, trading and communicating with the great monarch of the underworld, Mordekaiser, or doing his old business. Maintaining evil weapons in the dungeon arcane warehouse are all good ways for him to spend time. No matter what kind of entertainment and leisure, it can enhance the black fog and spread to other areas. This is his secret game, and he is the only player with wisdom. Let more creatures and living people return to the black fog, create a soul prison that belongs to him alone, and torture and play with it anytime and anywhere. This is the ultimate meaning of Thresh realizing his own value. In fact, many times the place where the black fog appears is controlled by Mordekaiser's underworld magic. Thresh can only intervene simply, but cannot make a decision. For Mordekaiser, the king of the underworld, the most suitable win-win policy that Thresh could think of was to submit to the tyrannical king only when he achieved his own pursuit. The two were not in conflict, especially since Mordekaiser had promised him that, after conquering the world, he would appoint him as the warden of the Soul Chain Jail and build a soul prison for him that was more magnificent than the Helia prison. At that time, whether living or dead, they would become the soul oil in his soul chain lamp and become part of his power. Therefore, he did not mind working for Mordekaiser. But before building the eternal soul prison, he had one more thing to do. Coming to the prison gate, Thresh smiled and stared at the destroyer crawling on the ground. In the destroyer's terrified expression, he threw out the hook. A light green soul turned into a light spot and was pulled back by the hook and collected in the lantern. The body without the soul fell to the ground, and another green light spot slowly flew in and supported the destroyer's body again. Don't let me down. Kneeling on the ground in silence, the new destroyer bowed his head and swore allegiance in silence until the jailer slowly left the nether prison. Thresh's first stop was the Fountain of Life, or rather, the location of the nether fountain. The terrain was getting lower and lower, and Thresh strolled leisurely on his territory. This was an ancient tomb that was older than the birth of the Helia civilization. The former life tree spirit relied on the life spring in the pool to create all the beautiful things in the blessed light island and shared vitality with human visitors until an uninvited guest from afar broke through the door of heaven with iron cavalry and blades, bringing death and ruin. Of course, it also brought the most perfect opportunity. Thresh smiled slightly. Death and pain are more beautiful than life, he was sure. The life tree spirit seemed to be affected by the curse. Thresh knew that the tree spirit was hiding in the twisted jungle because it was the only place with only plant life, and any ghosts and demons would be attacked by the bark howl. Spider cave, twisted jungle, great tomb area. This is the most dangerous place in Shadow Isles besides Helia Vault and Ancient Tomb. Even ghosts will be attacked. Coming to the dark green nether spring, Thresh stared at the handsome corpse with an ancient magic sword stuck in the center of his chest. Thresh's mouth opened, and then, his eyes of blazing flames looked at the naked woman in the pool. He approached the woman, and scratched her curvy body with his finger bones. After reluctantly lingering, he stayed between the ravines. He looked down at his lower body, and the skeleton retracted the finger bones with some regret. Although the woman was dead, her body did not decay, but retained the grace and beauty of her life. In fact, this soft and cold body satisfied most of Thresh's fantasies about women, and also satisfied some of his vulgar desires that should have disappeared long ago. As for the woman's husband, who was not far away, who would care about the thoughts of a dead person? Vigo, you are just a clown played by a woman. I really want to know what expression you would have if you knew that your beloved princess was being played by me. This feeling of blasphemy seemed to replace the desire that a man should have, and made Thresh put his bone hand on the princess again, reluctant to leave. Recalling the anxious look of the king of Camavia when he led the army of the kingdom of Camavia, Thresh couldn't help but laugh. Until the end, the infatuated man only got the fatal sword of his beloved. In Thresh's view, there was nothing more ridiculous in the world. Finally retracting the bone hand that could not grow, Thresh shook the lantern, and dozens of green light spots flew out of the lantern, sank into the nether spring, and disappeared. The rolling black fog on the nether spring did not seem to have changed, but Thresh was not discouraged, but just laughed sinisterly. If Lord Mordekaiser is right, Vigo, sooner or later you will absorb enough underworld energy to resurrect. According to your obsession and infatuation with Isolde, you will definitely try to resurrect Queen Isolde again. I have witnessed the betrayal and hatred of countless couples. Vigo, you are so foolish that you will never understand that the woman you love doesn't love you at all. The suffocating love you forced upon her has long aroused Queen Isolde's disgust and hatred. The more gently she smiles, the more she hates you in her heart. This is why she was resurrected by you after her death, but gave you a sword. If you don't understand this, you will never truly get your princess. If she can kill you once, she can kill you a second time. Staring greedily at the emerald green sword of the ruined king, Thresh stretched out his right hand. His finger bones lightly touched the cross-shaped sword guard. The burning sensation of the soul made Thresh retract his right hand, and several souls died instantly in the lantern. The master is dead, but the guardian blade has never betrayed its master. This evil blade without self-awareness is more loyal than most mortals. In Thresh's opinion, this powerful broken sword is more suitable to be Vigo's wife, but Vigo doesn't understand this. This time, Thresh's tone is a little more jealous. Some people are born with a kingdom, loyal soldiers and generals, powerful magic swords, and can even pick up a woman on the street and make her their bridegroom that night in the name of love, and marry her as a princess the next day. The woman has no room to refuse, because he is the king, and the cost of refusing is a consequence that the whole family cannot afford. Thresh stroked his lantern and lowered his skull. Some people are born to work diligently, guarding tombs and prisons for decades. Because of some insignificant rumors, decades of hard work are wiped out, and all they get in return is a lonely underground guard job, never seeing the sun all day, and only having to keep company with cold air and objects. They can't even see a living person. They dedicate everything to others, but in return they get everyone's disgust. You won't understand, Vigo. How can a king who has everything understand the pain of a beggar who has nothing? As the chosen one, you control such a powerful kingdom and power, but you ruined everything you have, because of a woman. You are actually more pathetic than me. You might as well become a pawn of Lord Modkaiser, and make some contribution to the Nether Legion's conquest of the world. This will also make your sad and meaningless life more valuable. The work at the Nether Fountain has been completed. Thresh took one last look at the two corpses at the Nether Fountain before turning around and leaving the ancient tomb and heading for the second special location. Under the Helia Star Orbit Temple, an immortal skull is sealed. After the Blessed Isles became the Shadow Isles, this sealed place naturally became a place for Thresh to move freely. Passing through the many seals that have been invalidated and the dark corridors like a maze, Thresh came to the sealed altar, knelt on his knees respectfully, and buried his head on the ground. The skull had already hidden the lantern and chain sickle that he never left, just because the master he met didn't like the way he looked at shit with a lantern. In the words of the tyrant of the underworld, if it weren't for the two worlds of yin and yang, when they first made contact, the skeleton holding the lantern would probably have been smashed to pieces by the tyrant's hammer. Lord Mordekaiser, I have completed today's work. Do you have any other instructions? At the same time, in the Netherworld Palace of the Underworld City, Mitnalachan, Mordekaiser, who was sitting high on the throne, heard the call from the material world. The tyrant who was proficient in black magic closed his eyes and soon realized that it was the Shadow Island servant he had chosen who took the initiative to contact him. Mordekaiser grinned. He also happened to have a task to assign to his servant who was not loyal but very useful. My warden, I do have something for you to do. Please speak, sir. Thresh listened to the majestic voice of the huge skull covered with various black magic and underworld runes in black and green. Vigo and his queen Isolde are very useful tools. They can play a huge role in conquering the world. Lord Mordekaiser, what do I need to do? After a while, I will send 2 servants to the Shadow Isles to serve as your assistants. You have 3 things to do. The first thing is to use Vigo's crown to make a soul control crown and put the soul control crown back on Vigo's body. The second thing is that you will study soul magic with my black wizard servant. I need you to decompose Isolde's body and soul and spread each decomposed soul to the entire material realm through the underworld mist. The third thing is to find a man named Lester. He is on the Valoran continent and is the lord of the Emerald Territory of Naxos. Find him and bring him to the Shadow Isles at all costs. My servants will know who he is. You just need to cooperate. Thresh raised his head and looked at the hideous and terrifying tyrant skull and asked tentatively, Lord Mordekaiser, I don't quite understand your will. What is the purpose of decomposing Isolde's soul? What benefit will this bring to your great plan? The altar was strangely silent for a moment, and a cold voice came from the skull that made Thresh tremble. "Scum, do you want me to explain it to you?" The power of the law of Echeni who made the soul fire of the skull violently agitated, as if it was being pulled by the underworld, and was about to leave the body and go to an unknown realm in the next moment. The skeleton began to tremble, and the teeth made a click sound. Thresh knocked his head to the ground. "I dare not. Please forgive me, Lord Mordekaiser. After you do your job, bargain with me, Thresh. Don't let me down." The terrible voice faded away, and the tyrant's immortal skull no longer flashed a strange green light, and gradually returned to calm. Thresh stood up, bent over in fear, and left the altar, picking up the soul-catching chain and soul-locking lamp placed at the door. "Two messengers from the underworld are coming to the Shadow Isles. It seems that Lord Mordekaiser still doesn't trust me. This is what a king should be like, not seeking death for a woman." The skeleton arm grabbed a handful of soul light points from the soul-locking lantern. Screams and wails echoed in the empty hall outside the altar. The finger bones closed, the light points disappeared, and the soul power of the skeleton was partially restored. Thresh finally felt better. "Anyway, I'd better make some arrangements in advance before the messengers arrive." After walking out of the Star Track temple, Thresh looked around and casually pulled out two unlucky ghosts from the underworld mist with a hook, turned the ghosts into soul light points, and put them back into the lantern. The soul collector, who was wandering near the temple, saw his prey being snatched away. Before he could get angry, he felt Thresh's breath. The extremely dangerous demon slowly turned around and lowered his soul skull imprisoned in a thorny iron cage in the direction of Thresh. Under the skull were dozens of miniaturized human skulls in the tattered cloak. These human skulls together formed the body of the soul collector, floating on the ground in the form of skulltails. All the human skulls and souls killed by the soul collector will be imprisoned in the body forever and become part of the soul collector's power. Seeing the ancestor who played with souls at this moment, the soul collector took the initiative to offer the souls he had collected recently. "No matter what time, you must be prepared for the worst." After collecting more than half of the souls from the soul collector's open body, the sound of Thresh's chains gradually faded away. Dragging his weak body, the soul collector also disappeared in the dark mist and continued to look for his prey. Chapter 499, when the downtrodden lord meets the embarrassed Darkin. Stand still. Blade of Magus, Cloak of Swiftness, Silent Boots, they are all useless enchanted garbage. In the end, I still couldn't find the location of the Tomb of Nezek and the Blade of the Underworld, where the brass gauntlet of Horok is hidden. It's really not realistic to find the specific location of the tomb, based on the map in the game. Maybe I should go east to Ixtal. Maybe elemental magic and the primordial axiom can give me new power. The magic items that made countless people salivate were thrown casually on the table by the man. On the wide armchair, a handsome uncle with a big back hair leaned back, his cloak hanging on the ground, and his black long desert leather boots were crossed and casually placed on the edge of the table. The man held a chewing stick with deadly toxins in his mouth. The open-collared khaki custom leather coat had 3 patches on it, and it was unknown how long he had worn it. Perhaps it was some side effect of the Void Pearl. Lester's appearance had some small changes, such as the beard growing faster and the hair volume becoming amazing. In addition, with his excellent makeup skills, in order to avoid attracting troublesome women, Lester chose to make himself sloppy and old-fashioned. Of course, this would also attract other women, but it would be much less troublesome than before. After more than 10 years of tomb robbing and killing people in the Sundisk, Lester was a little tired of this unchanging life, especially after Zio Shuhur also left this world. The man had lost the reason to continue living in the Sundisk. Touching the ice jade on his chest, Lester slowly closed his eyes. As for how to deal with these enchanted items, Lester had his own way. "Grandma, where can we go along the west of the Kahali River?" In a small village, built on the mountain in the southeast of Shurima, his parents went into the mountains to hunt, and the lively boy pulled his grandmother to listen to a story. To the west of the Kahali River is the ancient capital of Shurima, where the most magnificent Sundisk is located. All the ascended warriors were born in the ceremony of the Sundisk. The little boy observed his grandmother's expression. When she talked about the ascended, there seemed to be something mixed in with her longing and nostalgia. The little boy was still young and didn't quite understand this complex emotion. Then where is the eastern source of the Kohala River? Why do my parents always tell me not to go into the mountains to play? The old man stroked his grandson's head and smiled. There are many terrible monsters in the mountains to the east. These monsters specialize in eating children like you, so you have to be obedient, otherwise you will be eaten by the monsters. Oh. The little boy scratched his head and looked at the rushing river. Grandma, when I grow up, can I take a boat along the river and go west? If I grow up, of course I can go west. The sun gradually set, the village lit up the lights, and the smoke from cooking rose. On the western horizon, a middle-aged man dragging a big sword approached the village in trance, and soon attracted the attention of the village guards. A dozen village guards surrounded him. Who are you? The guard responded with a horizontal slash, and the body was split in two, and the organs were scattered all over the ground. Such a cruel scene made the other warriors stunned. Before, they could only drive away wild beasts and some scavengers. Wouldn't this kind of beheading only appear in the struggles of those big warlords? I can't die unless all life ends. The ancient Shurim language was spoken in a terrible voice that was almost a roar. The heavy big sword in the middle-aged man's hand rotated lightly like a windmill and killed other people. Whether it was leather armor or the spear in his hand, it was easily cut like a piece of paper in front of the double-pointed flame-shaped big sword, turning into debris on the ground. Retracting his gaze from the highly recognizable evil big sword, someone shouted with a pale face. It's the darkened demon that massacred the south. Run. Let everyone run. The elder screams came from behind, and the strongest middle-aged man in the village was split in half by the great sword. His skeleton and flesh were shattered by the sword energy and scattered all over the ground. Beard threw down his spear and left the battlefield full of limbs without looking back. He wanted to return to the village and tell everyone the news of the arrival of the killer. Humble maggots. You have no way to escape. Listen. Extinct dead silence. After changing into a brand new body, the great sword that sealed the Darkin chased in the direction of the village's escape. Holding his child, Pegs no longer cared whether the other side of Yunzang Mountain was dangerous and rushed into the rainforest with other surviving villagers. Mom. Grandma. Woo woo woo. The boy's crying gradually disappeared in the rainforest. Bathed in blood, the Darkin who had obtained a new body finally got a brief satisfaction in killing. No longer hunting down the weak mortals, the sword demon turned around and returned to the center of the village again, preparing to use all the limbs and flesh so that he could prolong the decay of his body and have enough time to prepare for the next killing cycle, instead of returning to the sword body and waiting in the dark for another human to pick him up. He wanted to find the most perfect body and kill the Twilight Star Spirit 10,000 times with the sword in his hand. He wanted to return the pain brought to him by the Twilight Star Spirit Measure 100 times, or 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and chop the Twilight Star Spirit and his human lacquers into meat paste before he would be satisfied. But the premise for doing so was that he found a strong enough body as a carrier, instead of these weak mortal bodies that decayed after a use. With hatred for all things in the world and a desire to destroy everything, the sword demon inserted the great sword into the blood-soaked ground and began to absorb the vitality of this land that was fading. Perhaps it took a long time, or perhaps only a few seconds. In the dead silence, the heavy footsteps of blood came slowly from outside the village, full of power and rhythm. Unlike other mortals, the sword demon felt confident, powerful, and fearless from the footsteps. These were all the good qualities he had in the past, until he fought against the void for humans, was betrayed by humans and gods, and was sealed in the dark sword for thousands of years, becoming the current appearance of neither human nor ghost. The footsteps stopped not far behind him. The sword demon turned around and met the eyes of the man with the spear on the ground. In silence, the sword demon pulled out the blood-soaked sword from the ground. He dared to show his weapon to him in such a place full of corpses. He was worthy of being called a warrior. Out of respect for the enemy, he was willing to give the enemy in front of him a decent death. Who knew that the newcomer suddenly spoke? Artrax, the pride of the Ascended Legion of the Shurima Empire, a handsome and powerful Ascended God, who once led the Ascended Legion to fight against the void creatures. I never thought that you, who were sealed by the Twilight aspects, would appear here. Lester stared at the darkened blade demon not far away, threw away other useless bags, and only left the mechanical bow and the cold iron spear tightly grasped by the magic steel gauntlet. With the magic steel equipment made by the Emerald Territory, Lester was not afraid of the enemy in front of him. "Human, do you know me?" There was a bit of surprise in the hoarse voice, as well as unspeakable satisfaction and complacency. Artrex did not expect that there would be people in the world today who knew about his glorious past. "Yes, I know you. I even know that you didn't want to be like this. The void can corrupt everything, the body, strength, energy, space. Of course, including you ascendants. The Shurima continent has not been occupied by the power of the void until now, all because the Ascendant Legion paid a huge price. In my opinion, as saviors, you should not be reduced to such a fate. It is better to die than to be in this corrupt and filthy state." To this, I can only say that the Protoss really deserves to die. Lester was not complimenting the darkened sword demon in front of him, but just speaking his true opinion. In the 2 contacts with the void, Lester has understood what the so-called adaptation in the mouth of the void means. The power of the sun disk comes from the star-casting Dragon King Orion Thor, and the power of the Dragon King created the Ascendant Legion. The void threatens the entire universe. No matter how powerful the Ascendants are, they will not be stronger than the universe itself. The power of the Ascendants who are adapted by the void transforms their own attributes into the power of the Darkin, which affects the will of the user. It is understandable. The Ascended Legion was supposed to be the savior, but now it has become the Darkin with a derogatory meaning in people's mouths. It must be said that, if it weren't for the deliberate act of the naughty and playful Twilight Protoss, Lester would be willing to give his head to Zotakick. Killing is not the right way to deal with the fallen Ascended. By sealing it into a weapon is too cruel. No matter what it is, after being corrupted by the void, killing it is the best result. However, the previous Twilight Protoss, Meisha, insisted on sealing the soul of the Darkin and the Ascended weapon, trampling on the pride of the Ascended, and torturing the soul of the Ascended. According to the nature of the Twilight Protoss, this is probably just for fun and interesting, just as Meisha's choice of Zoe is nonsensical. Such childlike innocence is the most frightening evil. After experiencing the pain of being imprisoned many times, Lester deeply understands the loneliness of Artrex being sealed in the weapon for thousands of years. "Human, what's your name?" "Lester. I never thought that I would be recognized one day." "Lester, if we had met before the fall of the Empire, we would have been the best of friends. We would have enjoyed the best wine and beauties in the Ascendant Hall of the Sundisk. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's really too late. For revenge, I have lost everything." Raising the great sword with regret, the sword demon's sanity began to decline. The surging fighting spirit made the sword demon extremely eager to kill the man in front of him and seize the man's body. He had seen the man's extraordinariness. "I felt a strong power from your body, Lester. You are also a strong warrior. You should understand that it is difficult to put down a weapon after it is picked up by its owner. I admire you for what you said, but I can't let you go. I think you must have misunderstood something. My words are not to let you go. I just want you to understand that there are still people in this world who remember your achievements. As for you now." Lester took a step and walked slowly towards Artrex. "Artrex, giving you eternal sleep and allowing you to no longer continue to suffer is my greatest respect for the heroes of the past." Ha ha ha. "Well said. A warrior should speak with the weapon in his hand." Ha. The bleak night wind was filled with the smell of blood. Under the black sky, the village lit by torches was reflected on the body parts and corpses on the ground. The distorted light made it difficult to see the expressions of the two people. The moment the wind stopped, the two people were close to each other, spears raised, swords chopped down. The sound of metal clashing caused the flames burning the village to swing, and the great sword and the cold iron spear were bounced off at the same time. From the test attack, the two understood the approximate strength of the enemy and became more eager to fight. Lester took advantage of the force of the cold iron spear to turn around and dance with a spear flower. The spearhead was like a black dragon out of the sea, and it reached Artrex's chest viciously. The tip of the spear was shaking with cold stars, and it was impossible to see the exact location of the spear. Ding. Without trying to guess where the spear would pierce his body, Artrex rotated the hilt of his sword, smashing down the greatsword in his hand like a mountain, domineeringly blocking a cold star with the spine of the sword, and the heavy and strong metal spear shaft was actually pressed to the ground by the sword. While moving his body to remove the recoil force from the spear shaft, Lester drew his gun and turned around, taking 2 steps back to regroup. Looking down, he saw that the broken knuckles of his right hand were already covered in blood. In addition to the force, there was also a layer of illusory sword energy transmitted back from the spear shaft. Artrex, who was in a dominant position, approached closely, swung the greatsword from behind to the front, and the blade turned into an afterimage. With the sound of breaking the air, it slashed at Lester's right shoulder diagonally, trying to cut Lester into pieces. Lester's eyes fixed. Although Artrex's sword was heavy, he only used 50% of the force. This downward slash implied the possibility of changing his moves. If he tried to dodge, the cassock slash would change to a horizontal slash in an instant, splitting him in two. He couldn't dodge, and it was impossible to take it head on. He could only use his body to relieve the force. The cold iron spear made of special materials by the Hearth clan of Freljord, who believed Norn was hard, but it was still a little worse than the ascended greatsword enchanted by Artrex with the power of the Star Dragon. Lester had seen this from the scarred cold iron spear. Forcibly blocking with the spear would only make him and the spear end up in the same fate. He was worthy of being the most powerful warrior in the Ascended Legion. Admiring Artrex's absolute force, Lester flipped the spear and placed it diagonally on his back. While turning his body sideways, he straightened his back and touched the ground with his toes and dangerously let the spear be the landing point of the greatsword. The greatsword slashed down like a mountain, tearing the air apart. Bang! The moment the blade touched the gun barrel, it turned into full force. If it was attacked forcefully, it would be enough to shatter the internal organs. However, what surprised Artrex was that the human named Lester in front of him was not cut in half by him, but twisted his body in a way that he could not understand, and flew backwards like a ball that was hit, and suddenly opened up a distance of dozens of meters. After rolling twice, Lester got up from the ground and threw the gun on the ground, looking like he was not injured at all. This made Artrex start to lose his patience. "Lester, how did you do it?" The sword demon responded with 2 armor-piercing arrows made of dark red metal. The light blood shield that protected the body could not resist the magic steel arrows at all, and the arrowheads bit deeply into Artrex's heart and lower abdomen. Seeing that Lester, who continued to draw his bow and draw his arrow, had no intention of talking, Artrex's pride did not allow him to ask the same question for the second time. He pulled out the 2 sharp arrows on his body and threw them on the ground. The sword demon inserted the greatsword in front of him, making the greatsword a shield to block the arrows. The magic steel armor-piercing arrows that flew towards his face and neck were bounced off by the greatsword in vain, but Lester would naturally not stand there stupidly. While his body moved, the 5th and 6th arrows attacked the sword demon from other directions. The continuous arrows came one after another. Such superb archery skills reminded Artrex of one of his companions. Pulling out the greatsword, Artrex waved the blade to block the arrows, but several arrows still hit his body, causing great damage to his body. Not ready to let Lester take advantage of the distance, Artrex rushed directly to Lester. He wanted to completely put an end to the enemy in front of him. Chapter 500 Master Artrex, stop chanting. You won't kill anyone like this. After putting the mechanical bow back on his back, Lester dodged Artrex's powerful leaping slash. The man with cold eyes pointed his spear at the center of the 2 blades of the greatsword, causing Artrex's main body, flame double-pointed greatsword, to tilt involuntarily. The counter-attack storm learned from the weapon master Jax caught Artrex off guard. He had never seen such a strange move. Lester drew his spear and stabbed again. The spear shaft cleverly flicked the flame wave part of the flame double-pointed greatsword near the hilt. When Artrex finally realized that something was wrong, Lester twisted it hard and raised the spear tip. The heavy greatsword completely lost control and flew in the other direction of the force. Seeing that the weapon was about to slip out of his hand, how could Artrex let go? The next moment, the greatsword that was unwilling to let go directly tore the corrupt flesh and blood of the body. The flame double-pointed greatsword slipped out of his hand with half of his arm. At the moment when his arm was broken, Artrex lost contact with the parasitic body. The unwilling sword demon's main body flew heavily in the distance. Puff the gun pierced through the body. Lester made the last blow and slowly pulled out the spear. The corrupt black blood spurted out with a grumble, and the corrupt corpse that lost its right arm took half a step forward and fell to the ground. In a few seconds, it turned into a ball of rotten flesh and blood. After a few steps to the big sword and observing it, confirming that Artrex, who had lost his host, could not pose any other threat to him, Lester spit out the blood clots in his chest and shot Artrex directly in the face, forcibly taking Artrex's attack. Lester's internal organs were severely damaged in the shock. In the battle, Lester naturally would not expose his own flaws and weakness. It didn't matter after the battle, because the victory or defeat had been decided. Feeling humiliated, the sword spine position at the top of the sword guard of the flame-shaped double-pointed big sword began to flash an ominous and evil dim red light, as if talking. Lester felt some kind of resentment from the flashing red light, and spit a mouthful of blood foam at the big sword on the ground again, and the man said lightly, "I won, you lost. It was a fair fight. Why are you unwilling to accept it? Why, you still don't accept it?" As if he heard Lester's words, the strange red light flashed more frequently, as if someone was talking nonsense. "Do you accept it?" The third mouthful of blood foam hit the sword guard of the great sword heavily, and Lester kicked it again. In the man's mocking eyes, the great sword finally stopped flashing. After teaching Artrex a lesson, Lester looked down at the cold iron spear that was on the verge of being scrapped. The indestructible weapon had become dented, and was not much better than a dog beating stick on the roadside. Especially in the middle position, Artrex used all his strength to leave a slash mark. This fatal gap almost broke the spear in two, leaving only about a quarter of the rare metal connected. This was when he used the hidden dragon body technique to remove most of the force in the air. If he took the attack head on, he would definitely die. The Protoss would think that he was useful, but Artrex would not care about these. Lester sighed. He didn't expect that the weapon that had accompanied him for nearly 200 years would break down so suddenly. After thinking about it, Lester decided to keep the cold iron spear in its current state. Maybe there would be a chance to repair it in the future. It would be a pity to let it break down like this. Sitting on the ground waiting for his body to recover automatically when it would not affect his movements, Lester found a shovel and a pickaxe, dug a deep pit under the big locust tree in the center of the village, and buried the cold iron spear in it. He was busy until dawn, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to dig it out in the future. You have done your best to defeat Artrex, the most powerful warrior of the Ascendant Legion. Take a good rest. As Artrex kept flashing, Lester said goodbye to the cold iron spear. The people in the village had all run away, and those who couldn't run away were turned into minced meat by Artrex. Lester reorganized his equipment and came to Artrex, who had been lying on the ground all night. The morning light shone on this flame-shaped double-pointed great sword, and the blade reflected a cold light. After a great battle, the sword body was not damaged at all, and even the blood foam he spat out was absorbed cleanly. It seems that Artrex enjoyed eating it very much. It must be said that from the appearance alone, Artrex is still very talented in pretending. After thinking seriously for a while, Lester grasped the hilt of the sword. Following the power of decay came Artrex's abuse and curses, and the maddening roar of the soul came from the depths of his mind. In an instant, Lester knew why people who held Artrex would lose themselves. Who can stand 100 chatterboxes having a party in your ear? You bastard. Damn scum. Goddamn bastard and son of a bitch. How dare you spit on my great Artrex 3 times. When I take control of your body, I will tear you into pieces. Crush everything you love. I can't kill you 100 times. After yelling for a long time, Artrex found that the soul attack he launched on Lester didn't work at all. Even the dark power of the sword could only cause insignificant erosion damage to Lester's body to a limited extent, which was not enough to shake the foundation. There were 3 powerful forces in Lester's body that could suppress the power of corruption, making Lester's body the most perfect swordsman. The man's soul was as indestructible as an immortal giant city. Artrex launched a soul-snatching battle, and his invincible soul-stealing attack was completely useless. This cruel fact made Artrex's voice gradually weaken and return to calm. In the silence, Lester's sarcastic voice penetrated into Artrex's soul, causing Artrex's already broken nerves to break again. That's it? That's it? You despicable soul. You are blaspheming the glory of warriors and gods. I swear that one day I will annihilate your soul, let you taste eternal death, put your large intestine around your neck, and strangle you, a hateful maggot, with your small intestine. Lester patted his head and rolled his eyes. Before this, Lester didn't know what a one-man show was. Now he knows. It turns out that Artrex is the owner of the Troop of Runeterra, and he can hold up the scene by himself. If possible, Lester wants to find Kled to fight with this troop owner, to see who is the master of mouth cannon in Runeterra. Letting go of Artrex's hilt, in an instant it was as if he had returned from the noisy water and land dojo to the tranquil sea. Lester sighed and kicked the violently flashing flame-shaped double-pointed greatsword twice with reluctance. I don't have a weapon that's suitable for me. Although it's a bit rubbish, I'll just make do with it and throw it away when I get a better one. The greatsword began to flash violently again, but unfortunately Lester refused to hold it, so he naturally couldn't hear the beautiful and melodious rune continent blessings. At this moment, Lester would rather not understand the ancient Shurimal language. Finding a lot of suitable materials from the ruined village, Lester calmed down and sewed a leather sword sheath that could be carried on his back with fur and needlework, and put Artrex in it. At least from the outside, Artrex's original appearance could not be seen at all. It is worth mentioning that in order to prevent the tip of Artrex's sword from piercing the sword sheath, Lester deliberately found some soft metal films and embedded them in the sword sheath. After preparing for the trip, the man left the village and walked into the poisonous miasma that made the local scalps numb, looking for the legendary lost country, Ixtal. In the Narxan calendar, in 407 AD, after 20 years of preparation, the Shadow Isles were ready for the attack. Valoran continent, the capital of Emerald Territory. Fidlet is under martial law, and all residents have closed their doors. They tremble as they watch teams of Emerald Territory soldiers solemnly walk towards the unknown distance in heavy armor, facing the collapsing sky of despair. At noon, the sky was as gloomy as a rainy night, dark and difficult to see. The sun disappeared above the horizon, and death instantly descended on this beautiful and rich land, bringing darkness to everyone. The sudden black fog descended from the sky, completely covering half of the city, and a sudden attack came upon every resident of Emerald Territory. Countless black and green mist ghosts and demons that are more aggressive than ghosts appear and disappear from the black fog, dragging living people away with screams that make people's scalps numb, and pulling living people into the black fog. The hungry butcher with a pig head who likes to cut the human body with a chopping knife has seriously mutated under the influence of the black fog. The bloodthirsty and violent black rats that can hide in the black fog have their souls harvested by the dark faith and sold their souls to the evil gods in the black fog. The half-human and half-ghost cultists are cursed to serve. In the outer position of the inner city lord's castle, there are soul summoners, soul-eating leeches, soul collectors, soul eaters, destroyers and other high-level ghosts and evil spirits of Shadow Island, ready to launch a massacre. One after another, unimaginable powerful evil creatures came out of the black fog, holding various torture instruments and hideous weapons, eager to slaughter and harvest every soul they saw. The ultimate goal of these evil creatures is only one, that is, to break through the Lord's castle and capture the Lord of Emerald Territory, Lester. For the Dark Lord, deep in the black fog, Thresh and two messengers from the underworld were watching the monsters from the Shadow Isles attacking Fidlet indifferently. On Thresh's left, riding a ghost bone horse was Milne, the Death Knight of Mordekaiser's Nether Legion, and on his right was Plit, Mordekaiser's Black Wizard servant. The one in charge of this siege was Milne, the Death Knight, while Plit was only responsible for conveying Milne's will, coordinating and controlling the operating range of the black fog, and providing some spell support. This place is different from other places. In the material realm, I have never seen such orderly, high-spirited and militant soldiers. Plit, wearing a tattered black robe, rubbed the soul bone ring on his right hand. This bone ring was the honor given to him by Mordekaiser. It was made of 1,000 excellent souls and high-quality underworld materials, which allowed him to easily control the underworld fog. There is a kind of atmosphere in the city that makes me uncomfortable. We'd better make a quick decision. Everything is based on the will of the Grand Lord. The goal of the war is to capture the Emerald Lord Lester alive. Apart from that, it is meaningless. Milne, wearing heavy soul plate armor, held a 2.5 meter long Fangshan halberd. The Death Knight wearing a full covered huge helmet patted the ghost bone horse that was ready to go and clamped the horse's belly. The Latin language was as difficult and obscure as the devil's language in the material world, which was terrifying. Please help me complete the task, Wizard Plit. I will do so. After getting Plit's affirmation, Milne looked back at a skull holding a lantern with a respectful face, drove his horse into the underworld fog and disappeared. What a terrifying power. Lord Plit, Lord Milne was not easy to speak here just now. May I ask what level Lord Milne is in the underworld? Thresh estimated the strength of the Death Knight, and he found that he had no confidence in defeating the opponent. Glancing at Thresh, Plit said lightly, Milne, he is an elite soldier in the Nether Legion, a centurion of the Undead Legion. There are more than 20 guys like him in the Grand Lord's Undead Legion. Among the Death Knight centurions, his personal level is in the middle and lower reaches. The soul fire shook fiercely, and Thresh's tone became more respectful. You are worthy of being the master. You actually have so many powerful warriors. Knowing Thresh's little thoughts a long time ago, the short Plit slowly raised his hand, and Thresh took the initiative to lower his body and let the Black Wizard pat his shoulder. Plit was very satisfied with Thresh's humility. Thresh, I can see that you are very ambitious. It doesn't matter if you have some small tricks. If you do things well for the master, there will be no trouble. The master is different from you who likes to play tricks. The master is a tyrant, a king, and has ambitions for the world. Complete the tasks assigned by the master. Beyond that, the master will not ask about your affairs. The master's mind can accommodate the entire world. As long as you are willing to dedicate yourself to the master's conquest, believe me, you can gain much more than you lose. I have learned, Lord Plit. In the Lord's castle, the military meeting ended. Cinna finished all the arrangements and said coldly to the commander of the Emerald Territory Magic Legion, let's start. Yes. The Emerald Territory Archmage, wearing a magic robe, turned and left. In the Lord's castle, if you look down from a high altitude, the general shape of Fidlet is an 8-pointed star. The part of the circumscribed circle of the intersection line of the 8-pointed star is the inner city, and the part outside the circumscribed circle is the outer city. Each intersection point has a war energy node. There are a total of 8 war energy nodes, which just cover the range of the outer city and the inner city. The so-called war energy node is a semi-automatic magic tower based on Atlan energy crystal technology, supplemented by the enchantment of the underground fortress ruins of the Emerald Territory's Silver Mountains and mechanical technology. It absorbs free magic element for charging and artificially creates defensive military buildings in the forbidden magic field. In order to prevent the Protoss from knowing that the Emerald Territory has obtained the Atlan Defense Tower technology, the magic tower deliberately castrated the offensiveness of the energy tower. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Emerald Territory has not completely cracked the energy tower technology. Energy nodes have 3 functions. First, break invisible and stealth units. Even ghosts and ghosts can no longer hide in the black fog. Ordinary humans without magic talent can also see where their enemies are. All enemies entering the node range will be marked by magic, and conventional space transmission will also be disturbed by elemental disturbances. Second, within a specific range, specific enchantments are performed for Fidlet's soldiers, or large-scale destruction magic is released. The energy nodes will actively absorb all the magic element floating in the air within the radiation range, making it impossible for the enemy to replenish mana. At the same time, they can also serve as magic amplifiers, allowing Fidlet's mages to release specific enhanced magic or attack magic through energy nodes. They only need to provide the corresponding spells to play a role in large-scale spell casting. Third, all energy nodes can be linked together to form a 3-dimensional city defense array. The deepest underground defense shield is located at a distance equal to the radius of the inscribed circle of the 8-pointed star, and even an attack from underground will not work. After the specific space division of different energy nodes, shields of different regional modules can be constructed in the city for independent defense. It can be said that it has both internal and external defenses without any flaws. Before the energy crystal is consumed, the defense array can resist most magic and physical attacks. As the magic crystals vibrated and hummed, 8 beams of magic light focused on the Lord's castle at the center of the circle, forming a large defense array covering the entire Theidlit. In the holy defense light curtain, Theidlit was divided into 5 independent parts. The 4 spaces in the outer city, invaded by the black fog, and the Lord's castle in the inner city, were separated by the defense array, dividing the battlefield into 5 independent parts. Groups of Emerald Territory warriors went to the battlefield, using the energy nodes as the origin, and began to carry out annihilation operations in the closed space, until they found that the weapons in their hands could not cause effective damage to the monsters in the black fog. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.